Every noble house needs someone to do the ugly work in the shadows. For House Baskerville, that was their hound. His name was Vicair van Baskerville, and his loyalty was about to get him killed. By his own account, the hound who stayed loyal to this family and to his father was about to get the worst possible thanks. He'd been framed, falsely accused of consorting with the demon clan, and sentenced to die by the guillotine. The whole family watched him kneel there, and not one of them spoke up in his defense. The blade doesn't wait long. But even walking to his own execution, the hound made one last decision. If he ever got to live again, he swore, things would go very differently. And with that final, blood-soaked vow, the hound's story should have ended right there. Instead, he wakes up somewhere dark, small, and very confused. Everything is too loud, too bright, and way too close to the ground. Where am I, he thinks, and the voice in his head sounds suspiciously like a baby's. His whole body feels impossibly heavy and the room is full of noise he can't place. Then it hits him. No way is this. His eyes go wide, he knows exactly what this is. Welcome back to the grand Baskerville estate, ancestral home of the family he served and the family that had him killed. Somewhere deep inside these walls, more newborns are crying their lungs out. This is the family nursery, rows of cribs holding every baby born into House Baskerville this season. The man doing the inspecting isn't impressed. Insignificant brats, he mutters, looking the newborns over like produce at a market. That's Hugo Le Baskerville, patriarch of the family and, funnily enough, the exact man who signed off on Vicair's execution. There aren't any special children here, the patriarch grumbles, walking the rows like he's already bored of the whole thing. Only trash gathered here this time, someone adds, charming bedside manner for a room full of infants. Then Hugo stops mid-step. Something in one of these cribs just caught his attention. It's the new baby, quiet still, and staring back at him with a look no infant should have. Move the children to the cradle of swords, Hugo orders, and you can already tell that name is not a metaphor. Yes, patriarch, comes the reply, while something flickers behind the baby's eyes. That flicker is recognition. Baby Vicair knows exactly who just walked into the room. Hugo Le Baskerville, it hits like a punch to a chest he doesn't even have yet. This isn't the Hugo he remembers dying in front of. This is a much younger version, decades before that day. I'm certain now, he thinks, reaching out with a hand barely big enough to make a fist. He, Vicair van Baskerville, understands exactly what has happened to him. He's regressed all the way back to infancy, with every memory of his life as the family's hound completely intact. In that life, being the hound meant handling every kind of dirty work the family didn't want on its own hands. Assassinations, threats, ambushes, all of it done to make House Baskerville the strongest of the 7 families. Why go along with any of it? Simple. He just wanted the family, and Hugo especially, to finally acknowledge him. 10 years after a gate to the demon realm tore open, that loyalty was put to the ultimate test. Humanity won that war. And the reward for the loyal hound who bled for his family through all of it was being put down like a dog. There's actually an old foreword saying for it, one that translates to kill and eat the hound once it's caught the rabbit. Charming family, really. But there was one very specific reason he was actually being executed. The hound simply knew too much, and baby Vicair, fists clenched, silently vows he is never living that life again. So when he hears he's headed to the cradle of swords, he doesn't panic. He sees an opportunity. Right now, more than anything, he needs to get stronger fast. And this is the place that's supposed to do it. A field bristling with blades as far as the eye can see. They call it the Cradle of Swords, and no, that name is not being generous. Every child born into House Baskerville has to survive it, tossed straight into a maze built entirely out of blades. Survive the maze and you still have to reach the Styx River beyond it, where your talent gets measured. Legend says the Styx River can turn a child's body into iron if it's willing to let them in. Here's the catch, the river's blessing only stretches so far, so getting there first is everything. The plan is simple on paper: cut straight out through the helix-shaped wall of blades and don't stop moving. Last time around, his own siblings shoved him out of the way, and he never got so much as a drop of that blessing. Not this time baby Vikir is getting there first no matter what it costs him. He can already feel the family gathering to watch, the way they always do when blood is about to be spilled. Hugo and his retainers line up at the edge of the maze, waiting to see who's still standing at the end. The moment it starts, raw magic rips through the sword field like static before a storm. Vikir doesn't hesitate, he's run this exact path in his head 1,000 times before. He tears straight through the blade maze and throws himself into the Styx River before anyone else even gets close. The water floods straight into every cut on his tiny body, soaking clean down to the bone. Funny, he thinks how much of a difference just getting here first actually makes. No matter how much it hurts, and it really hurts, he tells himself he has to endure it. Above the water, the retainers are losing it. Young master, get out, you'll die down there. Hugo just laughs. Watching a baby risk drowning himself for power is apparently his idea of a good time. He leans in for a closer look, clearly enjoying the show. How long has he been under? Hugo asks. About 7 minutes, comes the answer. That answer belongs to Barrymore, the family's head butler, and the only adult in the room who isn't panicking. 7 minutes, huh? Hugo repeats. He might actually die, said with all the concern of a man discussing the weather. One of the retainers finally can't take it anymore. Patriarch, he pleads. So Hugo finally calls down into the water himself. Son, you may come out now. Baby Vikir clocks that voice immediately and decides he is absolutely not coming up that easily. He's got a decade of hindsight and one shot at this. He's soaking up every last drop until his body gives out. Water floods his lungs and he coughs it right back out, sinking deeper anyway. Every instinct is screaming at him to surface. He shoves it all down and just endures. Endure. That word is basically the only thought left rattling around in his skull. His body is running on fumes, and the river just keeps pouring in. Somewhere above the surface, his legs go still, muscles locking up from the cold and the strain. But his fist stays clenched, he is not letting go first. When he's finally hauled out, even Hugo's smirk slips into something like actual respect. Look at this kid. What's this child's name? Hugo asks, holding him up dripping wet. Young Master Vikir van Baskerville, Barrymore answers. Vikir, Hugo repeats slowly, like he's tasting the name for the first time. Seems a very greedy son has been born, he finally says, which from Hugo might actually be a compliment. Baby Vikir just screams his little lungs out in response, still furious, still soaked to the bone. Enjoy this as much as you can, Hugo tells him with a smirk and gets a defiant shout of his own name back, no honorifics attached. For now, Vikir keeps quiet and lets Hugo think it's cute. He's just using this time to quietly sharpen his fangs. Because when the day finally comes that he rips his old master's head clean off, the entire Baskerville family is going down with him. By his hands and his hands alone. Vikir van Baskerville just got his second life and revenge is already on the menu. Meet our guy Hugo Le Baskerville's bastard son, not exactly a title you brag about at parties. Say hello to Vikir, lifetime soldier, veteran swordsman, and about to have the worst day of his life. At just 8 years old, this kid was already being called a genius. His own family just shrugged and called him ordinary. By 20, he was running assassination and conquest missions like it was a day job. By 29, though he'd hit a wall no matter how hard he trained, the main bloodline was always one step ahead. Then at 30, hell literally cracked open a gate to the demon realm tore loose, and the invasion began. For years he fought through the apocalypse, cutting down monsters left and right. By 40, the war was finally won and it was time for his reward after a lifetime of loyalty. So what was the reward for 40 years of loyal service? Let's just say it wasn't a gold watch. Turns out loyalty doesn't pay. He got framed, smeared with lies, and sent straight to the guillotine. But death wasn't the end. He wakes up, as a baby, same fiery red eyes, brand new body. He blinks around, completely disoriented. This place, nothing about it looks familiar. Then it clicks: cribs, blue tile, baby-proofed everything. He's lying in a nursery. And that only means one thing: somehow, someway, he's actually pulled off the impossible and absorbed the power of the Styx River. Still getting used to this tiny new body, he faceplants right there in the crib. Regression's got some growing pains. Silver lining this time around, he's starting over with a serious head start. Baby brain aside, his hearing still razor sharp. He catches a maid whispering about madam wanting something slipped into his crib. That can't be good. Nobody's ever given the family's bastard a gift before, so whatever this is, it sure isn't one. Sure enough, there's a mysterious chest tucked right into his crib, humming with an eerie glow. It creaks open all on its own, and out slithers something with fangs the size of his tiny fist. A bloody mamba. That is not a toy, that's a walking death sentence for anyone under 3 feet tall. And it brought friends, a whole nest of them, fangs bared and ready. Vikir's baby face doesn't even flinch. He already knows exactly what this is, an assassination attempt, dressed up as a crib present. There's only a handful of women in this house who'd be called madam, and he's already got a pretty good guess which one just tried to thin the herd. These vipers are lethal enough to wipe out every baby in the nursery, not exactly subtle for someone trying to keep this quiet. So baby Vikir just reaches out and grabs the thing by the fangs. Bare hands, as a literal infant, tummy time can wait. He wrestles it down like it's absolutely nothing. And that's when the grin creeps in, the kind of smile that belongs on a war criminal, not a toddler. As expected of the Baskervilles, he laughs like murdering assassin snakes barehanded is just a family trait. Then the mask slips completely. He swears he'll bring this whole family down with his own 2 hands. Revenge plot, officially locked and loaded. The nursery turns into a war zone for about 30 seconds flat. By morning, all that's left is an empty crib and a whole lot of unanswered questions. The next day, the household staff walk in on a scene straight out of a horror movie. And right in the middle of it, baby Vikir, sound asleep, curled up next to a pile of very dead vipers. The family's answer is swift and brutal. Every nanny on shift that night gets tortured and executed. But nobody ever actually figures out where those vipers came from. Only one person in that entire house knows the truth. And that's the Hound himself. He's not talking. Fast forward 8 years, Vikir's old enough now to sit in class with the rest of the young Baskerville heirs. Same sharp eyes, same quiet corner of the room. Rows of privileged kids, all lined up for their swordsmanship lecture. Today's lesson, the ranking system every swordsman in this world lives and dies by. Step 1 is sword expert, just enough mana to coat your blade. Next up is sword graduator, where that mana turns into a liquid aura. And then there's the level where the aura goes fully solid and you can reshape it at will. That top tier has a name, Sword Master. Exactly one person in this family has ever reached it. Sir Hugo himself, Vikir's own father and the strongest blade in the entire Baskerville line. The whole class lets out a collective "oh." Vikir's not impressed. He's doing math. His father hit Sword Master at this exact age last time around. Translation: the clock's ticking. He needs to claw back everything he lost when he died, and he's only got until his coming-of-age ceremony to do it. His tutor just chalks it up to the kid daydreaming again. Little does he know, teach this one thing once, and Vikir's already run it 100 times over in his head. Word around the estate is he's built like steel from surviving 7 minutes in the Styx River as a baby. Talented doesn't even begin to cover it. Vikir Van Baskerville, 8 years old, already the most dangerous kid in the room, even if nobody quite believes it yet. Cue the welcoming committee, 3 of his blonde, blue-blooded classmates, strolling over with bad intentions. "Hey, garbage van," the ringleader sneers because nothing says nobility like bullying the family bastard. Vikir doesn't say a word. He's heard worse, literally, in another lifetime. "We've been hearing some weird rumors about you," the leader grins, his 2 lackeys nodding along like bobbleheads. "Apparently you swam the Styx River for 7 minutes and choked out a couple of vipers as a newborn." Turns out that rumor was actually underselling it. Vikir just stays quiet. Silence has always been his best weapon. Because he recognizes these 3. In his last life, these exact faces hunted him down and put a blade in his back while he ran. Back then, people called them Hugo Le Baskerville's Trident. This time, Vikir's not running from anybody. "I don't like you," the leader spits. "Neither do I, neither do I," the other 2 echo like a very unoriginal chorus. Vikir's already thinking 10 years ahead. These 3 are going to be a serious headache eventually, so why not nip it in the bud now? One of them presses a knife flat against his cheek, just testing the waters. Heard if you soak in the Styx River long enough your whole body turns to steel, can't even be cut. So you won't die if I just stab you right, great logic kid. The two lackeys hype each other up lowbrow and highbrow, about to find out the hard way. Vikyr just lets them do it. Why fight back when you can let them dig their own grave? I'll eat my hat if he lasts 3 minutes, one scoffs while Vikyr quietly notes that yeah, kids really can be monsters. So he decides to play along just for a bit, let them have their fun before it stops being fun. 3 minutes later and yeah, he's still standing. The color completely drains out of their smug little faces. It was actually true. Panic sets in fast and one of them grabs him from behind to shut him up. 10 minutes later, things take a turn nobody saw coming. Vikyr sinks his teeth straight into the hand covering his mouth. The bully barely gets out a confused huh before he realizes exactly what's happening. This isn't fun anymore. Let him go, let him go. Turns out bullying hits different when the victim bites back. One of them screams bloody murder while Vikyr just calmly spits out the blood. "Wah, what are you doing?" they stammer. Vikyr just tilts his head, grinning like he genuinely doesn't understand the question. "I am," one of them wails, clutching his hand like it's the end of the world. "He bit my finger clean off. Spoiler, it's still attached, but try telling him that right now." Calm down, Burrow. Let's just go find a priest to sort it out," the others mutter, dragging their whimpering friend away. But Vikyr's not done. "Who said you could leave?" he asks, already closing the distance. And he comes at them with the very knife they handed him minutes ago. "Did you forget we're a whole year older than you?" Cool argument doesn't land. "You bastard," one of them snarls, lunging back at him. It costs Vikyr a hit of his own, but he doesn't even blink. "Seems like you're the ones who forgot," he says, dead calm. "We're all Baskerville, act like it." One more hit lands, and the so-called ringleader goes down hard. Vikyr just grins that same terrifying grin and waves them back in. "Let's keep playing," he says, until the very end. Something tells us these three just picked the wrong bastard to mess with. We open in Baskerville, where the house motto is simple and brutal. It doesn't matter how old you are, only strength and talent keep you alive here. Without warning, one of the young blonde masters gets grabbed and thrown to the ground, a blade already drawn on him. The attacker turns to face us, a scrawny dark-haired kid with eyes glowing blood red and a grin way too calm for what he's about to do. "Let's see this through to the end, brothers," he says, and somehow that's the scariest line in the whole scene. One of the blonde brothers goes pale as a sheet, stammering that the rumors about this kid were actually true. A brutal impact sends him crashing backward. This fight is already lopsided. The dark-haired boy keeps swinging, fists first, without a shred of hesitation. Two more blonde boys round the corner, shouting the family name Hybero in horror at what they're seeing. His hands are shaking now, bloodied, and his grin only gets wider. This isn't self-defense, this is enjoyment. He lunges again, blood spraying across the wall behind him. One of the Hybero brothers is cowering on the ground, shrieking, completely out of his depth. Standing over them, he tells the brothers not to be so scared, they'll get better in no time once they are treated. He draws his sword properly now, but "I won't let you leave this room." He lays out the terms cold, live with the pain in their own bodies, or he'll be generous and let just one of them go free right now. Blade at his brother's throat, he asks with a grin, "Really?" The three Hybero brothers, identical and terrified, can only ask each other which one of them gets to leave. He steps back into the shadows and leaves the choice entirely to them. "You'll have to decide that for yourselves, brothers." "I can't wait long," he calls out, "so decide quickly." Eyes glowing, he presses further, "Shouldn't at least one of you live?" The brothers spiral into panic, nobody willing to say the word first. It ends in blood. The fight tears through all three of them before it's over. Through the noise and chaos, he stands small in the corner, barely affected by what just happened. He walks away without looking back. This is the moment the bond between the three brothers of the Baskerville bloodline finally shatters for good. Elsewhere in the estate, an aide slips through prison-like halls to deliver grim news. "Patriarch, there was another bloody." He's waved off before finishing. "There'll be time to discuss it later, since the Morgue clan will come calling first anyway." The aide presses on, asking if there's anything else to report regarding the juvenile fortress's interim evaluation. The man in the chair perks up at one detail. Master Vikier scored highest on the written exam. Is that so? Meet Hugo Le Baskerville, patriarch of the whole clan, now asking exactly when the children's practical exam is scheduled. In 5 days, he's told the Guardian Knights have already cleared out to make room, and the fortress needs to be completely empty. The aide hesitates. My lord, there's clearly something he doesn't want to say next. He finally spits it out. There's been a big fight among the young masters recently. Hugo's response is almost bored. A big fight. How many of them died? He asks flatly. None, thankfully, though Master Hybero's teeth are completely wrecked. And Master Lobero's left index finger has been amputated, though both have been treated and recovered physically. The real damage is psychological. The aide warns these brothers are close, they'd never normally turn on each other like this. There was friction, he explains, with another young master entirely. That young master scored highest on the written exam, the same 8-year-old we just watched tear through his own family. The Baskerville halls stretch out cold and gilded around them, the calm sitting uneasily over everything that just happened. Down one of those halls, a familiar dark-haired boy approaches. You've grown since the last time I saw you, Vikier, comes a voice from ahead. So that's his name? Vikier greets the man simply. Hello, Patriarch. Hugo seems almost amused by the title Patriarch. Yes, I suppose I am. Hugo waves off the injuries. The brothers got proper treatment, he says. The aide clarifies he's not talking about physical wounds at all. I'm talking about the disability of the heart, he says, and the room goes quiet. We see the 3 brothers walking together, and we're told that since that day they've been eating separately and don't even speak anymore. Their old combination technique used to be decent, the aide notes, but that bond is now completely torn apart. Vikier just stands there taking it all in, saying absolutely nothing. Someone finally asks him outright, don't you think it was wrong? Vikier doesn't even blink. Wrong? What did I do that was wrong? You've turned your brothers into a total mess, the aide presses. Vikir's face says it all before he even answers, but I'm stronger. How can the stronger person be wrong? He asks, and then we learn his brothers already forgave him before he even got here. Vikier actually looks caught off guard by that. They forgave me. And here's the real bombshell of this whole flashback. This is a memory from before Vikir's regression. He's lived this life once already. Rewind further, the youngest daughter of a family the Baskerville clan once ruined came to pay Hugo a visit. Years later, she'd become a nun. She told Hugo, I forgive you, and offered a mass for him. Hugo's response to that mercy was, I believe forgiveness. He starts in that tone that tells you nothing good is coming next. It is just an excuse made by the weak who can't seek revenge because they lack the strength to take it. Young Vikier hears every word. You can watch that lesson land on his face in real time. This is exactly where his whole worldview gets planted. Hugo just laughs it off, cold and satisfied with himself. The strong will reign supreme. Weakness is a sin. You understand the family motto very well, Hugo tells his son. The aide bows, yes, my lord. Back in the present scene, Hugo reaches out a hand, and young Vikir's whole face lights up. Just enough that he can manage it on his own, Hugo allows. Vikier, practically giddy, has one request. May I have chocolate then? Thank you, Patriarch, Vikier chirps, getting led off toward the starrooms by Old Specs, the family aide. Before he goes, Hugo calls after him just 2 words, my son. Try to do well on the interim evaluation, Hugo adds, back to business as usual. Vikier walks off down the hall, calm as ever, red eyes unreadable. Hugo's parting shot lands harder than it sounds. Don't lose to the direct descendants, as in Vikier isn't one of them. Hugo grins, Vikier grins right back. Neither of those smiles is what you'd call reassuring. Cut to the clan's food storehouse, rows of crates stretching off into the dark. This is the infamous chocolate enjoyed by the gourmands of the Morgue clan, Old Specs explains, clearly proud of the stock. It's the highest quality we obtained with much difficulty, the staff boast. Vikier isn't impressed. I don't want anything that's processed. Pardon. I need the cacao beans, Vikier says instead, not the candy, the raw ingredient. Ones with a rich aroma, he specifies, while the staff just stare at him. The beans. The staff go pale, glancing toward a small dark pile stashed deep in the storeroom. Turns out these are the bloody beans, famous for their rich aroma and clearly not meant for an 8-year-old's snack time. A grinning cook hands him one and Victor just eats it raw. Apparently a single bean makes 100 liters of chocolate. His face says it all. These beans are brutally bitter to eat on their own. Old Specs mulls it over privately, within the limits the patriarch set for him, the boy's technically not breaking any rule. He's found a way to have all the chocolate he wants. Specs thinks, what brilliance. The cook offers to process the beans properly and send them up to his room. Victor waves it off, no need, I'll take them as is. Old Specs isn't so sure anymore. He picks up a bean and examines it closely under a loupe, clearly starting to suspect there's more going on here. Turns out Victor never wanted to eat the chocolate at all. These bitter beans are about to be used in the practical exam, just 5 days away. Night falls over jagged, moonlit mountains. Something out there in the dark just let out a roar. In the shadow of the forest, Victor smirks, red eyes gleaming, clearly ready for whatever's coming. A blade flashes through the dark. On this day, the practical exam begins. This world's most feared bloodline isn't called the Baskervilles for nothing. Everyone just calls them the Berserker family. Their kids don't get bedtime stories. Before they can even walk right, they're made to run up a mountain just to build stamina. No naps, no lying down except on schedule, just relentless climbing day after day. And when it's finally time to sleep, they're taught to get used to horror first, tucked in right next to a monster. Literally, they sleep beside monster corpses so nothing in this world scares them anymore. By age 8, that twisted upbringing is done and it's time for the real test, a deadly survival evaluation. This is exactly why the world calls them the Berserker family. And today, it's finally that day for a new batch of young hounds. Out on the edge of Baskerville territory sits a monster-crawling peak called Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, and that's where the exam happens. One by one, the young hounds march up toward it, swords strapped to their backs, dead silent. Their instructor, a Baskerville shadow dog, lays out the rules plain and simple. Meet Pavlov Van Baskerville, the family's resident shadow dog instructor, not exactly a warm mentor figure. Survive a month up there, he tells them, and you'd better be hunting big, dangerous monsters while you're at it. 2 rules to remember if they want to live through this. Survive alone and that's 10 points, survive without a scratch and that's 30 more. Take down a monster and survive, 70 points, beat every other kid there and survive, a whopping 90. Die though and you get exactly 0, no such thing as extra credit here. The kids go quiet, remembering Patriarch Hugo's favorite saying, a swordsman dies the moment he gets arrogant. A map marks off the safe hunting zone right at the mountain's edge, monsters already thinned out for them. Beyond that circle is pure restricted territory, the kind of place with a skull and crossbones on the sign for a reason. And they're never really alone up there. Shadow dogs stay hidden through the whole exam, silently grading every move. The other kids can't stop whispering about one boy. Rumor says he survived 7 minutes in the Styx River and just walked away. Word is he also aced the theory exam and killed 2 poisonous snakes as a toddler. That's Victor's reputation before he's even lifted a sword today. Let's see if he's actually good at the practical side too, one of them mutters, eyeing the mountain ahead. Victor just studies the ridge in front of him. It's been a while since he stood here. The instructor lifts a bell. The second it rings, the exam officially begins. I pray for your fortune, young masters, he says, which coming from him sounds more like a threat than a blessing. The bell tolls out across the mountainside. And just like that, the instructor turns and walks off into the rain, leaving 40 kids to fend for themselves. The mountain erupts into motion as every young hound scrambles for position. One toothy, blue-haired kid grins and takes off running, determined to grab the best spot before anyone else. A couple of others aren't above playing dirty either. One plans to just tail a rival and steal his hiding spot outright. They vanish into the tree line together, racing the clock. Meanwhile, the Hybero brothers, Victor's golden-haired half-siblings, are already bickering about who's giving orders. Off in the woods, Pavlov the instructor exhales smoke and murmurs, so it has begun. Somewhere nearby, another shadow dog, scarred and feral with blood on his teeth, reminds everyone that killing a fellow examinee isn't technically against the rules. Not prohibited, Pavlov admits, but definitely discouraged. Kill a rival and you actually lose points for it, which is the only reason these murderous kids mostly behave themselves. One young hound scales a jagged cliff face, gear in hand, racing to stake a claim before dark. Well, Pavlov shrugs, lighting another cigarette. The shadow dogs will do their best to keep things from getting too out of hand. Not far off, a pack of pale wolves ambushes one unlucky examinee already fleeing for his life. The whole point is to keep the body count down, emphasis on down, not zero. Vikir, meanwhile, calmly strolls straight toward the restricted zone and a hidden shadow dog immediately clocks it. Where's young Master Vikir going? Another shadow dog watches from the shadows, practically giddy. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got. Vikir pokes around a bare, twisted tree, muttering to himself, was it around here? He scans the canopy overhead, clearly hunting for something very specific. The terrain gets darker and rockier the deeper he goes. He taps the ground with a stick, soft enough, this'll do just fine. Guess I've picked out where I'll be living for a while then, he says, sizing up his new home base. The watching shadow dog, hidden and masked, wonders aloud if he's about to just relax and take it easy. Vikir plants his sword in the dirt and calmly walks off to get to work. The hooded shadow dog's eye actually twitches, a break, seriously. Turns out getting to work means digging himself a cozy little hole to hide in. Elsewhere, one of the Hybero brothers is already locked in a desperate sword clash. He's up against something huge and monstrous, screaming bloody murder as it lunges for him. Back at his hole, Vikir just kicks back with his hands behind his head like he's on vacation. The shadow dog assigned to grade him can only watch, baffled, as he strolls off elsewhere. Every second of this gets recorded by the masked watcher in the trees, judgment included. How long has this kid been resting in a hole, the shadow dog thinks, instead of hunting or gathering supplies like everyone else? Not far off, another examinee isn't so lucky, burned and battered with sparks raining down around him. The watcher starts wondering if the rumors about Vikir being some kind of prodigy were completely made up. Deciding there's nothing left to see, the shadow dog finally gives up and leaves, exactly what Vikir was hoping for. Finally, he's gone. Nearby, a couple of other young hounds are having a surprisingly wholesome debate about the best way to defish their catch with cacao beans. The bloodier and richer the beans, the better, one insists, proof that even future berserkers have weirdly specific opinions about seasoning. With the coast finally clear, Vikir's whole demeanor shifts, his eyes go sharp and fire ignites right in his palm. The flame roars to life around him. The one who was watching me is finally gone, he says, satisfied, smoke and firelight curling behind him. And I've got everything set up that I need, he adds, whatever he's been quietly preparing this whole time. Crouched by his little fire he grins, guess it's time to start my hunt. A few days pass, somewhere deep in restricted territory, something with a spiked, monstrous hide is stirring. Vikir strides forward, sword in hand, footsteps echoing through the mist. From here on out, it's the unknown restricted zone, he thinks. Back when I was a scout, though, I used to wander through here all the time. A scout, for the record, is basically a soldier whose whole job is recon, and something about the burning smell in the air rings a bell for him. I'm pretty sure that Thing's den is around here somewhere, he mutters, tracking the scent. His eyes narrow, alert, catching something the others would have completely missed. Found it, the burning stool, he says, which sounds gross because, well, it is. Only one monster around here leaves droppings like that, he confirms, completely unbothered. A massive flaming claw bursts from the dark, and something huge lets out a bone-rattling growl. These things used to be such a pain back in my scouting days, Vikir says, actually smiling now. Kind of nice to see one again. And there it is, a full-blown hellhound, rising out of the flames. Vikir doesn't even flinch, he just turns to face it head-on. The beast roars, fire pouring off its body in waves. Its jaws crack open, packed with flame, ready to swallow him whole. For the record, hellhounds are rated seriously dangerous, 3 meters of solid muscle, and once one of these things bites you, that's usually the end of the story. Its sulfuric flames don't even go out, they just keep burning. Meet the hellhound, a walking bonfire with teeth, and exactly what our hero is about to pick a fight with. This thing supposedly swallowed the hellfires of an entire oil world. Terrifying resume for a guard dog. Last time around, it took him until he was 18 just to barely solo one of these. This one is not thrilled to see him either. And now he's 8 years old, so yeah, hey, doing this solo should be flat out impossible. Good thing he already knows a trick that lets even a kid take one down. And here it comes, jaws blazing, about to find out the hard way. He's done his homework on hellhounds, and it's about to save his skin. Weakness number 1, these hounds can only charge in a straight line. Turning on a dime just is not in their skill set. Rude, considering they are on fire. That mouthful of fire is still very much aimed at him though. Weakness number 2, and he's already prepping the next trick. Turns out these hellfire monsters hate water, even a shallow puddle will do. One clean strike and that weakness is officially in play. Slowed down and stumbling, exactly where he wants it. And every canine monster shares one more flaw he's about to exploit. They open their mouths while they run, big mistake around this kid. He flicks something small and dark straight at the open jaws. The hound lunges anyway, snarling straight into the trap. His sword strike lands clean while the beast is still reeling. He walks it off like a stroll through the park, flames and all. The hound isn't done yet, snarling through the pain. Something is very wrong, and it's written all over that giant eye. Turns out the secret weapon just kicked in, and it's whimpering like a kicked puppy. Chocolate is poison to canines, and he just weaponized an entire batch of it. I guess even the hounds of hell can't beat chocolate, he smirks. Time to finish what the candy started. The poison hits the stomach and heart first, but thick ribs are guarding both. So he needs the one gap in that armor where the ribs don't reach. In goes the blade, and the beast lets out one last whimper. The answer was the kidney all along. Anatomy homework actually useful for once. One last strike seals the deal. The flames die down to embers, the hellhound is finished. Killing a monster like this leaves behind an energy called XP or karma, and his body is soaking it right up. His little short sword suddenly feels lighter in his hand. At this rate he'll claw back everything he lost to his regression before he's even grown. He's already picturing the look on his father's face when he hears about this. An 8-year-old dragging home a B+ rated kill basically locks in first place on the practical test. And he already knows exactly what reward he's going to ask for. Something so massive he never would have dared ask for it in his last life. Something whose real value nobody alive right now even understands, and he intends to claim it for himself. Then I'll take its head, he says, sword ready for round 2. Then he pauses, something else just caught his attention. Turns out he isn't alone out here, another hellhound just announced itself. They must have heard their pack mates' dying cries, because more are already closing in. Do you intend on avenging your kind? He asks like he's not thrilled about the extra credit. How heartwarming, he says, right before cutting the reunion short. He isn't slowing down for sentiment. The whole pack bares its teeth, ready to swarm him at once. I never planned to only kill one anyway, he shrugs. Come on, I've still got plenty of beans left. Then something in the dark makes even him go still. A pair of massive purple eyes ignites in the darkness, and they are not hellhound eyes. Even the hellhounds around him start whimpering and backing away. Could it be, he mutters, stepping over the bodies toward whatever is coming. Hellhounds never back down from prey, not even facing death, so something bigger just walked in. 3 sets of jaws snarl out of the dark at once. Whatever this is, it's built on an entirely different scale. A full-grown Cerberus, 3 heads, all of them furious. For once, the kid who has seen it all looks genuinely rattled. A Cerberus carries an A+ risk rating, several leagues above anything he just fought. This thing is supposed to live way up on the 7th ridge, something dragged it all the way down here. And there's the answer, deep claw wounds raked across its side. Was someone actually trying to hunt this thing? Right across the mountain sits a barbarian tribe's territory, that tracks. If it fled all the way here just to escape them, this monster is already on its last legs. And that makes this his chance, whether it's smart or not. An injured a plus monster is still a jackpot, he's not letting this one walk away. Here's the thing nobody at the Baskerville household knows, this kid has been holding back. He's already hit swordsmanship most adult hounds never reach, third clan technique included. Time to actually show what he's capable of. The Cerberus is hurt, but it's still crackling with raw power. He closes the distance and strikes with everything he's got. A full circle of blade energy rips through the air. Sword against 3 sets of fangs, no room for mistakes here. He digs in and charges straight at it. I can do this, he tells himself, and for once he actually believes it. An injured Cerberus is beatable, barely but beatable. Before his regression, he sharpened this exact swordsmanship fighting entire demon clans. His body was also hardened by the river Styx itself. He's stronger than this fight gives him credit for. All 3 heads charge their attack at once. No, he tells himself, not here, not like this. For one moment there, he actually thought his plan was working. Then his defense shatters wide open. One single moment of letting his guard down and the Cerberus doesn't waste it. Those claws come down fast and there's nowhere left to dodge. They rake straight across him. Blood sprays across the snow. He goes down hard, the scream tearing out of him. Coughing blood and barely conscious, he just learned the hard way that even a genius plan can't survive one blink of overconfidence. Deep in the snowy woods, something monstrous comes tearing through the dark, 3 heads snapping at once. One swipe of its claws and the ground is already stained red. A young hunter takes the hit head-on, screaming as it lands. This fight just turned brutal fast. He coughs hard, blood spattering across the snow beneath him. Somehow, impossibly, he's still on his feet and still screaming defiance. For a moment the woods go quiet again, too quiet. And somewhere close by, a stranger in dark shades watches the whole thing unfold, unreadable. Cut back to Vikier, dazed on the ground, wondering if he actually blacked out, as the 3-headed Cerberus prowls back into view. He realizes he took the Cerberus's attack head-on, and his shredded coat says just how close that call was. His left arm is on fire with pain, torn clean through and pouring blood. For one horrifying second, he can't even tell if the arm is still attached. He forces himself upright to check, shaken, but the arm's still there barely. Something's off though, the Cerberus is wounded too on its side, so why did it stop attacking there? Is that hesitation the effect of something already working against it? Vikier cracks a grin through the pain. Hooray for the river Styx, the reason his body refuses to just die. But relief only lasts so long, the beast's already coming for round 2. One thought cuts through everything else, he will not survive a second direct hit. This whole hunt just turned into the roughest voyage of his life. But an experienced hunter always finds a way out of a mess like this. So he weighs his options fast, staring down 3 sets of teeth. And the best possible decision right now, run like hell, tail tucked between his legs. So that's exactly what he does, sprinting flat out through the trees. If it weren't already wounded on its side, he'd have been shredded to pieces by now. He actually finds himself thanking the barbarian tribe over the mountain for softening it up first. One more push, if he clears that iron fence, he's finally out of the restricted zone. He vaults it in one desperate leap, only for more glowing eyes to snarl back at him from the other side. If it catches him before he's ready, he thinks, this is exactly where he dies. The Cerberus closes in, all 3 heads snarling for blood. Its whole body crackles with dark energy, ready to finish what it started. Vikier doesn't stop moving, scanning the trees for the one thing that might actually save him. Where is it, he mutters, it should be around here somewhere. Then he spots it and grins, found it. Right where he left it days ago, waiting in the snow. Just a bit further and this thing walks straight into his trap. He lures it directly over the spot he prepped days in advance. The second it's in position, he barks the order, now. His foot comes down, springing the trap loose. The Cerberus lunges for him anyway, claws raking down through the trees. He's sent tumbling through the air as the beast roars in fury. For one heart-stopping second, its jaws are right in his face. But its own claws lock into the ground instead, thrown badly off balance. The trap snaps shut around it before it even knows what's happening. All 3 heads howl in fury, caught fast in Vikier's snare. It thrashes hard, but the trap's already doing its job. The Cerberus drops hard, exactly where he wanted it. "Welcome," Vikir shouts to the cradle of swords, and the beast lands right on a bed of hidden spears. Blood sprays as every one of those spears finds its mark. He can't help but grin, never thought he'd actually get to use the trap he built for something else. See, this trap was meant for hellhounds, and every spear was laced with a bloody bean poison, and Cerberus, same species, is just as vulnerable. Sure enough, the poison starts working through its wounds. It snarls and thrashes, but there's nowhere left to run. "You're a high-ranking demon," he taunts, "so I guess you're not dying instantly. Fine by me." He goes back on the offensive, blade flashing in close. One clean strike lands true. The Cerberus staggers, badly wounded now, one head already falling silent. Still it roars, refusing to go down easy. Every remaining head screams in fury and pain. Vikir just starts counting, calm as anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. He continues, watching the poison do its work. The Cerberus makes one last desperate swipe at him. 5, he says, unmoved, as the beast's strength keeps draining away. Its breathing goes ragged, then stops. It's finally dying. Vikir lets out a long breath, phew. Bloodied and worn out, but he's the one still standing. "Exactly 7 steps, he mutters, looking down at the corpse, so the rumors were true after all. The Cerberus lies still in the snow, all 3 heads finally silent. He nods at one particular spear lying nearby. That one was never like the rest. It was laced with a bloody mamba's venomous fang. One bite and you don't walk more than 7 steps before it's over. Good thing he squirreled that fang away years ago as a kid, just in case." He can already feel the Cerberus's own energy bleeding into him. Finally, all 3 heads are down for good. Now for the real problem: how the heck is he supposed to drag this thing home? The cause of death will be obvious enough. Maybe the guardian knight who watched him carve those spears can vouch for him. But there's one more thing he needs to take care of first. Cerberus are gatekeepers. They guard territory, which means it was protecting a dungeon somewhere close by. A dungeon. A mysterious place packed with treasure, and sometimes home to something even worse than what he just killed. With the gatekeeper dead, it should be empty now, and smearing himself in Cerberus droppings ought to keep the smaller monsters off his back. Gross but effective, he gets to work. He tracks the footprints and drool trail deeper into the woods, following every clue the beast left behind. And there it is, he found it. This is the dungeon the Cerberus was guarding this whole time. And he actually remembers this place from before his regression. In his old life, this dungeon wasn't found for another 10 years, and by then it was picked completely clean. Right now, it isn't. He can feel the mana humming just beneath the rot on the surface. He's sure nobody has cleared it yet. There's no light coming from anywhere inside. Guess it goes deeper than he expected. Eyes blazing red, he pushes forward anyway. First come, first served. And with that, Vikir disappears into the dark, ready to claim everything this place has to offer before anyone else even knows it's here. Deep underground, Vikir sprints through a pitch-black tunnel, chasing a pull he can't quite explain. He clocks veins of ruby mineral threading through the rock the deeper he goes. Piecing it together, he figures this cave must connect to Red All Mountain. A burst of light stops him, cold light, and he creeps toward the glow. At the mouth of a glowing chamber, he wonders out loud if this is the entrance to the dungeon. He wipes his eyes against the sudden brightness, sizing up whatever's waiting further in. He pushes forward into the dark, quiet passage beyond the light. The tunnel opens into a chamber lit blood-red by a glowing crystal, smoke curling in the air. The dungeon's interior is bright. He notes mana's clearly been imbued into the ruby to make it glow. Something catches his attention nearby, half hidden in the crystal light. He turns, sharp red eyes narrowing on whatever he's just spotted. Bones, a skeleton slumped against the wall. Someone was here before me, he realizes. An old weathered letter lies pinned beneath a skeletal hand. Crouching by the bones, he clocks the damaged stab wounds and blood long since dried brown. Must have been a while, he mutters, studying the skull. He unrolls the note. Whoever this was had stopped caring about their real name. "I'll just call myself Cain," it reads. The handwriting is unmistakably a Baskervilles. Was this skeleton family? The thought sends a chill through him, picturing this ancestor's face lost to shadow, eyes burning red. Cain writes that this stone chamber has long been whispered about in the family as a legend. He and his twin brother Abel stumbled onto the place by chance, then cut through countless trials to get here. They'd come looking for the dungeon's final assignment, the last test standing between them and its treasure. That single task ended up trapping them here for 3 years straight. 3 years, Vikir mutters, just how badly did they want that treasure? He grips his collar, certain the final trial has to be somewhere close. His eyes land on the glowing red crystal. It must be this. Kane's note quotes the chamber's riddle word for word. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. He and Abel turned that cryptic line over in their heads for what felt like forever. Eventually, the brothers landed on a conclusion about what it meant. Twins split from one womb into 2 at birth, that, they figured, was the riddle's answer. To take the treasure, Kane writes, they'd have to become one again. And that could only mean one thing. The brothers squared off against each other, blades drawn. Only one of them would be allowed to walk out with the prize. Blood sprays across the chamber as the fight turns fatal. After a brutal fight, Kane writes, he ended up killing his own brother. Only one was left standing in the chamber. And still nothing changed. We definitely went from 2 to 1, he insists, panic bleeding through the words. So why couldn't I take the treasure, he demands, gripping his sword. Brother, I killed him, the note screams, grief and horror soaked into the ink. After the wave of regret passed, Kane decided there was nothing left to do but leave. He resolves to walk out immediately and never look back. His final warning, there's nothing worth taking from this devil's den, it exists only to torment humans. So in the end, Kane writes, they crossed every trial in this place and walked away with absolutely nothing. Vikir sits with that. But Vikir doesn't have a twin and the trial's still active, meaning Kane and Abel must have read the riddle wrong. He repeats the riddle to himself, turning it over, 1 then 2 then 1 again. What's he missing? Think, he tells himself, there's no dungeon that can't be beaten. He studies the skeleton once more, hunting for any clue Kane might have missed. The bones suddenly slip and clatter toward him. He flinches back, startled. He breathes, catching himself and catching the idea forming in his head. He looks back at the skeleton, something clicking into place. I see, he says, a slow grin spreading. He's cracked it. Kane and Abel, he decides, were just unlucky they had the one thing he doesn't. A dark passageway on one side, a blindingly bright stone chamber on the other. The riddle's answer, he's sure, is hiding somewhere in that contrast. I'm 1 when I enter through the dark passage, he reasons aloud. But the moment the ruby's light throws a shadow behind me, I become 2. Crystal shatters around him as he tests the theory, energy crackling off his frame. And when the darkness returns, that's when the chamber's final stage opens. His eyes blaze red, the answer is shadow. Crystal shards rain down around him as the mechanism answers back. The whole chamber lights up, red debris glittering in the air. A surge of raw energy rips through the room. Seen from behind, his silhouette flickers like there are suddenly 2 of him where there was 1. His face hardens, eyes sharp, as the chamber's final test locks in around him. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face, the exact same grin, it turns out, that got 2 brothers killed. Ahead, a jagged dark relic waits on a pedestal, wreathed in crimson light. He descends toward it, wondering aloud if this is really the Devil's Den's legendary relic. The relic pulses, twisted and organic, a blade forged from something far from human. An inscription warns that only someone with Baskerville blood can claim the thing called Beelzebub. Beelzebub, he blurts, stunned by the name. The name drags up a memory, an illustration from a picture book, way back in his very first childhood. He remembers it as the gluttonous fly, Beelzebub drawn as a nightmare of black chitin and blood-red eyes. Old legend calls it an unprecedented monster that once invaded the whole continent. It came at the head of an entire horde of nightmare creatures. Together, those monsters were known as the Devil's Holy Constellation, or the 7 Calamities. To stop them, the heads of the 7 great families each stepped up to face 1 calamity apiece. 7 silhouettes stand united beneath a blazing green sky, ready for war. The very first Baskerville patriarch went toe-to-toe with was gluttony itself, Beelzebub. What was left of the beast after that battle has been sealed away in Baskerville lands ever since. The legend was true after all, though the blade was later stolen away by the demon clans. In their hands, it went on to cause countless deaths on human battlefields. But that won't happen in this life, Vikir growls, gripping the blade between his teeth. His eyes burn, fixed and furious, as he tightens his grip on the cursed weapon. Because it's mine now, he says, and the chamber answers with a surge of crimson power. Energy floods the room, crashing over him in violent waves. He grits his teeth against the pain as the power tears through him. The surge keeps building, refusing to let up. Dark, cracked markings creep up across his hand as the blade's power takes hold. His face twists somewhere between agony and awe as the transformation takes him. The marks spread further, sinking into his skin like the weapon's making itself at home. The blade itself gleams deep red and razor-sharp, humming with stolen power. This, he realizes, is a blade carved from the corpse of an actual devil's holy constellation. I lucked out getting my hands on Beelzebub, he says, catching his breath. I wonder how much stronger I'll be this time around, he muses, eyes gleaming with anticipation. A satisfied smirk crosses his face as he flexes his newly marked hand. Whatever's coming next, he's ready for it. Deep in the ruins, Vikir figures he's scavenged everything worth taking and turns to head home. But something's already wrong under his skin. His arm won't stop trembling. Out of nowhere, he doubles over in agony, some purple force ripping through his whole body. It hits like a gut punch from the inside, and for a second all he can do is grit his teeth and bleed. He drags himself off the ground, confused. This isn't dizziness. He realizes it's hunger and an insane amount of it. His hand starts glowing and pulsing like it's got a mind of its own, gem-like nodes flaring under the skin. Turns out his own power is basically throwing a tantrum, demanding to be fed right this second. His senses spike hard. Suddenly he can smell something mouthwatering on the wind, and that can't be a coincidence. He bolts through the rain-soaked woods chasing that scent, hunger driving every step. Something's calling to him from up ahead, and whatever this hunger actually is, it won't let him ignore it. He reaches out, fingers curling, barely holding himself back. A shape resolves out of the darkness ahead, something big, something dead. It's the Hellhound's own corpse, the same one he cut down earlier that night. He tears in without hesitation, blood spraying like the beast's still fighting back from beyond the grave. As he drains it through his power, he can actually feel his body settling back to normal, piece by piece. He jokes to himself that at this rate, this ridiculous appetite of his could dry out an entire mountainside. How much do I have to feed this thing to shut it up? He grumbles, only half joking about his own power's binge-eating problem. His hand darts out on its own, snatching up anything remotely edible in its path. A readout flickers into view in his head. His power's called Beelzebub, glutton of flies, and it just logged its first stolen skill hemorrhage, ripped straight from the Hellhound. So this power doesn't just eat, it steals. He stares down at his own glowing hand like he barely recognizes it anymore. Word has it Beelzebub can devour an opponent's abilities right along with their body, which explains a whole lot. Whatever's living inside that power, it clearly isn't picky about what it eats. Because the appetite is basically bottomless, plenty of people who have crossed this power's path are said to have lost their own abilities for good. It'll milk every last drop of blood out of a wound, no matter how small, and that gives him an idea. If I can steal abilities. For a moment we cut to someone else entirely, watching all this hunger and power with a very different kind of interest. Back to the fight itself, the Hellhound lunging at him, its wound already gushing. While wait, part of him catches himself mid-bite, some scrap of sense fighting to get a word in. But the hunger doesn't care, and it keeps reaching for more. He forces himself to reason with his own power, leave enough of the corpse intact, or there'll be nothing left to prove what he actually killed. Still, the feeding doesn't stop easily. He grits through it in silence, forcing his own body back under control. Enough, he finally roars at himself, and the hunger for now backs down. When the dust settles, his powers logged 2 new skills: hemorrhage from the Hellhound, and oddly enough, high-speed regeneration from something called a sewer rat. Apparently some unlucky rat got crushed under the fight and became an accidental bonus meal. Not exactly the most glamorous ingredient, but free power is free power, and he's not about to complain. He dangles the poor rat by its tail, Already scheming whatever burn skill he picked up sounds like it hurts a lot worse than plain old bleeding. With the corpse patched together enough to pass as proof, he gets it ready to hand in for his exam. He settles in to wait it out until the exam period officially wraps. Exam over, the young hounds file back home to the Baskerville estate. Every hound gets a trophy weapon forged from whatever they hunted, but one particular kill is about to turn heads. News of it spreads through the estate fast, leaving grown Baskervilles genuinely rattled. Who caught what exactly? Someone demands, not buying it yet. Hugo himself leans in, sensing this is worth his attention. Old Specs reports it straight. Vikier from the 8-year-old class supposedly wandered into the restricted zone during the exam, and came back having bagged an A+ rated Cerberus, a monster even the clan's own guardian knights go out of their way to dodge. Officially, the story is that the beast was already wounded and Vikier finished it off with a poisoned spear. Hugo wants to know exactly what poison could pull that off. Where would a kid even get his hands on something that lethal? Old Specs has nothing more in the report. He'd meant to press Vikier directly, but the boy had already begged off to his dorm, claiming he was just too tired. Privately, the old butler admits he's stunned in this family. A Van surname is supposed to mean second class, not this talented. Hugo catches the thought written all over his face. I take it you don't know, butler, he says. Old Specs just blinks. Pardon. I'm not like the patriarchs before me, Hugo says. When I raise a hound, bloodline doesn't factor in at all. Royal blood or gutter blood, he doesn't care. All that matters is talent and enough spite to use it. Which cuts both ways. He adds plenty of mutts come from perfectly royal bloodlines too. Do you understand? He asks, and the butler quietly wonders if this whole speech is really about his other, legitimate son off in isolation training. The butler catches himself and apologizes for prying. Hugo waves it off, it's fine. Still, Hugo admits he could use a little pick-me-up after all this. The butler already knows exactly what that means. I'll go summon Master Vikier, he says. Vikier's brought before his father, who wastes no time. I heard you caught the Cerberus during your exam. How exactly did you manage that? Hugo asks, watching him closely. Vikier answers without missing a beat. I put chocolate on my wooden spear. He keeps his expression perfectly innocent while he says it. Oh ho, so that's why you asked for chocolate earlier, Hugo muses. Yes, Vikier confirms, while Old Specs chimes in that chocolate is actually lethal poison to canine-type monsters. Vikier privately notes his dad skipped straight past hello again, hardly father-son bonding. Then Hugo presses further. Word is Vikier brushed off the butler's earlier questions. Why is that? Hugo wants to know. Vikier's answer is ice cold, because he isn't my master. Then who is? Hugo asks. Since I belong to this clan, Vikier replies, the master of the clan is my master too. Pleased with the answer, Hugo offers a reward. The Cerberus corpse is his to keep, plus one wish since he topped the exam. Vikier's pulse quickens. This is exactly the opening he's been waiting for. I'd like access to the 10,000 epistle library, he says, and the whole room goes stiff with shock. The butler's composure nearly cracks completely. It's one of the largest libraries in the whole empire, glittering under its own private chandelier. Buried deep at the very heart of Clan Baskerville itself. The butler warns him only the patriarch, the second-in-command, and their direct heirs are ever let inside. If it's not allowed, I'll drop it, Vikier says aloud while privately already plotting how he'll sneak in anyway. Before he can finish that thought, the answer comes down from above, you may enter. Word later gets back to Hugo about just how deep Vikier went, and even he looks floored. The Baskerville 6th technique. Even Vikier's a little thrown by it. The Hugo he remembers would never let a bastard son anywhere near that manuscript. No Van before him has ever been permitted past the 4th technique, let alone the 6th. He shakes it off fast, though it's only the 6th technique, and Hugo himself already sits a full level above it, at the 7th. Back in his first life, before he ever regressed, Hugo eventually mastered 9 techniques deep, a benchmark Vikier hasn't forgotten. He hasn't forgotten a single year of being treated like garbage for the crime of being born illegitimate. And this time around, he's made himself a promise: he will surpass Hugo, full stop. Step 1 is claiming the greatest secrets the Baskerville name has ever produced. His real target is the founding patriarch's own textbook, the one that tamed the 7 great disasters, and he already knows nobody's just going to hand that over. Back in the moment, Hugo just smiles thinly. I look forward to it, good luck. Thank you, Vicar replies evenly. I'll be sure to surpass your expectations. There's a glint in those red eyes that says he means every word of it, and not in the way his father thinks. 2 Baskerville guards hold their post at a set of towering doors, the kind of place a kid like Vicar has never once been let near. He steps past them and into the shadowed hall beyond, sizing the place up in silence. His footsteps echo down the corridor, closing in on the one room in the manor he's never set foot in. The library opens up in front of him, chandeliers blazing overhead. First time he's ever actually walked in himself. He clenches his fists, running through the technique names in his head, severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines. His hand drifts over the spines, hunting for the swordsmanship books buried in here somewhere. Every technique he begged to learn in his last life is sitting right here on these shelves. Too bad the rules say a bastard son of Baskerville isn't allowed anything past the 4th technique. He finds what he's really after. A heavy chest, chained shut, built by the family as a defense against exactly this. Locked tight and gathering dust, like nobody's touched it in years. He can hardly believe it. Hugo himself handed him the book on the 6th technique. Before he regressed, this would have been an impossible dream. Of course, Hugo's fine handing it over. What's an 8-year-old going to do with it? Memorize the whole thing in a day. Hugo's betting he can't. Vicar already drilled the theory behind techniques 1 through 4 to death in his last life, all just trying to piece together the 5th. He thinks back after the 4th tooth, he had to cut the mana flow. Was that the mistake that kept him from ever drawing a 5th? Baskerville swordsmanship, a style built entirely around teeth. 1 tooth for the first technique, 2 for the second, and so on up the line, and drawing them out lights up a signature blood-red sword energy. But that's not actually why he came to this library. He's after a level far beyond what he's supposed to want, and the guards clock him before he can slip away. Back so soon, young master, one of them asks, catching him coming out. They offer to fetch anything he forgot. The real swordsmanship texts are kept deep inside, they explain. I already got what I came for, Vicar says. They blink already and press him to stick around and browse a while. He waves them off, says he'll just read a bit more before he leaves, and tells them to go handle their own business. He slips off deeper into the stacks the moment their backs are turned. The guards shrug it off. That section's nothing but junk, they say. If it were them, they'd be reading the real texts in the back. They figure he just doesn't know any better because he's young. Vicar lets them think it. What they don't know is that buried in that same junk section sits a treasure nobody's bothered to look twice at in years. He drifts down the forgotten aisles, scanning every spine. Something catches his eye. Found it, he breathes, pulling a battered old book off the shelf. The title on the cover reads A Lurking Ambush. He's certain this is the one. It's supposed to be nothing but the basics of the first technique, the book every Baskerville kid skips. With half its pages torn out, everyone's written it off as a worthless, ruined book. But he remembers exactly what this book really is from before he regressed. Back in his old life, running with the HOUND squad, he dug up a strange relic sealed away in a dungeon. It was found out on the border of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, and inside was a single page torn from a swordsmanship textbook. Just one ragged page and nothing else. It was written in an actual Baskerville ancestor's own hand, and Hugo lost his mind over it. He tore the entire library apart, hunting for the book that page belonged to. That book was a lurking ambush. Buried in those ancestral notes was something no one alive was supposed to know about a Baskerville 10th technique. Hugo went absolutely feral chasing it, and he wasn't going alone. He unleashed the entire HOUND squad to hunt down the 6 pages still missing. He declared war on any family that refused to hand theirs over, and burned through HOUND after HOUND to get it done. Every last page eventually landed in Hugo's hands. And after all that bloodshed, here's what Vicar got for delivering it. He kneels there waiting. Good job, Hugo says. That's it, that's the whole reward. Looking back, Vikyr just calls it what it was, a stupid life. Thanks to that one page, Hugo blew straight past the 7th technique and hit the 9th standing on a pile of dead hounds to get there. Corpses and blood paid for that power. Vikyr's not letting that happen again. He was the hound who recovered every one of those pages, and he still remembers every word written on them. The first step toward the 10th technique mirrors the very first one: unsheath, draw the first path, show real aggression, and the sword pushes past its natural limit. Read on its own, this book looks like meaningless junk, but fill in the missing pages from memory. And all that deliberately garbled nonsense turns into an absolute masterpiece. Before he regressed, he'd maxed out Graduator Aura and hit the ceiling of the 4th technique. His goal now, claw back every bit of that power before he turns 15. The moon climbs over the manor as he keeps reading. Dawn creeps in and he's still going. Another night burns down to nothing while he studies. Curled up on the stairs, book in hand, he doesn't stop. He blinks, startled. Has he really been at this for a full day straight? But it paid off. He's got the whole book memorized cover to cover. And better yet, no guardian knights lurking around to catch him. He's alone, finally a chance to actually test this out. His young body can't handle drawing all 10 teeth, sure. But the 5th technique, the one that beat him his entire last life, might finally be within reach. A pale, spectral figure rises up beside him, his own aura, given shape. 2 silhouettes stand reflected in the still water, who he is now, and who he used to be. His eyes flare red, and power floods up through his arm. Sword energy claws its way across his knuckles. Baskerville, 1st technique, he calls out and the blade answers. 3rd technique, unleashed. 4th technique, right behind it. For a flash, it's not a child moving through these strikes, it's the swordsman he used to be. That old scarred face stares back through the memory, furious as ever. My last life was pathetic, he admits. All that grinding only got him to the peak of Graduator Aura. Never a real technique to go with it, and the direct bloodline made him pay for that gap every single day. Only one reason he was ever capped at the 5th technique: the circumstances of his birth. You think I'm living that life twice, he snarls, driving forward. The strike tears through the air behind him. The old man's face looms up in his mind again, the version of Hugo he's sworn to outgrow. Red light crosses over the vision like a targeting mark. He glares straight through it. The energy detonates outward in a blaze of red. Teeth bared, he pushes everything he has into the strike. His hand trembles, breath ragged, but he doesn't let go. The last of the sword energy trails off behind him as he staggers back. Still weak, he mutters between gasping breaths, but then wait. Did he actually just draw a 5th tooth? Something hot surges up from deep in his chest. He's so happy he could actually cry. He did it, the 5th technique, the wall that beat him his whole last life. He collapses right there in a shaft of light, spent, and somewhere in Baskerville's long history, a new record just got set. A young hound's fangs are growing in, and one day soon, they'll be bared straight at his master. Somewhere close by, a guard freezes mid-step. Is there a sword around here? Something's changing in this house, and not everyone's going to like it. Alone on the stairs, Vikyr allows himself a small, satisfied breath. He's finally pulled off the technique's 5th tooth. As long as his mana holds out, he can match the level he hit in his first life, and his mana pool's grown too. He grins at his own hand, looks like he's leveled up again. The aura pooling in his palm has gone liquid, the mark of a graduator. He's jumped a whole tier from high-class sword expert to low-class graduator. It took him 30 years to reach this point last time around. Now he's done it again at 8 years old. Graduators, he reminds himself, play an entirely different game than sword experts. His solid aura is thinning into liquid, denser and easier to control with every strike. His swordsmanship's sharper 2 light years ahead of where it stood before he regressed. The piercing fang technique he mastered before got him strong fast, sure, but it always had a ceiling. Lurking ambush, on the other hand, hits different. It flows seamlessly between offense and defense with no cap on how far it can grow. Push hard enough and he could go toe-to-toe with a mid-class graduator. Assassinate them and it's a guaranteed win. Face them head-on, 50-50, he figures. The real question is how much of this he should actually let his father see. Show too much and he tips his hand. show too little and Hugo stops paying attention altogether. He needs to dangle something in front of Hugo just enough to buy himself time to grab everything he actually wants. Somewhere else in the estate, a strange light pulses off a stone pedestal, one piece of the plan he's setting in motion. His eyes flash red beneath his hair. Whatever comes next, he's ready for it. A book goes up in flames on the floor. With it gone, Hugo and the rest of the hounds will struggle for years to reach the 10th technique. Of course, that doesn't apply to me, he thinks right before someone down the hall yells that they smell smoke. Vikyr strolls in like nothing's wrong, and 2 guards nearly jump out of their skin. "Young Master Vikyr, what are you?" one stammers, catching him red-handed. "Sorry, I left a magnifying glass lying around and it torched the book," he says, all innocence. "Go ahead and report it if you need to." The guards practically fall over themselves, reassuring him it's fine, it's their fault for not watching him closer. "Good thing it was only some useless books," one sighs. "Yeah," the other agrees, "wasn't worth much anyway." Vikyr needles them on his way out. "Aren't they supposed to be busy with the Morgue clan and the ruby mines?" "Since we weren't even supposed to be here," one guard mutters, wiping his brow. "This counts as getting off easy." The guards snap to attention and bow him off. "Yes, young master," completely fooled. The moment he's gone, they start gushing about what a genuinely good kid young Master Vikyr is. "He even thinks about the workers," one says. "A guy like that deserves respect." Vikyr's smirk, unseen, says otherwise. He walks off grinning. Playing the household for fools was almost too easy. He heads deeper into the manor, past the glow of the chandeliers, toward his father's study. The hallway darkens around him as he draws closer. It's time to face Hugo. Hugo, seated with old Specs at his side, asks flatly if his son has had some kind of enlightening. "Of some sort," Vikyr answers, and Hugo can't quite hide the smirk that follows. The memory rewinds. A much younger Vikyr describes the odd sensation he just felt, warm and sharp, yet soft and viscous all at once. Old Specs and Hugo both freeze. "Don't tell me," Hugo starts. "That's your aura?" Aura is the unmistakable sign a fighter has officially entered the world of the sword. Even prodigies, Hugo notes, have to grind non-stop until 15 just to reach that milestone. As a low-class sword expert, he catches himself getting worked up over an 8-year-old and doesn't quite know why. He studies the boy's face, reminding himself, he's still just a child. "Can you show your father what that is?" Hugo asks. Young Vikyr's whole face lights up. Of course, he beams, practically bouncing with excitement. They head down into a training arena to see it for themselves. Guards fall in around the arena, startled by whatever's about to go down. Vikyr squares up, sword drawn, jaw set. He steps forward, ready to prove himself. Old Specs asks Hugo how exactly he plans to test the young master's skills. "I was planning," Hugo says, "on turning a monster loose on him." Vikyr blinks. "A monster?" "Yeah," Hugo says as chains drag somewhere out of sight. "Made sure to grab one that's hungry and feisty." Vikyr stands alone in the middle of the massive arena, small against the pillars around him. Guards haul something heavy into view, chains dragging across the stone. Clawed feet drag forward, chains clinking, a drop of blood already hitting the floor. An orc, risk rating C. Young Vikyr's eyes go wide. An orc. Old Specs box, "Isn't sending an orc after an 8-year-old a bit much?" Hugo shrugs. He'd need to be at least 15 to handle one properly. "Well," Hugo adds, "the Guardian Knights can step in if it comes to that." The orc is dragged into the ring. The whole arena goes quiet, everyone bracing for what's about to happen. The signal is given, and the chains start to give way. Metal grinds and snaps as the orc's restraints come undone. The last of the chains fall away. The orc's eyes flare red, a low growl building in its throat. It roars and charges, and Vikyr doesn't so much as flinch. "Heemp," is all he says, sizing the thing up. The orc swipes with a massive clawed hand, and Vikyr's already gone. He slips past the strike, blade trailing blue aura as he cuts back in. The watching guards flinch, stunned by what they just saw. The orc howls in pain as the cut opens up across it. Vikyr's already airborne again, spinning into another strike. Aura blue steel rips through flesh in a spray of blood. He lands light on his feet as the orc staggers back. The orc clutches at its side, blood pouring freely from the wound. In his head, Vikyr's already running the numbers. The orc's signature regeneration isn't kicking in. No claw-class monsters region can outpace a bleed effect from a B-class Hellhound skill. His grip tightens on the hilt as the technique flares slot 2, Hemorrhage Hellhound, rank B+. Up in the stands the guards can't wrap their heads around it. He's only 8, how is he that strong? Hugo goes quiet, jaw tight. Is it even possible to pull that off without gathering mana first? Old Specs watches him, hands folded, guessing Hugo's still trying to work out exactly what his son picked up in that library. Vikyr walks off thinking to himself, he'll show them exactly what they want to see. Hugo's eyes burn red, locked on his son with an unreadable expression. Old Specs' jaw drops, is that? A blade of pure aura ignites red around Vikyr's sword, an honest-to-God aura blade. He grips the hilt tight as the crimson edge builds. The blade comes down in a wash of red, tearing clean through the orc. The orc drops to its knees, groaning, blood pooling beneath it. Its face twists in pain and fury, eyes blazing. Vikyr's silhouette flashes through another strike, a scream ripping out behind him. His eyes burn just as red as the aura trailing off his blade. The finishing slash comes down and the orc's fight is over. Up above, Hugo grips the armrest, too stunned to speak. That Old Specs breathes is unmistakably the aura of a low-class sword expert. Congratulations, sir, you've just witnessed a genius being born. Hugo clears his throat, sweat on his brow. Is that really what you think this is? Among every family in the Empire, Old Specs marvels, I doubt there's ever been a genius quite like this. Stop, butler, Hugo cuts in, something's off with that orc. Orcs regenerate fast and his blood still hasn't stopped. Old Specs blinks, pardon. He only won because the orc happened to be weak, Hugo insists, while Old Specs privately wonders why the man can't just admit he's proud. Down in the arena, Vikyr calls up to him, wait, father. Hugo and Old Specs look down from the balcony as the boy stares back up at them. Eyes closed, grinning ear to ear, Vikyr asks the only question that matters to him. Is there anything stronger than this orc? Right as some clan ceremony wraps up, a familiar voice cuts through the hall. Wait, father. Everyone up on the balcony goes quiet, every eye swinging down to the kid who just stopped the patriarch in his tracks. Vikyr doesn't waste the moment, he just sizes up the room and asks flat out if there's anything stronger than an orc. The question lands like a grenade, even he can't help cracking a grin at how ballsy it sounds out loud. Down on the floor, the other trainees start murmuring, completely thrown by a kid casually asking to fight something scarier than an orc. It's all calculated, pull this off right and his progress gets noticed, maybe he finally gets some distance from Hugo. Best case he shows off just enough of what he can do, no more, no less. Play it right and maybe he gets shipped off somewhere far away or dumped into some academy anywhere that isn't under his father's roof. Hugo actually laughs it off and agrees. Vikyr's right, you should be getting more real-life experience at your age. Then he turns to the butler with an idea. Didn't they keep one of the creatures captured in the last barbarian raid just for experiments? Only one's left, the butler confirms, and it's probably good and desperate after being starved this whole time. Whatever it is, it does not sound happy about any of this. Bring it in, Hugo orders, like he's calling for dessert. The other trainees clock what's about to happen before Vikyr even does, and their faces say it all. Even Hugo lets out a little O of interest, clearly enjoying himself already. Vikyr's grin drops fast the second he actually sees what's been dragged out for him. A troll, not exactly the stronger than an orc he had in mind, chains and all, this thing looks ready to kill. Starved, chained, and absolutely furious, Hugo's idea of a life lesson. Vikyr doesn't hesitate long, he asks permission to start right away and gets an easy sure back. The chains come off with a single word, go ahead. Freed in an instant, the troll doesn't wait around to say hello. Vikyr launches straight at it, energy howling around him midair. The troll swings back just as hard, done being anyone's punching bag. Fists and claws collide in a shockwave that rattles the whole arena. Vikyr's blade catches it clean, sending the troll staggering backward. He lands light on his feet, like it barely cost him anything. But his own face says otherwise. That hit should have done a lot more damage than it did. The troll shakes it off way too easily and comes charging right back in. From the stands, someone can't believe it. That was his chance, why didn't he attack? The other trainees are just as baffled watching him hold back instead of finishing it. Hugo of all people actually approves, good thinking. Trolls regenerate absurdly fast, so a half-hearted hit is basically wasted effort. Any wound that isn't fatal just knits itself back shut in seconds. Hunting a troll takes an actual plan, not just swinging harder. Bottom line, only a killing blow actually counts for anything against this thing. The crowd can't get over it. Is this really the tactical read of an 8-year-old? Vicur's sweating for a different reason. This whole fight is moving way too slow for his taste, and he's bored out of his mind. He knows full well he could end this troll instantly if he just let loose. Problem is, going all out would raise way too many questions he's not ready to answer. So instead, he decides to turn the troll's own strength against it. One clean cut right where it counts. There's a lot more going on with that strike than anyone watching can actually see. He straightens up like the hard part's already over. The troll, on the other hand, is not having a good day. The wound is fatal. Someone breathes out from the stands. This might actually be over. Word going around is that Baskerville's most basic technique shouldn't be able to do this to a troll, definitely not from an 8-year-old. Vicur knows the truth. The clan's beginner technique alone could never actually cut this deep. Left alone, the troll would eventually bleed out from a hidden skill he's already slipped into it, but that would blow his whole cover. Hugo's already calling it. That's enough. Hugo tries to shut it down before it gets dangerous, but Vicur waves him off. I'm almost done. Then he drops the line that changes everything. I think I'm near an epiphany. He sells it hard, playing every bit the kid on the edge of a genuine breakthrough. One more shot, he says, and if it doesn't land, he'll walk away and call it quits. Hugo mulls it over for one long second, then finally gives the nod. All right. That's all the permission Vicur needed. Truth is, he made up his mind about how this ends a long time ago. The show he's putting on is simple, just a kid leveling up mid-fight thanks to a lucky epiphany, nothing more. Then he cuts loose just enough to sell the story. The strike rips through the air in a blaze of red. The troll doesn't even get to finish its scream. For 1 second, it actually looks afraid. Vicur's already thinking 2 steps ahead, wondering exactly how Hugo's going to react to all this. The finishing blow comes down like judgment. One clean, blazing cut and it's over. The whole arena lights up red for a second before the dust even settles. Even the unshakable old butler can't keep his composure this time. Nobody in the crowd has words for what they just watched. See, in the Baskerville clan, a person's growth practically runs on a formula. Most hounds don't even learn to put mana into their sword until they are 15. That's just how it works here, no exceptions, no shortcuts. Normally, hitting the clan's first technique happens around 18. Vicur is 8. For the first time in the entire history of the Baskerville clan, an 8-year-old has just pulled off the second technique, something that's supposed to take until 18. Hugo just starts laughing, and honestly nobody can tell if it's pride or something closer to unease. Even Hugo can't fully hide how rattled he actually is underneath that laugh. What have we just witnessed? Someone finally manages to say, staring at the dead troll and the kid standing over it. A week later, and the fallout is still very much a thing. Everyone's still eating at arm's length from him, like he might go full troll slayer on them next. Dinner tonight is the ever-mysterious miscellaneous meat porridge, exactly as appetizing as it sounds. I can never get used to this stuff, Vicur mutters, poking at his bowl. He chokes it down anyway while everyone else at the far end of the table laughs it up without him. Ever since the troll incident, the whole estate's been quietly keeping its distance from him. Turns out he vanished back to his room the second the fight ended, before anyone could corner him with questions. Publicly, all he's admitted to is the second technique and being a mid-rank sword expert. The actual truth is a lot bigger. He's really just a low-rank graduate who can already barely pull off the 5th technique. With whatever he pulled off that troll layered on top, he figures he's already stronger than the average graduate. A new slot lights up in his head, super speed regeneration ripped straight from the troll itself. No wonder he's been eating like a horse ever since he got that hunger-fueled power. Back in the present, he's mid-bite when trouble shows up. The Hybero triplets are creeping up on him, looking more nervous than threatening. Vikir's first thought is not exactly warm and fuzzy, these bastards again. One of them looks like he's bracing himself just to get a sentence out. What actually comes out is almost sweet. They just wanted to say it's badass that he took down Cerberus and now a troll too. Vikir just lets out a long, unimpressed sigh. They immediately backpedal into fussing over whether he's actually okay, all three talking over each other. He's not buying the sudden kindness for a second smells like a total switcheroo to him. Half of him is legitimately considering just beating them up first and sorting out his feelings about it later. Before that plan can go anywhere, the butler shows up looking for him. Vikir tenses up on instinct, still running hot from the whole troll business. Turns out this old butler's actually got a name, Barrymore. Barrymore leans in close, and whatever he's about to say clearly isn't small talk. You should hurry to the patriarch's room, he says, and Vikir's stomach drops instantly. The story sweeps off to a windswept sky over grand estate walls, a whole new front for Vikir to work. A carriage rolls up outside a towering castle that isn't the Baskerville estate this time. The banner flying overhead marks it clear, this is Morg clan territory. Hugo greets the man waiting for him with an easy "it's been a while." "You haven't changed at all," comes the reply from a man with silver hair swept back like he's never once had a bad hair day. Meet Adolf Morg, patriarch by proxy of the Morg clan, the Empire's renowned house of mages. They needle each other about last year's joint training when two kids, one from each family, ended up seriously hurt. Adolf calls that more than a hitch. Hugo just shrugs, "It was but a scratch," he says, like blood spilled between kids is nothing. Adolf jabs back that Morg kids are the dramatic ones, then owns it. "That's because us Morgs are noble and dignified, completely straight-faced. For all the sniping, these two clans aren't always at each other's throats." The history gets laid out. The Morgs, a renowned mage clan, and the Baskervilles, an iron-blooded sword clan. Magic and swords are a complementary pair, the saying goes, gold crown and all. That's what a past emperor once said, apparently, and nobody's dared argue with a dead emperor since. So the Baskervilles and Morgs began running joint training sessions between their children. Only kids between 8 and 15 take part, and for years it ran as a friendly annual event. Until blood actually got spilled over it and the two patriarchs fell out. The emperor's decree still forces them to keep the tradition going anyway. That's exactly why it's Adolf standing in for his own brother, the actual patriarch, these days. Adolf mentions he's heard the news. A supernova has apparently appeared in the Baskerville family, a genius born once in a century, a blessing to the whole empire. "It's not that big of a deal," Hugo mutters, playing it cool about his own son. Adolf can't hide his surprise. Hugo reacting to a compliment about his kid, now that's unexpected. "We're very fortunate," Adolf offers, matching pride for pride. "Us Morgs also have a genius in our hands," he adds, then calls out for someone to come meet the Baskervilles. "Come in," he says, waving whoever's outside the door forward. A figure steps in from the doorway, and Hugo's eyebrows go up before anyone's even said a word. Small footsteps click across the floor, closing the distance. Hugo crosses his arms and sizes the newcomer up with a hard stare. "This is my sister Rispani's daughter," Adolf announces, and a red-haired girl with twintails steps forward. "Camus," Adolf prompts, sitting her down beside him. "Aren't you going to greet the patriarch?" he presses. Camus answers with total stony silence. Hugo decides to break the ice himself. "You're the thief that stole our ruby mine, aren't you?" That lands about as well as you'd expect. Camus's face goes from shocked to furious in a heartbeat. "Give it back," she snaps, while Hugo just smirks like the cat that got the cream. Her hand curls into a fist. This is escalating fast. "You said that the annoying chin beard stole the ruby mine," Camus fires back at Adolf, dragging Hugo's nickname into it. "When did I say such?" Hugo sputters before she calmly reminds him, exactly an hour and 42 minutes ago, right off the carriage. "Annoying chin beard, thief," Hugo repeats, caught completely flat-footed. There seems to be a misunderstanding," Adolf cuts in, "she's just a child. No need to explain the Morg's children education problems to me." Hugo needles and Camus just yells louder for her rubies back. "I can't even do research because I don't have enough," she wails, dead serious about her rubies. Ka Camus, Adolf yelps right as Hugo's tone drops into something cold. Enough. For a second his face goes properly dark, all traces of the joking father gone. Adolf recovers just enough to land one more jab. It seems like the morgues don't teach manners at all. Are you perhaps threatening an 8-year-old girl? Adolf shoots back, calling Hugo out directly. I guess the morgues don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others, Hugo answers, ice cold and unbothered. While the adults bicker, someone else walks into the room. A familiar spiky-haired kid strides in from behind. Patriarch, I've brought the young master, the family aide announces, and Victor shows up with a smug little smile already on. He closes the distance without a hint of nerves. Adolf studies him. Is this the Baskervilles' so-called supernova? Huh, Adolf blinks, sitting up straighter than he meant to. Camus rounds on the new kid. Hey, what did you just say? Victor looks at her and something clicks behind his eyes. Camus, is she? What's with that stupid face? She snaps, catching him staring. It hits him like a punch, the Morgue clan's iron-blooded empress, Camus Morgue. In his last life she was called the genius of geniuses even among the morgues, a woman who raised countless great mages of her own. At her peak she wiped out every monster and barbarian in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains solo, burning them alive on spears to carve out the famous border of blood. And ashes, on top of all that, he remembers her being genuinely captivating too. She could even manipulate the imperial family, earning the title Fire Goddess of Authority. But that's all decades away yet. Right now he reminds himself she's just a kid throwing a fit over rocks. Why's the ruby mine yours? It's mine, she shouts, and Victor can't resist. You sure came a long way just to throw a tantrum. Both Hugo and Adolf watch this new pairing spark off with visible unease. A tantrum, Camus repeats, and flames literally start licking up around her. Yes, a tantrum, Victor confirms, not remotely intimidated. Then I'll explain why the ruby mine belongs to the morgues, she declares, and ice magic starts swirling around her hand instead. So even a stupid mutt like you can understand, she adds. Victor just stays quiet and watches. His expression gives absolutely nothing away. That sounds fun, he says, and he actually means it. Ice cracks and spreads across the room in an instant. In seconds, she's frozen a perfect miniature of the whole castle out of thin air. The detail on it is honestly kind of ridiculous for an 8-year-old. Here, I'll explain simply for you, turns out it's not an attack, it's a visual aid. I thought we were gonna fight, Victor admits, half disappointed, as she launches into her lecture on where top-grade rubies actually come from. The ice sculpture marks out the exact joint security area sitting on the border between Morgue and Baskerville land. The mine's entrance sits on Morgue territory, but the vein itself tunnels straight under the Baskervilles' land. Laid out that way, the Baskervilles can't actually claim the whole vein for themselves, which is exactly her point. It belongs to the morgues. The real complaint is that the Baskervilles call it trespassing and turn down a fair rent offer for using their side of the land. Ooh, that's right, Adolf pipes up, backing her up, adding that rubies are mostly used for magic ingredients anyway, which Baskervilles barely touch. Camus turns to Victor, pretty proud of herself, right? What? Victor's already spotted the hole in her own logic. You just said the Baskervilles don't need rubies, he points out, and Hugo backs him up. That's right, we're only interested in our land. That's exactly why I'm saying don't come in, Camus insists. You're the only ones who'd lose anything here anyway. Her eye twitches, not loving how well this is going for him. All right, I'll make you understand who has possession over the ruby mineral vein, she announces, doubling down. More ice rises up, marking out the landline all over again, sharper this time. An ice arm juts out from her sculpture, reaching clean across the border she just drew. Here then, whose arm is this? She asks, sure she's found the perfect gotcha. The ice arm hangs there, frozen mid-reach, waiting on an answer. Instead of answering, Victor reaches out and grabs her actual wrist. His hand closes around hers before she can pull back. Mine, of course, he says with a grin, leaving it deliberately ambiguous which arm he means. His grip doesn't budge. Camus's whole face goes red, and not from the fire magic this time. What are you talking about? She sputters, flailing to get free. Why would I be yours, stupid, she stammers, and Victor just tilts his head. Who said you're mine? She freezes up completely, wrong-footed by her own outburst. Then, out of nowhere, a knife appears in his other hand, and the room's whole mood drops. I'm saying your arm's mine, he clarifies, red eyes glowing, in a tone that's suddenly not playful at all. His grip tightens on the blade like he genuinely means it. Camus's eyes go wide, all the earlier bravado gone in an instant. What? She manages, while across the room the adults finally notice something's very wrong. Even Hugo's easy grin drops, catching a flicker of something unsettling in his own son. For one long, silent beat, nobody in the room moves. Deep in the manor, the old butler and a silver-haired official both go rigid. Something's very wrong. A cold voice cuts through the dark. I'm saying that your arm is mine. A boy with burning red eyes presses a blade right up against his own throat, dead calm. The girl across from him freezes. What is all she manages? Steel flashes in his grip, and for a second nobody in the room breathes. She lunges, dagger raised, pure panic all over her face. She screams bloody murder, loud enough to wake the whole estate. Help me, uncle, she wails and gets a flat, unimpressed fool right back. Standing at the center of it all, Vicur, older now, watching the chaos he started with total composure. He just catches her wrist mid-swing, cool as ever, some kind of ward flaring blue around them. Across the room, her uncle clutches his chest and outright screams, like his heart just gave out. Uncle, he tried to cut my arm, she cries, technically not what just happened, but hey, drama. Her uncle rounds on the smug, unbothered nobleman beside him. Marquis, what the hell is the matter with you? One look from the head of the household is enough to make the whole room go quiet. Son, his father says flatly, I think you've gone too far with that joke. I'm sorry, Vicur says, sounding about as sorry as a cat knocking a glass off a table. He snaps the blade clean in half with his bare hand. It's a common joke pulled within the family, sure it is. Turns out this whole mess traces back to Camus chewing out her own uncle. What kind of toys are you giving these children? Vicur, all fake humility, offers a bow. I had no intention of making her cry. Within the Baskerville family, we play with toys like these from a young age. A smug nobleman butts in, twisting the knife. Don't you think you're getting a little too invested in child's play, Deputy Patriarch Morgue? Morgue just about chokes on his own rage. Smooth as ever, the Marquis pivots straight to business. He's got ideas about the family's ruby mines. First, though, he insists they finish this year's friendly duels, and he's got his eye on one contestant in particular. You. Camus rounds on Vicur with murder in her eyes. I won't forget this, you'd better watch out. Vicur just strolls off with his eyes closed, looking extremely pleased with himself. Rewind, this is where it all actually started, the clan grounds set up for the year's big event. Once a year, kids from age 8 to 15 from allied clans throw down in front of everybody. The little ones duel over theory and mana control. The 15-year-olds throw down for real, live steel and all. But this year, every eye in the crowd was locked on one single match. The stands are packed and buzzing, everyone waiting on the main event. In one corner, the Morgue family, a legendary line of mages, represented by their fiercest young talent. Camus Morgue herself, and squaring off against her, representing the iron-blooded Baskerville Sword clan. Not one of the golden-haired favorites everyone expected, Vicur Van Baskerville himself. At the Morgue family's request, this one's under practical training rules. Manhwa speak for no holding back. The opening bell tolls. Camus doesn't even bother with a greeting. Get ready, once I get ready I won't hold back. Vicur just strolls in, sword loose in hand, looking thoroughly unbothered. She's already chanting, arcane script blazing to life around her fingers. A full magic circle blooms across her chest. This girl means business. A couple of nobles in the stands go pale, eyes that. Quadricasting, 4 spells stacked and layered at once, the kind of stunt that gets people killed if they mess it up. Camus stands there glowing, 4 magic circles stacked over her head like a crown. That's difficult enough for a 15-year-old to cast once, someone mutters, let alone 4 at once. That's the genius mage of Morgue for you. She lets it loose with a sharp ha. Lightning and flame come screaming across the arena in a wall of light. Vicur just walks straight into it, sword drawn, not even flinching. Lightning crawls up his arm and he barely blinks. Some kid in the stands can't help himself. your spells are pretty flashy, but wouldn't it be smarter to just focus on one? Camus is not here for the commentary. Why do you care? You're an idiot who doesn't understand magic. She snaps, then slams down a wall of solid sand for her next trick. A pillar of stone and sand comes roaring up out of the ground between them. An idiot, huh? Victor says, already moving. That's so harsh. The wall just breaks like it was never there. Camus goes flying backward and the crowd loses it. He broke through the sand wall that easily. Is that the Baskerville power from the river Styx? He's already closing the distance again, blade cutting through the air. I let my guard down, she realizes, half a second too late. Hi. A hand closes in right in front of her face. Victor barely even looks winded, just a tiny nick on his cheek to show he's actually trying. He flips clean upside down midair, sword trailing behind him like it weighs nothing. The crowd chokes a flick, because that's all it takes for him to end it. Camus sits there stunned, forehead red. Why'd you flick me? Don't tell me you're going easy on me, she seethes. I won't let you get away with this. Your forehead might hurt, he offers, completely unbothered, like that's a real apology. Don't you think we should wrap this up before it gets out of hand, he suggests. She does not take that well. 2 sand walls slam up this time, doubled for spite. She hunkers down behind her own fortress, glaring daggers. Ha, now there's 2 layers, you can't get through this. Victor tilts his head. What's the point if I just go around it? Well, fine, I'll play along. He grins, and the air itself seems to catch fire around his blade. The wall doesn't stand a chance. Camus is sent tumbling again, completely blown away by how casual he's being about all this. He reaches through the rubble with a grin. Here's a question. I wonder whose arm just crossed this wall. Heek, she doesn't even get to finish the yelp before he's got her wrist. Camus grits her teeth, furious at getting caught so easily. Again. The answer, Victor says, lining up another flick. He is whoever's stronger. Another flick lands square on her forehead, and up in the stands her uncle nearly falls out of his seat. Camus sits there practically vibrating with rage. She's on the ground again, humiliated twice over now. I'll kill you, she screams, and this time she means it, fire roaring to life around her. Victor, dodging casually, thinks to himself, I figured she'd back off if I embarrassed her a bit. Turns out kids are harder to deal with than grown men, although I could end this in 0.1 seconds if I really wanted to. But that would cause an entire diplomatic incident. Camus, meanwhile, is done holding back. I wonder how to calm her down, he muses, still dodging. Actually, maybe I should just let someone else deal with this. He plants his feet, finally taking her seriously, just a little. The blast rocks the whole arena. Fire and steel collide in one last, blinding flash. Somewhere in the crowd, someone watches the 2 idiots, the one who won't stop slinging fire and the one who keeps slicing through it, and quietly decides they might be useful pieces after all. Why aren't you getting hit? Camus shrieks, absolutely done. You bastard, don't run away and face me. Let's see if you can slice through this one, she dares him. Flame builds up between her palms, bigger than anything she's thrown yet. Come at me, Victor says simply, then quieter to himself now. She charges in at full speed. Camus morgue, he says, like he's addressing an opponent worth respecting for once. She wasn't expecting that. Have a defensive spell ready, he warns her right before everything goes up in flame. Camus's eyes go wide as the heat rolls toward her. Up in the stands, her uncle bolts upright, screaming, no. The Marquis and his allies just watch it all unfold, perfectly calm, like they're not the reason any of this happened. The flames engulf the arena in one final, massive burst. And that's exactly where the chapter leaves us, mid-explosion, no answers, maximum cliffhanger. An explosion tears through mid-duel and 2 onlookers just freeze, staring into the fire with their jaws on the floor. Panic spreads through the ranks. Lady Camus, one soldier screams, sure she just got caught in the blast. Voices cry her name over and over through the smoke. Camus, Camus, hang in there. One officer just loses it completely, roaring like the whole battle just went sideways. The dust keeps swirling, the battlefield swallowed whole in smoke. Somewhere in that haze, Camus is awake and terrified, wondering if that gruff voice belongs to her uncle. Turns out her own defensive spell saved her skin, but her flame spell had other plans. It torched her clothes clean off, rough way to survive a duel. Small mercy, the smoke's thick enough that nobody's seen anything yet. But smoke clears eventually, and Camus knows exactly what happens the second it does. I'll be a laughingstock to everyone, she thinks, bracing for the worst kind of humiliation. She's curled up, desperate, begging anyone listening for help before the smoke lifts. Footsteps crunch closer through the haze, someone's coming. She looks up and her whole expression just short-circuits. Standing over her, shirtless and bleeding, is the last person she expected, the boy she was just trying to kill. Instead of finishing the job, he shrugs off his own jacket and hands it over. Put this on for now. Someone from his own side isn't thrilled about it, snapping, "Why are you protecting your enemy? Want me to take that jacket back?" Camus just blinks up at him, completely thrown. Then she spots it, his arm's actually bleeding and the tables flip. Now she's the one worried about him. He barely reacts. In his head it's just a scratch, some leftover aura on the enemy swordsman's blade got him, nothing more. As the smoke finally thins, backup rushes in to see what's left of the battlefield. And there they are, the boy standing tall and Camus, wrapped up and safe, sitting right beside her supposed enemy. The crowd closes in fast, everyone scrambling to get a look at the aftermath. She's fine, thank God, one relieved elder finally breathes out. The verdict spreads fast, the Lady of Morgue's down on the ground, but it's the young Baskerville boy who's actually bleeding. Nobody can even agree on who won this fight. What they can agree on, this kid's ridiculously fit for his age. Impressive talent for an 8-year-old, someone mutters. Yeah, that about sums it up. Camus just goes quiet, blushing, definitely not thinking about how strong he is, definitely not. Later, back at the manor, the chandeliers glow warm over marble halls like nothing just nearly burned down outside. "So how was the battle with the Lady of the Morgue clan?" Hugo asks, walking the halls with his son in tow. "It was interesting," the boy answers coolly. "I've relearned the point of this whole event. A battle against a mage plays completely differently than one against a swordsman," he explains, way too composed for an 8-year-old. Hugo presses him on why he didn't just finish her off clean. The boy hesitates. "I was just confused about how to handle a lady," he admits. Hugo's response is ice cold. "Let your guard down in a fight and you get hurt." The boy's caught off guard himself, quietly stunned. Wait, is Hugo actually worried about him? Here's the thing about Hugo, even his own son barely remembers what he was like growing up. Word around the estate says he turned cold, strict, and brutal after losing his first wife and eldest daughter. Just as fast, Hugo drops the sentiment and pivots straight to business. "So what do you think we should do about the ruby mines?" The boy doesn't blink. "I believe we should give it away." Hugo raises an eyebrow. "Give up the ruby mines? What's the angle here?" "The Baskerville clan's whole job is expanding our territory," the boy explains, laying out a plan way above his pay grade. "The ruby mines sit downstream of monster and barbarian territory, a real headache for anyone moving in. But the Morgue clan could be useful here. Let the Morgues deal with the monsters while claiming the mines, and the Baskervilles dodge the losses entirely. Push the monsters and barbarians straight into Morgue territory, and every problem gets solved at once. Cold as ice," he adds, "the rubies will be bathed in the blood of our enemies. And the bonus, the Morgue clan learns real fast to think twice before stepping onto Baskerville land again." Hugo ruffles the kid's hair, actually impressed. "Your idea lines up with about 90% of what I had in mind." "Of course it does, it was your idea to begin with," Hugo admits. "I just handled pushing the monsters toward the morgues myself." The boy still wants eyes kept on the Morgue clan just in case. Hugo waves it off completely. There's no need for that. Turns out Hugo's already one step ahead, quietly increasing the number of hounds scouting the whole region. The two of them keep walking the halls, plans already set in motion. Then word comes in, their guest has arrived. "You're here, Patriarch," someone announces. Hugo steps out to greet him personally, the boy right at his side. And peeking out from behind the Morgue Patriarch's cloak, Camus, blushing hard the second she spots the boy again. The two clans settle into a grand meeting room, sunlight cutting through stained glass like something big's about to happen. "You have something to discuss, Deputy Patriarch?" the Morgue Patriarch asks, settling in across from Hugo. "One last thing," Hugo says. "We've been thinking about how to peacefully settle this whole ruby mine situation." He floats a usage fee as one option. The morgue patriarch isn't buying it, so what's the real price for opening up my territory? Hugo drops it flat. How about an engagement? The room goes dead silent. An engagement, Hugo repeats, letting the words sit there and do all the work. Which children did you have in mind? The morgue patriarch asks, then answers his own question. How about my niece and the Baskervilles' eldest son? Camus freezes, completely blindsided at being volunteered into this. She's got the looks and the brains, she's lacking absolutely nothing, the patriarch brags, every inch the proud uncle. But then a different pairing gets floated entirely. Camus, matched with the boy they call the small son of the Baskerville clan. The morgue patriarch balks at the math. His actual heir is 25, that's one hell of an age gap to just wave off. 8 and 25, that's only a 17-year difference, comes the reply, deadpan like that settles it. The boy finally speaks up for himself. I will not marry anyone weaker than my mother. No pressure, right? All eyes swing to Camus at the mention of her name. The patriarch warns her straight, set the bar that high for a husband and she may just end up alone forever. Hugo isn't having the kid's attitude either. This isn't a buffet where you get to pick and choose, child. Camus surprises everyone by speaking up herself. I know, and I have no intention of playing around either. Something's shifting fast in that room, and not everyone's caught up yet. Camus's eyes go wide, cheeks burning like she just made a decision she can't take back. Both patriarchs freeze, completely blindsided by whatever just happened. Even the boy looks lost for a second, genuinely caught off guard for once. Is about all anyone can manage. The morgue patriarch's face drops. Don't tell me. No, you better not be thinking what I think you're thinking. He scrambles to talk her out of it. The boy's only got the Van surname, not true Le bloodline. He'll always be a small fish in a big pond. Hugo, ever the diplomat, steps in calm as anything. What matters most in an engagement is what the people involved actually want. He turns straight to his son. What are your thoughts? Camus can barely hold still, nerves written all over her face. The boy goes quiet, actually thinking it through instead of just reacting. The silence stretches out until he finally starts to speak. Except he says just like that. Camus and her uncle both just freeze, completely stunned. What? The morgue patriarch practically shouts, not believing what he just heard. And somewhere in the middle of all that shock, this bastard, that about sums up how this meeting's going. The Baskerville patriarch, Hugo, doesn't waste time. He looks straight at his son and asks what he actually thinks about the engagement being arranged for him. Across the room, the mage Adolphe Morgue and his red-haired niece are watching this whole thing unfold, close enough to hear every word. The niece in question is sweating bullets waiting for the answer. Nothing like having your future decided in the next 5 seconds. Our boy, meanwhile, gives away absolutely nothing. Just that flat, unreadable red-eyed stare. He lets the silence hang there just a beat too long. He finally starts, and even his father leans in a little for this one. Except to do as I'm told, cold, flat, zero enthusiasm, real romantic stuff. That answer does not land well. Someone across the room is already furious. What, this little bastard? The niece is spiraling. What kind of attitude is that toward the only daughter of the Morgue clan? Wait, does that flat answer mean he's actually fine with this? Is he just shyer than he lets on? Her brain is doing somersaults. Hugo lays out the family creed, dead serious. Names and titles mean nothing in the Baskerville house. The weak carry the lesser name Le, and the strong earn the name Van. Adolphe isn't convinced yet. Are you sure about this, child? He presses. He grips the boy's shoulder, sizing him up with an unimpressed hum. The kid doesn't flinch, not even a little. This is Adolphe Morgue. We're talking about a six-circle master, one of the strongest names in the whole mage clan. And a man who takes protecting his niece very, very seriously. Hugo mutters a quiet warning to his son. Maybe it's not wise to say anything else right now. The kid could not care less. An engagement between clans is just a suggestion as far as he's concerned. Adolphe, unimpressed, mutters to himself, genuinely puzzled why this kid's body feels so sturdy under his grip. He grabs the boy by the head. Why aren't you answering? Are you even listening to me? The comeback is instant and ice cold. I stopped listening the second you said it wasn't wise to tell me more. Dead silence, nobody expected that. The niece is internally screaming, you do not talk to uncle like that. And then Adolf just laughs, loud, delighted, not angry at all. He turns to Hugo, suddenly very polite. Would the patriarch mind if he had a deeper conversation with the boy? Hugo needles his old friend. Is the Empire's mage really about to scold an 8-year-old? Adolf just grins. This is the boy who might marry his niece. The niece jumps in to defend him. Uncle, you don't have to do this. Adolf tells her calmly to stay put. That smile on his face is not a comforting one. This was bound to happen to someone eventually, he says, and formally asks Hugo's permission to test the boy properly. Hugo takes a beat to weigh it. If you're that adamant about it, fine, permission granted. The boy's gaze doesn't waver. His fists clench, he's more than ready for this. They head out into the open courtyard as the evening wind picks up over the estate. Just the two of them crossing a footbridge to the dueling ground. No audience, no distractions. Child of Baskerville, Adolf says, I'll be testing your ability. Show me everything you're capable of. The boy walks toward him without a shred of hesitation. Yes, I understand. Inwardly, he's smirking. Show this old man everything he's got, and he might just pass out. I'll give you a handicap, Adolf offers, fire already curling around his hand. A magic circle roars to life around him, raw elemental power spinning at his fingertips. He's not casting an attack, he's sculpting a clay pot out of pure magic right there on the spot. The niece can't believe it. That's her uncle, blending fire, earth and water magic together, flawlessly all at once. Her jaw is on the floor, fair reaction honestly. I'll duel you with this pot of water balanced on my head, Adolf announces, like that's a completely normal thing to say. Force a single drop to fall and it's your victory. The boy draws his sword, silent. Internally, he's honest with himself. Adolf Morg would have been a tough matchup even before his regression. This is a rare shot at really gauging the man's power. It's also, he realizes, exactly why Hugo agreed to let this happen in the first place. He wonders, almost idly, what his odds against this man would have been before he got this second shot at life. All right, come at me then. In his head, he's already crunching numbers 50-50 on an assassination, 1 in 10 head-on, dark math for an 8-year-old. No need to go all out, he decides, and he moves. He just needs to do enough to satisfy Hugo's expectations, nothing more, while Adolf, watching him close in, silently wonders what this kid's really made of. The duel is on. The niece yelps in shock. You can't just charge straight at uncle, she shouts, way too late to matter. Adolf's caught genuinely off guard. The kid's already airborne, blade leading. Adolf snaps a shield up just in time and rides the impact back. My niece, why exactly did you tip him off just now? He asks, not even mad, just amused. Shield magic, he explains, is a swordsman's absolute worst matchup. Even a proper aura blade won't cut through this easily. The kid clicks his tongue, point taken. Now then, Adolf grins, why don't I go on the offense? Fire erupts around him without warning. The boy weaves clean through the blast. Uncle, that's unfair, you never fight me with magic like this. The niece protests, apparently forgetting whose side she's supposed to be on. Honey, Adolf asks, genuinely curious, whose side are you even on right now? Adolf snarls mid-fight, furious for a second, while Hugo just stands back, arms crossed, completely unbothered. The kid clocks the pattern. Fast attacks, sure, but dodgeable, no need to fully commit yet. He grins through the flames, so this is what the old man's really got time to show him what a young hound can do. Being 8 years old again with every memory from his past life intact is exactly the edge that got him here. A darker thought flickers through his head, he might actually be able to kill this man. His eyes go razor sharp. He swings fast and precise. Adolf actually staggers under the hit. The boy presses the attack without letting up. It'll be the same no matter what you do, Adolf says, unshaken. Your sword will never pierce through my shield. Adolf narrows his eyes. Is this kid really hitting the exact same spot every single time like a machine? He admits it. The focus and swordsmanship on display are genuinely impressive, however. The boy's blade starts cracking under the strain of every clash. He doesn't let up, energy crackling around him with every strike. The clash keeps escalating, sparks flying every which way. This is like banging your head against a wall, Adolf taunts. You should have considered the durability of your sword against my shield. Focus is great, but it depends entirely on who you're focused on. You've got talent, Adolf starts, but you're too weak to support my niece. And that's when a shard of the shattered sword goes flying. Hi. Water pours down his face, the broken shard has pierced clean through the pot balanced on his head. Hi. Adolf just stands there drenched, seems like it's full, the boy notes completely deadpan. I was talking about the pot, of course, he adds with a smirk. Technically a drop fell, technically he wins. Hugo can barely believe it, a broken shard actually pierced the pot. The niece just stares, completely speechless and turning a shade of red that has nothing to do with her hair. Although it was a coincidence, he actually won against Uncle. Her brain skips straight to the real question, does that mean marriage? Hugo just smirks, a broken shard coincidentally pierced the pot, sure it did. The boy turns to face Adolf, waiting on the verdict. And Adolf finally grants him the name that actually matters here, Victor van Baskerville. Victor allows himself a small, satisfied smile, while his father privately admits he might be raising a far stronger hound than he ever expected. The dust of the duel is still settling around him. 7 years fly by in a blink, and we land right back at the Baskerville training grounds. Big tents, tall stone walls, this is the yard where Baskerville kids get turned into blades. A banner spells it out plain, welcome to the Baskerville training grounds, monster included. And there's today's final exam, a horned, drooling ox bear the size of a barn, one glowing red eye and all. Somewhere in the smoke, a cadet's grip tightens on the hilt. Time to earn that diploma the hard way. Swords flash red as the first strikes come down on the beast. The ox bear roars right back, not remotely ready to go down easy. One swipe of that claw and it's clear this thing hits like a runaway carriage. 4 cadets drop in at once, blades out, moving like they've drilled this 100 times because they have. The beast barely gets to turn before they are already past its guard. One blade drives straight into its skull, and the ox bear howls in pain. The strike lands clean, a fresh red gash marking exactly who's winning this fight. Even wounded, the thing keeps thrashing, sparks and all. One of the cadets gets thrown clear from the recoil, tumbling hard across the yard. Watching it all with arms crossed and zero visible emotion, the man running this whole exercise. Don't go for the vital point right away, he lectures, cool as ever. Aim for the hind leg first, it slows them down and it's a lot more effective, he adds. 2 more cadets take the note literally, diving straight for the creature's legs. The hind leg takes the hit, and the ox bear's charge crumples on the spot. One of the blonde Hybero triplets swoops in to finish the job with style. Blade trailing red light, he brings it down like he's been waiting all day for this moment. His 2 brothers watch wide-eyed, clearly not expecting their sibling to steal the spotlight. The ox bear finally drops. As expected of the triplets, someone murmurs from the sidelines. Victor clocks their aura without even blinking, dark crimson, the exact shade a Baskerville is built for. Round after round, the drills keep escalating, and Victor's blade is right in the thick of it. His eyes flare red mid-swing, all business, no hesitation. Another clean strike lands, textbook form, and another right behind it, like he's barely trying. With a snap of the fingers, the drill session is officially called. Good work, everyone, the instructor announces. You're all low-rank sword experts now, masters of the first Baskerville technique. As of today, the 7-year training concludes, he says, but the wild ox bear waiting on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain is nothing like the caged one you just beat. The cadets go dead silent at that little reminder. Behind him, the ox bear lies pinned under a dozen swords, proof today's lesson was anything but gentle. Death comes a lot easier than you'd think, he warns, deadly serious. A grim bloodstain on the stone floor makes his point better than words could. Or build up enough experience to survive somehow. That's all I've got for you, he finishes, and a cadet snaps a sharp salute. Congratulations on your graduation, he adds, allowing himself the smallest hint of pride. Good luck out there, he tells the row of freshly graduated cadets, all saluting in unison. 7 years of training, wrapped up in one crisp salute. Off to the side, 2 grads immediately start comparing notes. Hey, which night order did you apply to? My picks were Doberman first, Pitbull second, Rottweiler third, one answers. None of those overlap with mine. I'm holding out for the Wolfhound order, the other shoots back. Turns out these night orders each specialize in something different, everything from surveillance to flat-out warfare. But hey, one cadet whispers, where do you think that bastard's going to end up? Who? The other asks. Obviously, he starts like the answer should be painfully obvious. Victor Van Baskerville, he finishes, while the man himself just lounges on top of the dead ox bear like it's a park bench. Considering he's using the thing's corpse as a chair, the gossip checks out. One of the triplets perks up, ears clearly burning. He's already at Shadow Hound level, someone blurts, thoroughly rattled. Word is he soloed an ox bear way bigger than the one they just teamed up on, and he's already ranked as a high-rank sword expert. Apparently he can already bear 3 fangs, which puts him at the 3rd Baskerville technique already. That's Shadow Hound territory. Nobody's got a comeback for that, just stunned silence. Victor isn't exactly celebrating though. In his head, my hidden level is only graduate intermediate rank, just 1 step up from 7 years ago. Pure swordsmanship-wise, I've already beaten my old self from before the regression, he thinks, but honestly this pace is slower than I hoped. A familiar face shuffles up behind him, Master Victor. Victor doesn't even need to turn around, Butler Barrymore. The Patriarch wants to see you, Barrymore says. I believe your assignment has finally been decided. The old butler gives him that same knowing little smile he always does. All right, Victor says simply, and heads off to find out what's next. The Patriarch's grand doors wait at the end of the hall, sunlight spilling in like a cue card. How have you been, Patriarch? Victor asks, stepping inside. Hugo just grunts back, unreadable as ever. Victor tilts his head, catching something off about his old man's face. What happened to your nose? He asks point blank. Turns out while putting down barbarians on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, one of their archers actually landed a hit on him. Did you capture them? Victor asks, picturing the shadowy archer who managed it. No, I didn't, Hugo admits, but I did leave her with the exact same scar. Thanks for that, Victor deadpans. Because apparently, things are only going to get rougher from here. Victor remembers it well. Before the regression, he spent 21 straight months on that same mountain as a junior pitbull order knight, dodging death the whole time. Is he finally going to bring up my assignment, he wonders, right as Hugo adds, anyway, congratulations on graduating. Here's how the Baskerville clan actually works. At 15, every kid gets sorted into elite or expendable. Expendables get thrown straight into battle to die for the family. The elite get tutored in politics and running the clan instead. The 5th Baskerville technique exists purely so the pampered elite can catch up to what the expendables learn getting shot at for real. It's exactly why in his first life, Victor's swordsmanship never made it past the 4th technique. There was never any chance Hugo would let an illegitimate kid like me take the elite track anyway, he thinks bitterly. But then Hugo surprises him, my son, why don't you try the lower house of parliament instead? Victor's jaw practically hits the floor. The lower house, you mean? The body that handles the clan's regional administration, lawmaking, and law enforcement. Put simply, they manage everything, big or small, that keeps this clan running, Hugo explains. Your achievements already outpace what most so-called geniuses manage in 10 years, Hugo says, so I'll treat you accordingly. The offer, Deputy Consul of Underdog City, where both the consul and deputy consul seats currently sit empty. Want to give it a try? Hugo asks. I will accept your will, Victor answers, all formality. There is one more thing I'd like to bring up, however, Victor adds. What is it? Hugo asks. It's about that incident with the Morgue clan and their ruby mines, Victor says. Hugo smirks. You mean how you screwed over Adolphe Morgue? I did promise you a reward for that, Hugo recalls. Are you cashing it in now? That's correct, Victor confirms, dead serious. Barrymore nearly drops his composure entirely. If it's too much to ask, you don't have to grant it, Victor adds, almost too polite. May I borrow it just once? The stamp comes down without hesitation. Not at all, Hugo replies. I trust you won't do anything foolish with it, Hugo warns, signing off on the request. My son, Hugo says again, I won't make you worry, Victor promises. Inwardly though, he still can't get used to being called son, no matter how many times he hears it. Hugo actually granting his wish outright, that alone would have been unthinkable before the regression. He heads back down the grand hall, Barrymore trailing right behind him. Young Master Barrymore calls out, Victor replies. The patriarch treasures you immensely, you know, the old butler says. Wouldn't you call this the disciplines of kingship? He'll put you to great use when the time comes, Barrymore muses. Only if I actually manage my responsibilities as deputy consul, Victor replies, dry as ever. It's a good thing, actually, he starts trailing off in thought. Using my authority as deputy consul, I can sharpen my skills a lot more safely from here, he thinks. I'm not remotely interested in the actual politics. Because it's not like the memories of his last life just went away with the regression. He still remembers exactly what it felt like the moment his head rolled off that guillotine. And somebody is going to know exactly what that feels like too. His eyes burn red as the name forms in his head, Hugo. Baskerville, the son the patriarch just called treasured, is quietly planning to end him. This is Underdog, the roughest, most neglected corner of Baskerville territory and the last posting anybody wanted. The territory's central mansion catches the last light of evening, blissfully unaware of what's about to walk through its doors. Down at the estate, an anxious old official already has the staff scrambling to get the place spotless. You lot, he barks, jabbing a finger at his workers, everything needs to be squeaky clean by tomorrow. The new deputy consul is coming, and he's Baskerville blood, so nobody wants to be the one who slips up. Yes sir, the young clerks yelp in unison, snapping to attention. One of them mutters he just hopes this new consul actually knows the first thing about running a city. Turns out the new boss is 15 years old. You can practically hear every hope for a smooth transition quietly dying. Behind the clerks, a figure has already slipped onto the grounds without anyone noticing. Whose kid is this? One clerk blurts, staring at the teenager who just wandered in. Did some employee bring him along? A clerk grabs him by the shoulder, snapping that this isn't somewhere you just wander into. The kid's reply is ice cold, get your hand off me now. One eye flares crimson as he locks onto the clerk's wrist, and suddenly this doesn't feel like a kid at all. The grip tightens with a sickening crack, and both clerks go white with pain and panic. Realization hits like a truck. This is the deputy consul and he's arrived a full day early. Nobody signed up for this. Hey you, he says, all business now, already rattling off demands. Get the drinks ready, get the entertainment ready. He wants a party and he wants it immediately, so much for a quiet first impression. He strolls off down the steps like he owns the place, sword and briefcase in hand, without so much as a glance back. Word spreads through the staff fast and every single one of them has the same reaction. A party, seriously. By nightfall the estate's been transformed, a full banquet spread laid out like money is no object. For this new consul, apparently it isn't. Guests mingle and drink, glasses clinking, laughter rolling through the hall like the party's already a hit. Off to the side, one man is not having a good time at all, the city's general secretary, and everyone just calls him Chihuahua. He runs the day-to-day grind of Underdog, and right now he is furious. Watching the party from a window, he mutters that drinking on your very first day on the job is a special kind of ridiculous. He's already exhausted. Every deputy consul before this one got fired for taking bribes, and now he's stuck babysitting whatever this one turns out to be. He's still ranting to himself, grumbling that maybe this one will finally shape up once the city's already in ruins. A voice cuts in from right behind him. Are you the general secretary? He spins around to find the new deputy consul standing there, one eye glowing an unsettling red. The deputy consul, Chihuahua stammers, completely blindsided. He never even heard him walk up. I'm Victor Van Baskerville, the boy says simply. Chihuahua manages a shaky introduction of his own. Victor just repeats the name back to him, staring a beat too long for comfort. You don't have a middle name, Victor notes. Chihuahua's whole face falls. Here we go again. It's the mark of hired help, not blood family, and every deputy consul before this one has made sure to remind him of it. He spent years getting looked down on for exactly this reason, and he braces himself for round one. But Victor doesn't take the bait. Instead, he pulls out a stack of papers. I looked over your file on the way here, Vikyr says. You're from Underdog originally, aren't you? Born and raised, Chihuahua confirms, thrown by the question. Then you must know this place better than anyone, Vikyr replies. I know how hard people like you have to work, Vikyr adds, browsing the shelves without even facing him. I won't interfere with how you do your job. I trust you'll keep up the good work. Chihuahua blinks, okay. He's not sure whether to feel relieved or more suspicious. Is this compliment some new kind of harassment? Wait a second though, didn't this kid demand a whole party? Why's he standing here reading case files instead? Vikyr, still flipping pages, casually notes the legal framework here is fine on paper. It's the judicial system underneath that's rotten. You already read through all of that, Chihuahua sputters, in minutes apparently. This kid's done his homework. Vikyr lays it out plainly. Because those laws were never enforced, the underground has quietly grown more powerful than the law itself. Chihuahua has no comeback for that, he just stares. A deputy consul's job is to write laws and enforce them, Vikyr says, looking out over the city. I respect everything already on the books. However, I'm adding one. Chihuahua's stomach drops, a new one. I'll have the underground economy in shambles within a week, Vikyr states, flat as fact. But I need a cause to make it official. Why would you even need a cause for that? Chihuahua asks, baffled. Because I'm young and brand new to the job, Vikyr says, watching the party going on below. Or to put it another way, I'm going to lay out some bait for the flies. He grins, red eyes glinting. I just need a performance to sell it. Chihuahua has absolutely no idea what he just signed up for. The next morning, the whole city wakes up to find out exactly what that performance is going to be. A crowd is already gathering downtown before the sun's even fully up. Word spreading fast through Dortsmile Street, the buzz of a crowd building by the minute. Curious onlookers pile in from every direction, none of them quite sure what they are about to see. And there he is, the new deputy consul, standing dead still by a notice board since dawn, coat snapping in the wind. What's he even planning? Someone mutters. He's been standing there since the crack of dawn. Chihuahua shows up with the clerks in tow, stunned by the size of the crowd. Whoa, that's a lot of people. Vikyr finally speaks up. Listen up, I'm the newly appointed deputy consul. The crowd's reaction is somehow both underwhelmed and charmed. He's so young. Aw, he's kind of cute. He gestures at the board behind him. These are the laws that have governed this territory for years. The crowd reads it off skeptically. The Baskerville laws are still just as brutal as always. Human trafficking gets you death, illegal loans cost you your eyes. And they'll keep being upheld, Vikyr adds. The crowd isn't buying it. As if someone scoffs, the higher-ups never actually do anything. A trio of shifty locals snicker that he'll probably get bought off too, just like everyone before him. One older man actually snaps, rounding on someone nearby. How dare you talk about him like that? He's from the Baskerville Maine family, someone hisses in warning. Mind your manners unless you want your throat opened up with a blade. The troublemakers back down fast, muttering to just drop it. Somewhere in the crowd, someone sighs that they wish Chihuahua had gotten the job instead. How's a kid this young supposed to actually enforce any of this? Someone challenges, fist already curling around a hidden blade. Before anyone can blink, the mood snaps from skeptical to terrified. Steel flashes and the air itself seems to tear open. Vikyr moves and it's over before it starts. One strike, red eyes blazing, faster than anyone can follow. The shockwave rips through the street, dust and debris kicking up in every direction. Two men who were mouthing off seconds ago are frozen solid, the color completely drained from their faces. Even Chihuahua staggers back, hair whipped by the force of it, mouth hanging open. Vikyr presses one hand down, calm as anything, driving something straight into the ground. A steel stake sinks clean into solid stone like it's nothing, cracks spidering out around it. He lands light on his feet, coat settling, and finally gets to the point of this whole show. Vikyr Special Law Section 1, Clause 1, he announces, his voice carrying over the whole crowd. I'll pay 100 million gold in full to anyone who can pull this stake back out. Chihuahua's jaw hits the floor. That is an absurd amount of money for a party trick. Even ordinary bystanders freeze mid-step, doing the math on what that kind of money could mean for them. Word of the reward starts ripping through the crowd faster than anyone can shout it. What? The entire street erupts at once. People come pouring in from every side street, all racing toward that one stake in the ground. 100 million, nobody can quite believe what they just heard. But that stake isn't budging for anyone, which of course was exactly the point. A notice goes up in the town square. Whoever pulls this stake free gets paid 100 million gold on the spot by the deputy consul himself. The crowd loses it. That's 4 times the average salary just for tugging out a stick. One guy actually walks up to look it over, then just stares. Nobody's moving. 2 officials scan the square, increasingly nervous. Is there really no one? Nobody wants 100 million gold, Vikyr asks, genuinely thrown that free money isn't moving anybody. The stake just sits there in the square, daring anybody to try. Guess it can't be helped, he mutters. That number's about to get a lot bigger. New notice, same stake, 1 billion gold now, no strings attached. How about now? Somewhere in the crowd someone actually laughs. This has to be a joke. Vikyr just stares back, unimpressed. This is ridiculous, you know. An old man rounds on the crowd. Are you making fun of us? What fool would even attempt it? Stop fooling around and go to sleep. Someone yells at Vikyr, who just stands there, arms crossed, completely unbothered. It's not like 1 billion gold is chump change. Someone shouts, eyes darting to the sword hanging at his hip. His own aide facepalms behind him, mortified. Why does he feel embarrassed right now? So there's no one? Vikyr asks flatly, already reaching for new notice. In that case, the crowd visibly braces. Whatever's coming, it isn't going to be small. The number jumps again, 10 billion gold, effective immediately. Still, nobody moves. 10 billion gold, Vikyr announces again, arms crossed, daring the whole square to test him. A voice murmurs from the shadows of the crowd. Is there still no one? Vikyr's red eyes narrow. His patience is officially running out. 2 men gape at each other. What the hell is going on? Is this not a joke? One guy blurts while another quietly wonders out loud if he should just try it. Are you stupid? What repercussions do you think you'd suffer? The crowd shuts him down instantly. Look at the sword on his waist, someone hisses. What if he executes you for being greedy? Maybe the stake's just really heavy, someone offers. Isn't it tilting a little? Sure, let's go with that. Seriously, still no one? His aide mutters. Vikyr's face says he's about to try something else. Deputy Consul, we don't have that much money in this whole city. Someone protests, then quietly A small hand shoots up out of the crowd. Ma, may I try it? A young flower girl, Judy, steps forward, basket still in hand. Hey, aren't you the flower girl? How dare you butt in? The crowd scolds her instantly. An old man grabs her shoulder, but Judy holds firm. My mother is sick, I have to try something. You naive brat, you could be killed, someone warns. Judy just gives a small, brave hee-hee. If something happens to me, she says, voice shaking, please take good care of my mother. The crowd goes dead silent. Nobody else offered. Nobody meets the old man's eyes. Inside, Judy's panicking. He wouldn't actually kill me, right? I'm about to make a fool of myself in front of the whole city, she thinks. They'll at least toss me a few coins for the effort, right? I just hope, she thinks grimly, they'll at least pay me for a basket full of flowers. Pull it out, Vikyr says simply. Judy crouches, wraps both small hands around the stake and grips tight. She strains with everything she's got. The ground itself starts to crack around the base of the stake. With one last wrench, tears in her eyes, it finally gives. It's done, it's actually been pulled out. A ripple of disbelief runs through the crowd. She pulled it, she really did it. Every jaw in the square is on the floor. Could it be? Someone screams before anyone even knows what happens next. Vikyr strides toward her, and the whole street holds its breath. Will I be executed now? Judy's mind is already racing toward the worst outcome. She's shaking head to toe, tears welling up, bracing for whatever comes next. Disgrace, greed, who's going to look after my mother once I'm gone? Mother, I'm sorry, her thoughts spiral all at once. What's the charge for the execution? Someone in the crowd whispers, contempt against a noble. Instead, he holds out a heavy bag. Here, for now, this is 100 million gold. Gold clinks in her hands. Judy just stares at it, completely unable to process what just happened. Where's your home? Vikir asks. 10 billion gold is heavy, we'll have the rest shipped there. We'll even send a guard, he adds, to make sure nobody tries to take it from you. He rests a hand on her head, and the whole crowd's hostility just melts on the spot. This is the law, he says simply, it must always be obeyed. He doesn't let go until she's steady on her feet again. The old grump who called this whole thing a scam is now standing there speechless. Guards move in on his signal, ready to escort the reward home. Even the kids in the crowd can't believe what they just watched. A literal mountain of gold coins gets wheeled out for delivery. This is really happening. Obey the law, get rewarded, break it, get punished. That simple logic is what actually wins a city over. This new deputy consul is different, people start saying. I hear Vikir keeps his word no matter what. A society where the rules actually mean something for once. Since the Vikir special law went up, lawlessness dropped fast and the crime rate gets cut in half. It's an old trick, actually move a pole in public, pay up exactly as promised, and a whole city learns to trust you. Phew, his aide wipes his brow, is that some kind of foreign script? Nice handwriting there, Chihuahua, Vikir teases, and the nickname just sticks. I haven't been this moved in 20 years working here, his aide admits, genuinely choked up over the stunt. You can't rule people with fear alone, Vikir says, not when they've already stopped trusting the law. I can rest easy now, his aide gushes, practically leaning on him, knowing my efforts weren't wasted. Calm down. Privately, Vikir knows this exact stunt is one he watched a future rival pull off years from now. That rival crushed crime down to nearly nothing too through pure fear, and nobody ever loved her for it. The real problems, Vikir says, are only just beginning. We just handed out 10 billion gold as a reward, his aide points out. We're going to need to earn that back somehow, right? He spreads a map across the desk. These are every spot where illegal operations are hiding or will be. We hit these locations, he says, marking them with a heavy X, and take their dirty money for ourselves. How do you even know that's where the criminal businesses are? His aide demands, stunned. Vikir just smirks, red eyes gleaming. I can smell them. His aide lingers at the door, still shaken. How much has he already dug up? The man's flawless. Deputy Consul, sir, the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association is requesting an urgent meeting. I guess it, his aide starts, trailing off as he turns to leave. It was about time, he finishes. Vikir just smirks. So the arrogant brats from high society want a word with me, huh? His aide rattles off 7 noble family names, an alliance founded generations back by Baskerville's own old money bloodlines. It's called the Youth Autonomy Association, he adds, but really it's just a glorified rich kids social club. I'd guess the young masters over there have something to say, Vikir muses, about the Vikir special law. HM, he says, eyes narrowing, so the dung flies have finally caught the smell of the shit. Both his aides go pale on the spot. Vikir just grins, red eyes glowing in the dark. Then shall we start annihilating the pests eating away at this city. Welcome to Underdog City's fanciest club, tucked inside a 5-star hotel, where the Empire's spoiled elite come to blow through fortunes like it's nothing. Tonight's little gathering has a name, the Burning Suspension. Cute nickname for a night that's about to go very wrong for somebody. Deep inside the club, behind doors dripping with more gold trim than good taste, the real party is just getting started. 10 million gold, 6 hours, 1 VIP lounge. The guest list is the spoiled 2nd and 3rd generation heirs of the 7 great families in Baskerville territory, 7 crucial members living it up on daddy's name. Stack them, bring everything, because nothing says class like a champagne glass tower tall enough to need a permit. These are the kids born into the 7 ruling families of Baskerville territory, and judging by the bottle count, none of them has ever heard the word budget. 1 million gold a glass and they're pouring it like tap water, must be nice. The staff toast right back, gushing about how grateful they are just to taste this stuff. When your job is basically thanking rich people for existing, I guess you take what you can get. One of the ringleaders, all golden hair and gold-plated ego, can't stop grinning. No matter how much he spends, the money just keeps refilling itself. And here's the ugly part. It's all thanks to the Baskervilles, they say. While that family's busy expanding its territory, these guys are running a side hustle kidnapping barbarians and selling them off as slaves. Isn't this all thanks to the Baskervilles who only care about grabbing more land? Blame the guys who aren't even in the room. Classic. No imperial family breathing down their necks here either. This club, they brag, beats anything the capital has to offer. The Baskervilles protect us. How much safer could we possibly get? At this point, aren't they basically our personal hunting dogs? Famous last words, gentlemen. Idiots who know nothing beyond their own swords, one sneers, toasting to his own cleverness. It's obvious after what happened with Mesamaginaro, he adds, proof these sword-swinging nobles are too dumb to see who's really pulling the strings. They don't even know we pushed the blame onto them. Confidence like that usually comes right before disaster, and this room is about to find out. That's what happens when they try to mess with us. Someone gloats over a rival's ruin, completely unaware their own reckoning is already walking through the door. Talk turns to gossip. Have you guys heard about the new deputy consul? Word is he's a nobody from Van Descent, some fresh newbie named Vikier. Nobody in this room has ever heard the name. That's about to change real fast. Apparently this kid caused a scene the moment he showed up, at 15 years old no less. A great fool at that. He might actually do well with us. Then the golden-haired one gets an idea. Why not have some fun and teach the kid a lesson? He's grinning like a man who's never once lost a game he didn't rig himself. The plan, lure him in with a lavish party, all the drinks and company he wants, and once it's over, stick him with the bill. A 15-year-old government worker won't have that kind of money lying around. And who's he going to report it to anyway? Worst case, they'll just call it a joke and cover the tab themselves. Foolproof plan, absolutely nothing could go wrong here. Meanwhile, the party rolls on, dressed to the nines and dripping in gold. Some poor woman gets waved off mid-conversation. Send her out, she drains me, ugh, because apparently even rich jerks have favorites. Then a new arrival catches everyone's attention. Come sit here this time, one calls out before the room goes quiet with a confused him. One of the party regulars goes stiff, sweat beading, staring at whoever just walked in. Who's he? Did someone call a male escort? Wait, don't you recognize him? A dark-haired young man strolls in flanked by two others, calm as anything. I don't think so, someone mutters, eyeing him warily. Whoever he is, he clearly isn't on the guest list. He walks in with so much confidence nobody dares stop him until one of the staff finally snaps out of it. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing here? For a split second his eyes flash a deep, glowing red. That is not a 15-year-old stare. The staffer grabbing at him freezes, like his hand just brushed something it really shouldn't have. One heartbeat later he's airborne, sent reeling in a burst of dust. Turns out grabbing this kid was a mistake. What? Somebody finally realizes this isn't some rich brat playing dress-up. I'm Vikier Van Baskerville, he says, plain as day. And just like that the whole room's night gets a lot worse. One of the regulars goes pale. Vikier, the name alone knocks the smugness right out of him. Deputy Consul, what are you doing here? Turns out inviting the man you've been trash-talking all night was maybe not the move. You called me here, Vikier says flatly. The ringleaders force out a nervous laugh. Amazing to think you'd actually show up, like flattery's going to fix this. They're already scheming to stick him with the bill once the party wraps, but Vikier's done listening. Why don't we stop the pointless chatter? He presses his palm flat against the table, and red mana crackles up his arm like static before a storm. The whole table freezes. Something in that champagne tower just started to give. Then it goes off, dozens of crystal glasses detonating in one violent shockwave of glass and wine. Shards rain down like shrapnel through the whole lounge. So much for the good stuff. Screams everywhere, blood spatters across silk shirts and designer dresses that definitely weren't part of tonight's dress code. People clutch their faces and arms, stunned that a tower of glass just turned into a weapon. Did he just use mana manipulation to force that whole tower to explode just by touching the table? Yeah, he did. Blood dripping down his face, the golden-haired ringleader stammers, if that's the case, finally putting the pieces together. A graduate, the word comes out like a curse. Victor just stares back, eyes burning red, saying nothing. He doesn't need to. What? I thought he was just some 15-year-old kid. You're a mid-class expert, do something. Shut up, I'd lose in an instant if I even tried. Nobody in this room is winning tonight. Hey you, Victor says, grabbing the one who'd talked the loudest all night. We were going to pay for the drinks, sure you were. Of course you should be paying for your own drinks, Victor replies, cold as ice. Were you planning on forcing me to pay once you'd had your fun? I made a mistake. A little late for that now. The rest of the room panics. Who would dare do such a thing? Why would we ever do that to someone from the Baskerville clan? Real convincing, guys. We just wanted to test you, Deputy Consul. Underdog cities corrupt. We just wanted to make sure you wouldn't be tempted by it. The excuses are rioting themselves at this point. Suddenly they're all groveling. Seems like you've got what it takes to lead us. We'll follow you, promise. Funny how fast loyalty shows up when you're losing. An owner can test their dog, Victor says quietly. The unspoken second half of that sentence is about to get very physical. He strikes without warning, and the message lands hard. But that's not the case the other way around. Translation: the Baskervilles were never anyone's dogs. These guys just found that out the hard way. The red-haired one takes the brunt of it, screaming as Victor lays into him without an ounce of mercy. That's only because you've never seen something truly frightening before, Victor tells him. Coming from a kid whose eyes glow red, that lands. The rest of the party can only watch in horror, one woman's hand clamped over her mouth. Another brutal hit lands. Victor isn't slowing down. Do you know why I did this to him? He asks, standing over the man he's just beaten to the floor. Oh, of course, we're well aware of why you did this. They'll say anything at this point. Is that so? Victor says, and brings his heel down without a flicker of hesitation. More blows land. This lesson is far from over. You bastard, one of them screams, kneeling in a pool of blood, all bravado and no follow-through. You think you'll get away with this? See, Victor replies simply, watch and learn apparently. I knew you didn't know, he says, and that's the scary part. He's not even angry anymore, just thorough. He starts listing it off one crime at a time: abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking. Insulting the Baskerville name seems like you've committed quite a few crimes, someone squeaks, stating the obvious a little too late. Animals don't learn, Victor says, until you teach them. Not exactly a comforting bedside manner. The last thing this room sees is his eyes, glowing red and utterly calm, while the mana crackles around him like he's just getting started. Deep in a Baskerville dungeon, rows of candlelit chandeliers throw long shadows down the corridor. Something ugly is about to happen. The stone passage narrows into darkness, footsteps closing in on a cell nobody wants to visit. A thud, a scrape of shoes, then a groan of pain from the shadows. Someone's already getting worked over. An older aide flinches at the sound, throwing a wide-eyed look at the dark-haired man beside him. Our grown-up hound, Victor, red eyes as cold as ever. A fist tightens around the cell bars. You son of a bitch, the prisoner spits, you think you'll survive this? He threatens to run straight to Daddy and get his revenge the second he's out of here. The blonde prisoner howls through the bars, swearing he'll kill Victor and never forgive him. Big talk for a guy behind bars. The aide can't believe his eyes. Why have you beaten him up so much? He asks, staring at the damage. Victor just shrugs it off, strolling away. Do you think I overdid it? Way too casual about the whole thing. Of course you did, the aide snaps. You can't just beat a man into a meat bag. Don't worry, Victor grins. I haven't even started yet. The aide's jaw hits the floor. Pardon. Victor stalks off, ranting that the village hall was supposed to police the wicked and educate the region. Instead, it's mutated into a corrupt little empire that thinks it can shrug off the Baskerville name. I can tell from their arrogant faces, he mutters. Back at the cell, Victor sneers down at the prisoner. Still lack proper education. Once the sun sets, he says flatly, I will execute them all. The blonde prisoner's face goes white with pure terror. Of course, Victor adds, cold as ice, while a whole cell block of prisoners looks on in dread. We're sorry, they wail, please forgive us just this once. We'll give you everything we have, just let us live. Hands claw through the bars, but Victor and his aide barely blink. But will their families just sit by and take it? Victor wonders aloud. They're cowardly, sure, but plenty daring too. Deputy Consul, they won't sponsor anything of yours ever again, the aide warns, and they'll come for revenge however they can. No need to worry, Vikyr says. Their families can't complain, not when these bastards are tangled up with Underdog City's criminal underworld. He turns with a smirk, but what really matters here? Is the evidence right? I have my ways, don't worry about it. The aide just stares, totally lost. And if I can't find evidence, Vikyr adds coolly, I'll just make my own. What happens after that isn't my problem. Here are your charges, Vikyr says, eyes glowing red. Human trafficking, kidnapping, the blonde prisoner starts sobbing. Bribery, blackmail, third-party assault, even murder, the list just keeps going. We've never done anything like that. If there's evidence, we'll gladly take the punishment, the prisoner insists. You'll accept punishment if there's evidence? Vikyr asks. Funny, talking like you've actually done it when there's no proof at all. He just smiles, the kind of smile that means proof is coming one way or another. The prisoner stammers, sweat pouring down his face. Vikyr's mind drifts for a second, watching a lone figure walk off in the background. It's like the guy's daring him, go ahead, I'll never turn on the family even if it kills me. Deputy Consul, sir, someone calls out behind him, you're here. Behind closed curtains, blades flash and blood spatters. The real interrogation is just getting started. Your custom order is ready, sir, says a scarred, one-eyed, shirtless bruiser, a professional torturer for hire. A prisoner's wrists, bound and bleeding, tell you exactly what kind of order that was. Great timing, good job, Vikyr says, pleased as punch. The torturer bows and snickers, practically giddy about the work ahead, while Vikyr and his aide look on. A curtain rips back to reveal the toolkit. Blood-stained scissors, blades, a saw, even an axe, all laid out as neat as surgical instruments. This is the first time I've seen half these tools, and I've been torturing people for 30 years, the torturer admits, genuinely impressed. How'd you even think of this stuff? Didn't invent them? Common where I'm from, Vikyr says. Did you come from hell? Something like that. Want to learn? The aide backs off fast. I'll politely decline. I might throw up watching you use those. Vikyr's hand hovers over the tools. Turns out torturing an entire demon clan really sharpens a guy's technique. Now then, he says, stepping toward the cell. The prisoner shrieks. Where's that big talk now? Vikyr taunts, the one about never admitting anything no matter what. Both prisoners are already bloodied and broken, every ounce of fight gone from their eyes. Please don't say anything, one begs through the pain. Vikyr just grins wider like this is the best part of his whole day. He grabs the blonde prisoner by the collar, done playing nice. I want to savor the memories of my past just this once, Vikyr says quietly, easily the creepiest line all chapter. The prisoner is crying actual bloody tears at this point. Word spreads fast through the city. All 7 of the region's untouchable, luxury-loving gang bosses got scooped up in one single night. At the local bar, everyone's placing bets. They're second-gen native family kids, one says. He'll just embarrass them and let them go. Would he really execute the children of the native families? Someone else wonders. You fool, you don't know the new deputy consul at all, an old-timer scoffs. The guy torched 100 billion in gold over a single wager. Still, he's asking for trouble if he actually executes those 7 losers. I doubt he'll really kill them. Every citizen in town is saying the same thing. This is just a political power play between the new official and the old money families. The second one side bends the knee, this whole thing blows over, they all figure, exactly as predicted. Sure enough, carriages roll in under cover of night, representatives from all 7 native clans, the Mont Blanc, Pior, Luovi, Channel, Ferragamu, Hermes, and Pradar families all here to grovel. They deliver a formal apology to the new deputy consul. The local powerhouses have officially caved. A briefcase pops open, stacked wall to wall with gold bars. Surely that buys their boys freedom, right? That's exactly what everyone expected to happen. Instead, the wind whips across a body, clothes soaked dark red. A hand lies motionless on the ground. A fly circles lazily overhead. By the time the sun comes up, 7 heads are hanging in the middle of the town square. A crowd gathers around the grim display, stunned into silence. The 7 heads were salted to keep, put on display so everyone knows exactly what happens now. Every one of them still wears a look of pure agony, like the pain never let up until the very last breath. Above the heads hangs an official notice, laying out the punishment each one earned before the blade fell. It reads like a horror show of Baskerville law: amputated wrists for illegal gambling, eyes removed for loan sharking, crime after crime, penalty after penalty. The townsfolk who wrote this off as an empty threat are dead silent now. Vikir just smirks, completely unbothered by any of it. The laws were already on the books, he says. No reason for anyone to be shocked, but this is the first time they've actually been enforced on the region's untouchable families. And that, he adds, is going to change everything. His aide breaks out in a cold sweat. After hearing our war cry, they'll finally start using their heads, Vikir predicts, way too pleased with the pun. Once both sides start tearing into each other, the aide worries Underdog City is heading straight for a bloodbath. Better brace yourself, Secretary Chihuahua, Vikir smirks, sticking the poor guy with a nickname on the spot. Because you're coming with me for the next part of the plan. Dead silence. Huh, me, Secretary Chihuahua yelps, clearly regretting every life choice that got him here. Night falls and the plan is already in motion. Deputy Consul, sir, is this really the right strategy? The secretary asks, trailing a group with a chained figure in tow. Don't you trust me, Secretary Chihuahua? Vikir asks from behind a curtain. That's not it at all, comes the flustered reply. But Secretary Chihuahua hesitates, adjusting his glasses, sweat beading on his forehead. Is this really the right plan? He keeps asking himself, watching the deputy consul's every move. Under cover of a traveling camp, tents and wagons stretch out into the dark. Bound hands grip the bars of a covered cart. Someone's being smuggled in as merchandise. An elegant figure in a purple dress and familiar cat-eye glasses poses beside a bound captive, playing the part of a slave trader like it's the easiest disguise in the world. More shackles rattle in the dark as the caravan presses on. Turns out the whole point of tonight is putting someone up for sale as a slave for the next play in Vikir's game. Chained at the wrists, a woman with wild dark red hair glares up through the dark, eyes burning like embers. Out past the edges of Underdog City, night swallows the road and something nobody's supposed to see is about to start. Carriage after gleaming carriage rolls up to a huge tent pitched in the middle of nowhere. Money like this doesn't gather for anything legal. More carriages keep piling in, packed with the kind of guests who'd rather not be recognized. Tonight's the night, a slave auction. And of course, this whole illegal little party never got reported to the Baskerville family who actually own this land. The merchandise tonight is kidnapped barbarians, ruined nobles, and ordinary commoners who just happen to vanish. A grinning clown in full face paint plays host for the evening. Welcome, he purrs, and somehow that's the creepiest word of the night so far. He sweeps an arm out, welcoming everyone to what he proudly calls the circus. Cute name for a human trafficking ring. He spots a familiar crest among the arrivals, the Mont Blanc clan back again for more, regulars apparently. A shaky hand signs off on a sale contract. Yes, the seller stammers, I've come to sell. A masked man in a gold masquerade mask stands stiffly by the cages, delivering his goods while a caged captive watches silently from behind bars. The clown fusses over a VIP guest, worried the man wasn't satisfied with last time's purchases since Mont Blanc buyers always come back for more. No complaints there, the guest assures him. He's very satisfied with the quality on offer here. Then the clown's eyes land on the caged captive. Black hair, glowing red eyes. A rare product, he declares, promising to fetch a fine price for him. I'll leave it to you, the seller mutters, relieved to wash his hands of the whole thing, as the clown waves off his Mont Blanc guest with a cheerful goodbye. Sweat beads down the seller's masked face. Even he looks like he knows exactly how rotten tonight's business really is. Under a cold full moon, the show is about to begin in earnest. Inside, masked patrons trade gossip, words gotten around the empire about this mysterious slave exhibition. One buyer shrugs off trends entirely. All he wants is pretty and good-looking, truly a man of deep and refined tastes. Another cackles that he's into tragic backstories, especially fallen or kidnapped nobles. Charming crowd we've got here tonight. The clown just hopes for plenty of good product today. Somewhere a moral compass is spinning wildly. First lot, a monster secretly poached right out from under the Baskerville family's own knights. An A-rank beast, no less. Rumored to carry 19 hearts and keep fighting until every last one stops. They call it the Merciel. A rare A-rank find hauled up from deep in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains. Not exactly the kind of thing you find at a farmer's market. Leather, meat, bones, intestines, the clown hawks it all with zero shame. Nothing goes to waste, apparently. Bidding opens at 100 million gold, and paddles start flying up almost immediately. The number rockets to 250 million before the auctioneer even finishes asking for more. Sold, one monster corpse, several fortunes richer. Next up on the block, a bound, terrified slave. The bids start ugly and climb fast. The price settles and the clown breezes on to the next product like he's flipping through a catalog. Backstage, an aide hesitates over a chained figure. "We're selling this too," he mutters, dragging him along anyway. "Don't blame me later." The clown throws his arms wide for the crowd. A special product has just arrived. A rare find, he says, plucked out of the deep jungle by their slave traders. A warrior straight out of a tribe deep in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains, fierce eyes and all. They call him simply the barbarian, hauled up in chains, bruised, and clearly not planning to go quietly. The clown pitches him as a test subject for anyone's slave training techniques. Tears run down the barbarian's face. Even the clown seems to wonder, just for a second, why something like this ever ended up for sale. Bidding opens low, at 5 million gold. Dead silence, not a single paddle goes up. The price crashes to 3 million and the clown can barely hide his panic. "What, tough crowd?" He drops it all the way to 1 million, practically begging someone to take him off his hands. The crowd just yawns, nobody's biting no matter how low he goes. Backstage, they call it a lost cause. "Just bring in the guaranteed products next time," someone grumbles. "Get rid of him," comes the order. Next time they'll use a decoy instead. The barbarian isn't going down without a fight, chains snapping and claws flying at the men dragging him off. A brutal blow lands and drops him hard. Shock ripples through everyone watching. Beaten bloody, he's left coughing on the floor, all that fight finally stamped out of him. Guards haul his limp body off as the clown forces on a nervous, sweaty grin for the crowd. A minor incident, he laughs it off, promising an apology in the form of today's absolute best product. A new captive is led out in chains, long dark hair falling past his shoulders, silent and unreadable. His chained foot drags across the floor with every step. "Oh my," murmurs one elegant noblewoman in the crowd, clearly liking what she sees. There he stands under the spotlight, black hair, burning red eyes, shackled and silent. A rare item, the clown crows, a purebred who barely even needs restraints. With quality like this, he promises the crowd, tonight's going to be a great auction. Bidding rockets straight out of the gate, 600 million gold. The clown can hardly believe it, the bidding hasn't even officially opened yet. A man jumps straight to 800 million and his companion is scandalized. He wants a male slave. "None of your business," he snaps back, bold words from a man about to be badly outbid. He wants him for a gladiator, he insists, pushing to 900 million. Then a new voice cuts through the room, 6 billion. A paddle numbered 99 rises into the air, and the whole room goes quiet. 6 billion gold on the table just like that, anyone else brave enough to top it? Whispers ripple through the crowd as someone places the bidder, Baron Gambino from the granary. A heavy-set, masked noble in furs and jewels, trailed by a nervous young aide clutching his paddle for him. Word is he recently seized control of the region's underground funds, and his fortune ballooned overnight. Behind that fat, grinning mask is exactly the kind of man his money would suggest. Nothing good. His aide, Cindy Wendy, quietly asks if he isn't spending a little too much. Baron waves her off. He'll resell the slave in the capital for even more, he says. She isn't convinced. That plan only works, she points out, if the merchandise comes back in one piece. "Be quiet, Cindy Wendy," he barks. He took her in when she had nowhere else to go and he's not about to forget it. With no other bids coming in, the gavel prepares to fall. Customer 99 wins the lot, 6 billion gold and a new owner. Baron closes in on his new purchase, grabbing his chin to inspect the goods up close. He's absolutely delighted with himself. Cindy, standing behind him, looks anything but. "You're mine now," Baron declares, while Cindy privately admits he looks even better up close. Not exactly a comfort. "I'm not a bad person," Baron coos, "so don't be nervous." Somehow that never reassures anybody. He's already got many ways to play picked out. Nobody claps for that kind of excitement. Already looking forward to it, he purrs. He really should not be. Baron leads his new prize away on a chain leash, like he's just bought himself a pet. "No," the captive says quietly, "there's no need," and just like that the chains shatter. Baron goes flying backward like he's been hit by a truck nobody could see. Broken chain links spray through the air around him. "Play he says with a grin that promises Baron is about to regret every word of tonight. Cindy screams as debris rockets past her face. A single kick lands like a battering ram. Guards and Baron alike are hurled through the air, utterly blindsided. Baron crashes through the wreckage of his own tent, 6 billion gold buying him nothing but a beating. He coughs up blood. "What about this?" the captive asks coldly for play. Claw marks streak across Baron's chest as his purchase grins down at him, eyes burning bright red. Cindy Wendy of all people grabs Baron by the throat herself. Guess she's had enough too. Cindy, see security. Baron chokes out, absolutely panicking. "I'll die," he realizes, and for once, Cindy doesn't look like she disagrees. He faints cold. "Well," Cindy says flatly, looking down at him, "that's that, Baron Gambino." "Guess that's my win then," the captive shrugs, glancing at the puddle Barons left behind. Not exactly a dignified defeat. Cindy turns, finally getting a good look at the man who just leveled her boss. "You're Victor Van Baskerville," she shrieks. The slave they just auctioned off for 6 billion gold was never a slave at all. Panic spreads through the crowd. If Victor's standing right here, who's actually running Underdog City, and why in the world is a Baskerville here at all? Bathed in light above the terrified crowd, Victor looks almost amused. "Circus, he muses, fitting name for this place." He turns his bare back to the room, radiating a menace that has every masked guest frozen in place. "Everyone here," he continues, and somewhere in the crowd, a grown man's face goes white with dread. "Don't think," Victor says quietly, "that you're leaving this circus in one piece. Picture this, a 15-year-old kid stripped down, dirt and blood on his skin, grinning like he's the one in control. Spoiler, he is. Nearby, his loyal secretary gets dragged around like a ragdoll, groaning through the pain. And leading this ambush, a grown man in full clown makeup. Yeah, you read that right. His mercenary goons don't care about titles. Who cares if he's the deputy consul?" One snarls, swords raised. No weapon in sight, so as far as they're concerned, this should be an easy kill. 3 blades drop straight out of the sky at him. He doesn't even blink. Something ugly and red stirs just beneath the surface, and it's about to come out to play. 1 heartbeat later, blood's flying, and it isn't his. Victor doesn't just dodge, he punishes. His face gets clipped, but that just makes the smile creepier. One of the goons catches a glimpse of the aura rolling off him and immediately regrets every life choice that led here. "No way," someone gasps as another attacker gets sent flying like a rag doll. Victor barely turns around before the next guy's already down. That grin under the blood-red glow says it all. He's actually enjoying this. 7 years of brutal training, and this is what it looks like unleashed. Weapons shatter and scatter around him like confetti. One more attacker screams as Victor's blade finds him. The ambush is already falling apart. Even the ones still standing start second-guessing themselves. Even if he's a Baskerville, one mutters, trailing off. How can he be a graduator already at his age? Great question. Ask the pile of unconscious men behind you. Graduators are supposed to be a nation's ultimate weapon, and now these two are realizing they picked a fight with one. Who would have guessed his swordsmanship was this far off the charts? Someone mutters, right before things get worse for them. His masked captive freezes, clearly regretting whatever undercover job landed him here. So the clown does what cowards do best, grabs a hostage and screams for Victor's attention. "Drop your weapon and surrender right now," they demand, dragging their captive into view. Knife to the throat, the classic move. Surrender or your comrade dies, the clown threatens. Hurry up, are you deaf? Bold words for a guy about to have a very bad night. The hostage grunts under the blade, and it's clear now this is his own secretary in disguise, caught in the crossfire. Please just look after yourself, the secretary begs, more worried about his boss than his own throat. The clown panics right back at him, screaming for the poor guy to stop struggling before he actually gets cut. I'd rather die than be a burden to my superior, he declares, and honestly the loyalty is kind of touching. Vikyr just laughs. Secretary General Chihuahua, your loyalty really is something, he says, sounding almost fond. Then he drops the real reason he's not worried. Before leaving the estate, his father handed him an ace up his sleeve. Literally, strapped to his leg. The clown scoffs that his tough talk doesn't match his desperate face, not realizing he should be looking at Vikyr instead. Because right about now, Vikyr pulls out a small whistle and the villains finally clock what it might mean. Is that a flute? What are you planning to do with that, buddy? You're about to find out. He blows it, one sharp note cutting through the night. Somewhere across town, a noblewoman at a fancy party shrieks like the world's ending, and honestly, we love the timing. Back at the ambush, the villains just stand there, waiting for whatever's coming. Vikyr, unbothered, just keeps standing over the wreckage he's already made. He's still ready to finish the job himself if the cavalry takes too long. His attackers glance around nervously, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Seconds tick by, nothing happened. One of them dares to wonder. Was that whistle just for show? They scoff, feeling brave again way too soon. Guess even a graduator can't pull off miracles, the clown sneers, grabbing his hostage again. Famous last words. That confidence doesn't last. His face drops the second he hears something approaching. Whatever it is, it's getting closer fast. And then a hooded figure just materializes out of the dark, blade already drawn. Before the clown can react, his own hostage gets yanked free by the newcomer. Just like that, the tables turn on the guy holding the knife. Wait, who is that? The mercenaries panic as more reinforcements crash into the fight. Red light rips through the chaos and the ambush officially becomes a massacre, just not the one they planned. One by one, the men who came to kill a kid start dropping instead. Panic spreads through what's left of the ambush squad in about 2 seconds flat. Vikyr just watches it all unfold with a smile, clearly enjoying the show. Because the cavalry didn't send one guy, it sent an army. Row after row of hooded knights march in, weapons ready, and the mercenaries' luck officially runs out. Their commander's cloak trails behind them like a bad omen. One grip on the hilt and the slaughter starts. It's fast, brutal, and completely one-sided. The knights don't hold back for a second. By the time the dust settles, most of the ambush squad is already done for. The last two standing beg and plead, hoping against hope they're wrong about who just showed up. Even Vikyr's secretary recognizes the name and goes pale. I've heard of them before, he mutters. The Empire's most brutal knight order, nicknamed the Annihilation Experts, has just walked into the alley. Every single one of its 100 knights is a graduator. This is the Baskerville clan's own Pitbull Knight Order. One of the mercenaries, a sharp-looking blonde woman in glasses, realizes a blade is already at her back. No is all she manages to get out. Somewhere nearby, another one of them realizes he's not walking away from this at all. Then Vikyr steps in himself. Leave this one, he orders, sparing her at the last second. The rest of her crew don't get the same mercy. Rip the rest to shreds and kill them, Vikyr adds, cold as ice, while she just stares at him in shock. Smart woman, she drops straight to her knees. I hear and obey, she says, and just like that, she's switched sides. In his head, Vikyr recalls his father's own warning about wielding this kind of military muscle responsibly. He remembers his father's grip on his shoulder, relieved the pitbulls could be handed over without a fight. Back in the present, one last mercenary begs for his life as the knights close in. He rips off his mask and plays dead, quietly planning to sneak off once things calm down. Bad plan, a red-eyed knight is already looking straight at him. He scrambles, reaching out for anything, anyone to save him. I'll wear the cuffs, I'll go quietly, he offers, suddenly very cooperative. The knight's answer is chilling, we don't carry cuffs. His face says he understands exactly what that means. And that's the last we see of his legs, functioning anyway. Men who are getting executed don't really need their legs, comes the icy reply from off-screen. That icy voice belongs to a new face, sunglasses, cigar, fur-trimmed coat, strolling in like he owns the place. Nephew, how does it feel using the Pitbull Knights? Satisfied? I'm satisfied, Uncle Bostonterier Victor replies, casually pulling his shirt back on like nothing happened. Uncle Bostonterier lowers his shades just enough to flash that unmistakable Baskerville red eye. Let me know if you need anything else, he offers. Turns out this is Bostonterier Le Baskerville, commander of the entire Pitbull Knight Order, and he's already sizing his nephew up. So this is Victor. Now I get why my brother is so interested in him, he thinks. Fierce and cruel already at just 15, he muses, watching the kid walk off. He musses up Victor's hair like a proud uncle. Come join the Pitbull Knights sometime, I'll raise you up properly, he offers. Victor's answer, a flat I'll think about it, no promises, kid's got his own plans. That casual brush off just makes his uncle want him even more, and on top of it all he's got the nerve to ignore me, he grumbles, half annoyed, half impressed. The more Victor plays hard to get, the more his uncle wants to recruit him. Victor, for his part, just finds the whole thing exhausting. With the chaos finally behind him, he heads off on his own errand. Every step takes him deeper into the estate's quieter, more forgotten corners. I'm pretty sure it was around here, he mutters, scanning an old storeroom nobody else bothers with. His eyes land on an old safe. Is that where they keep the payoff money for the nobles, he wonders. He's already planning to hand every coin of it over to the city, properly taxed, even feeling a little guilty about how much Baskerville funding covered. But the money isn't actually why he's here. He came looking for something else entirely. Whatever it is, he's getting close. And there it is, a locked cell, and inside it a girl curled up on the cold floor, barely conscious. She's alive, but only just, and whatever happens next, it's clearly not going to wait for the next chapter. Victor sits alone in a dim stone cell, arms slung over his knees, in absolutely no rush at all. Someone tortured this girl just getting her dragged in here, and Victor's noticed every single mark. Bruises, chains, torn clothes. Whoever runs this place did not go easy on her. Tusk, Victor clicks his tongue, red eyes flashing with something close to fury. Know that you're lucky, he tells her, and slices her chains clean off with a blade wrapped in red light. Here, he tosses her a glowing potion he kindly got off the Night Order. Generous, sure, warm about it, not remotely. The potion works fast, her wound sealing shut right before our eyes. In moments, the worst of the damage is gone, leaving just torn clothes and a very shaken girl. She blinks awake with a start, golden eyes going wide. Victor just watches her take it all in, completely silent. Why are you so surprised? She asks him, guarded and wary. She yanks her torn dress tight, clearly unsure what his angle even is. Then he says one single word in her language, go. Her glare cracks straight into shock, he's really not supposed to know that language. Her hand drifts to an old scar on her collarbone, a memory clearly resurfacing. Run away, he thinks again, urging her on without a shred of warmth in his voice. She fires back at him in her own tongue. Turns out Victor picked up basic barbarian speech from countless battles in his past life. She slips out past the curtain, casting one last look back at him. One more line in her own language, something like a thank you probably. Whatever she said, it clearly cost her something to say it. Well, I guess she's thanking me, Victor mutters, already moving on like it's nothing. Now let's look for the thing I actually came for, he says, back to business. Here it is, he says, pulling back the cover. Underneath, the massive corpse of Merciel, exactly what Victor came here to collect. Dark red energy splits across his arm like something inside him just woke up. Victor grins, feral eyes blazing crimson. It's been a while since you feasted on an A-rank monster, Beelzebub, he says to whatever's living inside his own chest. Eat soon, calm down for now. The pitbull orders on its way, so he tells his hidden passenger to hurry it along. Whatever's coiled up in the dark practically purrs at the promise. Word about the new deputy consul wiping out a crime ring spreads through the city overnight. Every noble and buyer tied to that illegal slave auction gets dragged to Underdog City's prison, limbs torn clean off in the process. And that day the whole club building goes up in flames. The suspension club burns to the ground and just disappears. The VVIP who ran it end up with their heads on display right under the statue of Lady Justice herself. It's a wake-up call for the whole city, and the 7 noble families who lost their kids in the crackdown are furious about it. They send in letters, stacks of them, sealed in wax and dripping with desperation. Written protests to the administration. Vikir's answer back is short and firm. Death penalty, that's the only ending for anyone involved in the Empire's most forbidden crime, illegal slave trading. Every bank draft, every ledger tying those 7 families to the money, all seized. The Baskerville clan is officially investigating, and it's all headed straight to the Imperial family. After that, the protest letters just stop coming. It's an unheard-of situation, begging the man who executed your own son for mercy. Vikir's reply doesn't budge. We've already been through every black ledger inside that burned-down club, comes the answer. There's nothing left to argue. Under the Baskerville self-governing dominion's own laws, the verdict is final, and the desperate elders know it. All 7 families' assets confiscated. And on the charge of treason, 3 generations of every house are wiped out. With the new deputy consul in charge, the execution grounds see more blood than they have in years. Underdog City gets scrubbed clean of its corrupt vermin, one execution at a time. All those vacant official posts need filling fast, which, funny enough, tanks the unemployment rate overnight. With the illegal auction gone, tax revenue spikes and the city's welfare actually recovers. Underdog goes from hating its new consul to plastering his face on posters. Back at the office, Secretary Chihuahua is having a very good morning, coffee in hand. If you're the office manager, at least be diligent, Vikir tells him, buried in paperwork. No need to bring me coffee. This is just me saying thanks, Chihuahua grins. Didn't you save my life from that clown who tried to stab me? Aren't you being a little stingy about a coffee for your own life? 2 spoons of sugar, some creamer, a splash of water. Chihuahua insists it's basically a masterpiece. So how's the transcribing training going? He asks next. Mind taking a look at this for me? Vikir asks, handing over a page. You've barely learned to write and it's already this good. Chihuahua stares down at the paperwork, genuinely stunned. I'm still nowhere near catching up to you, manager, Vikir says, humble as ever. Chihuahua's thinking the exact opposite. This kid is already inventing new laws from what little he's learned. It's honestly ridiculous how fast he's picking up actual legal theory, Chihuahua thinks to himself. Later, pen in hand, Vikir catches himself hoping Underdog City might actually keep growing from here. The walled city sprawls out below him, quiet for once. Night falls, clouds rolling in over the rooftops. There's somewhere else Vikir needs to be tonight. Moonlight cuts through the bars of an old prison tower. Inside, a shackled wrist hangs against cold stone, torchlight the only warmth in the room. Sorry I couldn't visit sooner, Vikir says at the bars. Been a little busy lately. A hand reaches out from behind the cage toward him. Your name was Cindy Wendy Sen Rose, right? Vikir asks the chained prisoner. He grabs the prisoner by the collar without waiting for an answer. Questions, is that the only reason you kept me alive? The prisoner spits out. The real question is how an ordinary nobody like Baron Gambino grew his power so fast, and Vikir already knows the answers sitting right in front of him. The prisoner just hangs there in silence, chained to the wall. Turns out this guy's got a real talent for making money, Vikir says, tapping the evidence laid out before him. Grow up somewhere other than an underworld family and you'd have made a hell of a merchant or a banker, Vikir tells him. I'll make you a promise, Vikir says, pulling up a stool right across from him. Answer my questions honestly and I'll let you go free. Don't, and you're not going to like what happens. You'll regret it before the day's even over, Vikir warns, and the prisoner's already sweating. I can answer, I will, the prisoner blurts out fast. Okay, Vikir says simply. So what's your honest impression? Vikir asks. Am I enforcing the law well around here? Heh, I think a reputable magistrate has really honored this city with his presence, the prisoner tries, laying it on thick. Answer me seriously or I can't exactly keep my promise, Vikir warns, and the flattery stops working real fast. Tusk, I think you're doing well, the prisoner tries again, sweat rolling down his neck. Well, Vikir says, leaning back with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. That smile in the dark is not a reassuring one. Vikir's hand shoots out and the prisoner flinches hard. Something is about to happen in that cell, and it isn't going to be pleasant. A flare of red light rips through the room. Vikir's eyes burn crimson, inches from the prisoner's face. He grips the man's jaw, forcing him to look him dead in the eye. And the reason? Vikir demands one last question hanging in the dark, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us. In a dim corridor, a grown Vikir grabs a blonde noble by the collar and yanks him in close. This is not a friendly chat. He hauls the guy up by his jacket like he weighs nothing. Whatever this is about, Vikir is not in a listening mood. A hand hovers in the dark, fingers curling. Something's about to snap. Light flares like a struck match. The tension in this room just spiked hard. Vikir's red eye burns inches from the blonde man's face and the guy is sweating bullets, visibly terrified. Whoever he is, he picked the wrong man to lecture. Vikir calmly straightens his own tie, cool as ever, total control even mid-intimidation. And the reason? Good question. Let's rewind and find out why the new deputy consul is choking out a nobleman in a hallway. Cut to earlier, that same red eye framed by streaks of shadow. This confrontation's been building for a while. The blonde noble is sweating, jaw tight, clearly bracing for a fight he's not sure he can win. He holds his ground anyway. Whatever he came here to say, he's saying it. Let's hear it, Vikir says, fist clenched, daring him to make his case. He shoves the man back against the bars. Tell me what I'm doing wrong, he demands. The blonde man hesitates, biting back whatever he's about to unload. Since a long time ago he starts, and Vikir's red eyes narrow, waiting. As a consul, one of the things that matters most is virtue, the man says, arms crossed, judging him openly. Sure, you clean up the street criminals and pad your reputation, he says, but that's not the whole story. The Baskervilles won't be too welcoming either. Once you outgrow the clan leader himself, he warns. You'll end up hated by the people and a target for your own family. That's where this road leads. So Vikir asks, unreadable, what do you think I should do about it? Hand back all your authority to the clan leader, the man says. Let him take the glory for what happened here. Give it all to the clan leader, he repeats, dead serious. And to stop drawing attention, disappear to Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain or the Academy at the capital, he suggests. Those places are packed with people your age hiding their power. Blend in there. Otherwise, when the time comes, the clan leader will be the one who suffers in your place. A heavy warning, and Vikir says nothing. Something in that lands hard. The blonde noble looks rattled by his own words. A ghostly, dreamlike image flickers, a puppet on strings, arms spread wide. That warning is haunting somebody. Vikir's shape sits in silhouette, unreadable, letting every word sink in. His eyes glow white in the dark, pulse pounding. He's turning the whole warning over in his head. The blonde man's stare hardens, green eyes blazing. He's not backing down from this point. As the hunting dog, that's the only way you avoid his hatred, he says, comparing Vikir to a leashed animal that has to know its place. Vikir just listens, hands clasped behind the bars, giving nothing away. Then he grins, red eyes gleaming, lighting a match like none of this bothers him at all. I'll keep that in mind, Vikir says. That was good advice. Your ideas are almost identical to mine, he adds with a smirk that says he's already 3 steps ahead. With a metallic clink, Vikir undoes the man's restraints, confrontation over apparently. Are you really letting me go? The blonde man asks, stunned. It's this easy. I always keep my promises, Vikir says simply. Then he adds, turning away. Walking off, the man mutters, I hope the day you regret what happened today never comes. Ominous much. The scene shifts, Vikir narrates, do you know of a clan called the Messamagunaro? Time for a history lesson. There were more than the famous 7 founding clans of Underdog City, he explains. One of them was a wealthy merchant house. Gold coins rained down. They were the 8th clan, the Messamagunaro clan. But that clan met its end, thanks to one very unfortunate event. The youngest child of the Messamagunaro, the flashback, cuts in before he can finish. A public demonstration begins, and the crowd of nobles watching go pale with shock. A young swordsman shows off a technique that has the Baskervilles absolutely floored. Turns out it's the Baskervilles' own secret sword technique, one only family members are supposed to know. Word travels fast, and it reaches the Baskerville clan leader himself. He decides top secret techniques must have leaked and sends the family's hunting dogs to deal with it. The result is brutal. The entire Mesimaginero clan is wiped off the map. But here's the twist: somebody was pulling the strings behind the whole disaster. Young heirs from the actual 7 founding clans had stolen the Baskerville technique themselves. They planted it on the Mesimaginero heir as a trap. The story of the 8th clan, the listener asks, stunned it goes this deep. There was a survivor though, Vikyr continues. Those 7 idiots smuggled out a 1-year-old girl from the wreckage. And for no reason other than being beautiful, she was put through cruel, unspeakable torture. What they did to her is too foul for me to even describe, Vikyr says, flat and cold. I don't want to hear any more, the blonde listener pleads, visibly shaken. They keep walking anyway, the story too heavy to just drop. However, Vikyr says there's more to this story. Time passed and a new deputy consul got appointed to the city. Vikyr grins and chains guess who. That deputy consul dragged the old crimes right back out into the light and made them pay. The trigger for all of it was 7 idiots, and this new consul made absolutely sure they were tortured properly. And made sure they confessed everything before they died. I'm sorry for committing such a heinous crime, or so they claim. Sorry, the listener snaps, furious. Who the hell are they even apologizing to? She demands, glaring at Vikyr. Who else? Vikyr answers, completely calm. To the girl hiding under the fake name Cindy Wendy Sen Rose, he says, and the room goes very still. The one and only survivor of the Mesimaginero clan. How am I supposed to believe you? She shoots back. You captured them and tortured them, she snarls. How am I supposed to believe they actually apologized? How are you supposed to believe me? Vikyr echoes, walking calmly through the wreckage. I guess it'd be easiest to just see it with your own eyes, he says. Take a look, Vikyr says, and leads her up to the cell bars. She gasps, caught completely off guard by whatever's inside. Her eyes well up, whatever composure she had left is cracking fast. She stares through the bars, frozen, unable to look away. They walk deeper past the cells, the evidence only piling up. Scrawled in blood on the wall, we were the ones who drove the Mesimaginero clan to ruin. More scrawled words follow, forgive us for our crimes, over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm scared, I don't want to die, the last desperate scrawl reads, real confessions, real fear. She just stands there, hair hiding her face, completely wrecked by what she's reading. Elsewhere, Vikyr stands over a body with a grim little sound effect. The aftermath isn't pretty. Even with all 7 dead in agony, he says, the Mesimaginero clan's vengeance still isn't finished. There's still one more clan left to deal with, he says, walking off without a hint of hesitation. Her true name lands like a verdict. Cindy Wendy Sen Mesimaginero, a woman who despises the Baskervilles down to her bones. Vikyr looms over her, eyes glowing, utterly unbothered by that hatred. You have every right to hate them, he tells her. You're a Baskerville yourself, she says, so why are you helping me? She's crying now, torn between fury and disbelief. That's the wrong question, Vikyr says with an unsettling grin. He's got his own reasons for hating this family too. She goes quiet, letting that answer sit heavier than any explanation could. Vikyr Van Baskerville, she says softly, I'll repay this debt. Whatever you choose to do with the rest of your life, Vikyr tells her as she walks the torchlit hall. I'll make sure you never have to worry about money again. A promise from the guy who just avenged her whole family. Vikyr grins to himself, red eyes gleaming, another piece slotted neatly into place. That promise, I'll be sure to remember it, she says, walking off into the light, a new ally in tow. Morning breaks over the estate, time for a change of pace. Sunlight spills over the rooftops, a new day, a much lighter mood incoming. Mr. Deputy Consul Chihuahua calls out, already chuckling to himself down the hall. He throws the door open, looks like the sun's already up, rise and shine. Good morning, sir, Chihuahua chirps, completely unaware of what he's about to walk into. Vikyr sits up covered in blood and grime, not a shred of concern on his face. What's with all these bodies? Chihuahua shrieks, spotting the carnage scattered around the room. I'm not sure, seems like I killed them in my sleep, Vikyr deadpans then, seeing the panic adds, of course not, it's just a joke. Bold humor from a guy literally covered in blood. Experience during your youth? Why, wasn't the joke funny? Vikyr teases as they walk. It's not about funny, Chihuahua mutters, still shaken. Seems like there've been a lot of inconveniences in my way recently, Vikyr muses, gazing at the sky. What kind of childhood did you even have? Chihuahua asks, half terrified to hear the answer. 2 poison arrows, 4 rounds of poison drinks, acid, snipers, arson. Vikyr lists off casually like a grocery list. Getting run over by a cart and more. A lot of things have been happening, he shrugs, just another Tuesday. He rattles off the perks he's picked up along the way. A burn resist skill ranked A+, courtesy of that Cerberus kill. A tough life buff from a black market hellish buffalo skill and a hemorrhage effect from a hellhound. Better than I thought, he admits. Thanks to the river Styx and that tough life buff stacking on his body, he just grabs an assassin's blade barehanded. Not even a graduator class assassin can break his skin. Still, he figures it's getting annoying enough to look into. Wise decision, Chihuahua says, nodding along as they walk. Somebody's clearly out to get their boss. Both men stop as a carriage rolls up, completely unannounced. That flag, the Baskervilles are here, Chihuahua asks, going pale. Seems like they were sent by the main family, he adds, and suddenly the mood's a lot less funny. Both men brace themselves. An unscheduled visit from the main house is never just a social call. The carriage rolls to a stop right in front of them. The door creaks open, whoever's inside is about to make an entrance. Chihuahua's jaw drops, whoever just stepped out, he clearly recognizes them. A pair of shoes hits the ground and silver hair catches the morning light. That hair whips in the wind, and whoever this is, they're clearly no minor messenger. Vikyr and Chihuahua stand their ground in the courtyard, watching the visitor approach. There he is, our boy Vikyr, strolling in beside a familiar face in a crisp gray suit. Old Specs himself, looking sharp as ever. Long time no see, young master, Barrymore says, bowing like the consummate professional he is. Vikyr clocks it immediately, the old man's looking healthier than last time, a little relief peeking through that permanent poker face. Barrymore just laughs it off, the two of them strolling along like nothing in this family is ever actually terrifying. Word on the estate, this is the head butler, 4 generations running in a household where one wrong move gets you killed. No pressure. I always believed you do well ever since you left the main house, Barrymore says warmly. Vikyr just shrugs it off, I was just lucky. Sure, buddy. Barrymore gives a knowing little HM, he's clearly not buying the modesty act for a second. Somewhere nearby, Secretary Chihuahua is having a full fan moment, the role model of servants, he gushes, practically sparkling. Barrymore gets down to business, him coming all this way must mean something's up. Vikyr confirms it with a simple nod, yeah, this isn't just a social call. The patriarch's heard about his progress and wants him back at the main residence, effective immediately. He seemed genuinely happy about it, Barrymore adds, which for this family is basically breaking news. Vikyr and Barrymore share the exact same skeptical look. Hugo, happy since when? Cut to the man himself, Hugo, unreadable as always, giving nothing away but a low HM. Turns out Vikyr's been racking up titles back home, most trusted by merchants, most loved by farmers, most respected by scholars, and most targeted by assassins. Balanced resume. The Baskervilles are only good with weapons, not brains, that's the reputation they've been trying to shake, and Hugo says this is finally doing it. Hugo actually says it out loud, you did well, son, try not to faint from shock. Vikyr plays it humble, I just did what I was supposed to do, while privately wondering if that smile was even supposed to look happy. Hugo, ever the philosopher tyrant, reminds everyone that reward and punishment go hand in hand. And here's the real headline, Vikyr's the one being sent to the academy this year. His only reaction is a flat as expected. Enter Colosseo, the academy, the crown jewel of the Empire's education system. This is where the Empire's elite actually gather, not exactly a casual hangout spot. Aristocrats, royals, the whole gilded cast of characters Vikyr's about to be thrown in with, buckle up. Hugo mentions he's sending a few others along too, just hasn't picked who yet. So he asks the obvious question any siblings Vikir would actually want tagging along. Vikir, deadpan, he's closest to Highborough, Middleborough and Lowborough, the same trio who used to make his life hell. His actual plan, use them as sandbags, ice cold as always. Hugo doesn't even blink. Then I'll send those three with you, he says, missing the joke entirely, or maybe not. Then Hugo pivots. Does Vikir remember that plan he cooked up at age 8, back during joint training with the Morgs? Vikir's answer is one word: barbarians. Flashback time. The plan was simple. Lend the Morgs the ruby mines, let them handle clearing out the barbarians on the border. And that plan worked. Hugo grins because of course a Baskerville revenge plot from age 8 actually panned out. Turns out the Morgs proposed a joint raid on the barbarians themselves. Awfully humble of them, Hugo notes with a raised eyebrow. Which gives Hugo an idea: why not send Vikir on a territory inspection before he heads off to school? Specifically, go check whether all those laws Vikir rewrote are actually being followed. Vikir figures it'll be good experience. I will follow your orders, he says, ever the dutiful son on the surface anyway. And just like that, he's off, escorted out through the estate gates with a small night detail in tow. Chihuahua comes running, practically in tears. Deputy Consul, please take care. He swears he'll hold down the administrative fort while his boss is gone, bless him. And with that, the convoy rolls out, Vikir riding off toward the border, cape catching the wind. Vikir muses he'll be parting ways with Chihuahua again soon. The guy really can't catch a break. The convoy presses on through open country, hooves kicking up dust. Vikir suddenly calls out into the trees, you may show yourself, someone's been tailing them. A blade flashes in response, not exactly a warm welcome. They push on toward the mountains regardless, business as usual for this crew. A new escort rides up, apologizing for the wait, didn't want the departure looking disorganized. He promises safe passage, all the way to the Morg's juvenile fortress. Meet Staffordshire Baskerville, of the Pitbull, order your new travel buddy for this leg of the trip. The group falls back into formation and keeps moving. Ever since Vikir busted that slave auction ring, this guy's been dead set on recruiting him into the Pitbull order. Vikir's honest assessment: the cigar-chomping, sunglasses-at-dusk routine just makes him uncomfortable. The trail opens onto a blood-red canyon as the sun starts to dip. Jagged spires stretch out in every direction, gorgeous and just a little ominous. Is this the region we lent to the Morgs? Vikir asks, taking it all in. At first glance, nobody here seems to be breaking any laws. At first glance. Officially, they're here for a territory inspection. Officially. Vikir cuts to the chase. This is really about clearing out the barbarians. Deeper into the canyon they go. Word is the Morg family is treating this whole thing dead serious. Their escort mentions he's a member of the lower house parliament himself, riding along for good measure. The Morg's actual elite forces are apparently standing by, just past the ridge. As Hugo put it, no harm in getting a first-hand look at how these barbarians actually live. Vikir studies the terrain in silence, already several steps ahead as usual. An unsettling wind kicks up as a walled settlement comes into view. The fortress looms against a blood-colored sky, not exactly a welcoming sight. And then they spot its skeletal remains, impaled on spikes lining the approach. A mage must have done this, someone mutters, charming welcome mat. Vikir just calls it what it is, a scary warning and a pretty effective one. Something about the scene tugs at an old memory. This reminds me of her, he thinks. Whoever she is, she's probably grown a lot by now. File that mystery away for later. 3 figures appear atop the fortress wall, watching them approach. Who goes there? One of them shouts down and the whole convoy tenses up. No one passes without our permission, comes the reply, loud and proud. The other 2 chime in, chanting it like a battle cry, no one, no one. Vikir squints, wait a second, he actually recognizes these 3. His expression sharpens, sizing them up. Yep, the triplets, Hysis, Middleseas and Losis, the Morg fortress's self-appointed gatekeepers. Reputation says each of them is unhinged solo, and together their combined chaos reaches the heavens. Lovely. Their escort formally announces the party envoy from the Baskervilles, here for inspection and friendly relations. Open the gates, please. The girl brushes him off. Not now, she's got to report to her superior first. Replies coming probably tomorrow. Vikyr isn't having it, what gives her the right to stop him from entering land his own family owns. She spins it as classist condescension. Are they looking down on the tenants just because rent's involved? Vikyr calmly name drops the tenant protection law, their own family's law, actually. Then the kicker, he's the one who rewrote it. Specifically so he can evict tenants he doesn't care for. Subtle. 2 words, ice cold, open the gates. The trio actually flinches. That tone landed exactly how he meant it to. One of them chokes back a gasp, badly rattled. Realization hits. Wait, I heard some psycho kid took over Underdog City. Rather than back down, she starts channeling a wall of ice magic instead. We've handled plenty of psycho kids before, she snarls, we know exactly how to deal with you. And she lets it fly. A full force blast of water and ice comes crashing down. The horses panic, rearing back from the sheer force of it. Vikyr doesn't even flinch. How dare a stupid swordsman try to enter Morg land without permission, she screams. Vikyr just smiles and raises the stakes. How about they find out exactly how strong the Baskervilles' rising star really is? His escort agrees. Yeah, words clearly aren't cutting it here. Hands go to sword hilts. That's when a whole wall of hooded Morg reinforcements rises up, chanting absurd words, in creepy unison. Even Vikyr tenses up for a second at the sheer numbers. But one of the triplets goes quiet, murmuring this voice, something's clicking for her. Vikyr isn't backing off either. What absurdity, coming from girls who don't even know their place. That lights the fuse. You think you outrank us, you're just some mere underling. Vikyr just throws the line right back at them, cool as ever. Somewhere behind the standoff, a familiar blonde head snaps to attention. A sharp sound cuts the tension as the 2 sides size each other up. And here they come, the Hybero triplets, all grown up, grinning like they own the place. A murmur ripples through the hooded ranks, words spreading fast about exactly whose banner these 3 fight under. Vikyr stands his ground, hand resting easy on his sword. One brother winks and drawls, leave this to us in stereo, because apparently they rehearsed it. Another throws up a thumbs up, mugging for an audience that did not ask for a show. The third flashes a peace sign and all 3 chorus it together to us. Subtlety was never their strong suit. We open mid-chaos. Vikyr rides in through smoke and fire, sizing up a knot of strangers ahead. Who are these guys, he wonders. Oh, you're about to find out. Turns out those strangers are his own triplets, the Golden Trio, practically vibrating with excitement to see him. Vikyr isn't buying the enthusiasm for a second. One of them pipes up, syrupy sweet, we'll repay you for recommending us to the academy. Leave this palace to us, Vikyr, real, eager to please energy. Ah, so that's what this whole loyalty parade is about, getting into the academy. Vikyr clocks the real motive fast. His actual answer delivered with a perfectly straight face. I'm using you guys as sandbags though. Brutal, honest, efficient. Underneath the joke is something colder. In his past life, Vikyr remembers, these 3 grow up into ruthless, murderous soldiers. Not the sharpest tools in the shed, he figures, so they can't think for themselves, but they follow orders just fine. Train them right and they're a useful weapon. Cold calculation meet child's face. Across the way, a fiery orange-haired girl sneers at the trio, calling them those idiots who know nothing but to stick together. Petty rivalry incoming. Her 2 identical sisters chime in on cue, all 3 shouting the same insult in perfect unison. Creepy but efficient teamwork. The blonde triplets don't even bother with words back, they just throw up the middle finger and fire the insult right back. Real mature boys. One of the girl's hands ignites with raw magic. Arrogant mutt bastards, she snarls, we'll discipline you, so much for diplomacy. Back with Vikyr, his mind drifts. Before I regressed, he starts to recall, clearly about to size up exactly what these girls are capable of. Turns out these 3 are the Morg triplets, mages who each wield a different attribute: water, earth, and nature. A full elemental set. One triplet slams her palm down and a massive water sigil blooms beneath her, mana surging. Her sister answers with a burst of raw, earthy energy crackling off her fingertips. The combo's just getting started. Here's the kicker: stack 3 compatible attributes together and the power doesn't just add up, it multiplies tenfold. These girls aren't messing around. It starts small and almost cute, a tiny green sprout poking up out of the dirt. Don't let it fool you. That sprout explodes into a massive, thorned wooden serpent tearing straight up out of the ground. More of those living vine tentacles crash through, smashing everything in reach. Nature's not so cute anymore. No wonder people call this combo the Morg's 3 flowers. It's the trio's signature power, and it just leveled the battlefield. Perched safely atop their own creation, one triplet cackles down at the boys. How's that, mutts of Baskerville? Think you can break through this? The golden trio just stares up at the wall of thorns, unimpressed and unbothered. This isn't over yet. One of the blonde boys smirks, drawing a blade that ignites red. It's not even meat, it's just a plant. What are you going to do with that? Bold talk. He backs it up too, launching himself straight at the vines with a technique he calls out loud Baskerville First Technique. Points for the dramatic name, at least. Vikyr and his escort just watch the whole thing in silence, utterly done with these kids already. Back in the fight, the blonde swordsman locks in, dead serious now. He leaps, blade trailing a searing red arc straight through the thorned wall. Steel connects and one of the girls chokes out a pained grunt as the technique lands. Blades clash and somebody screams a name in alarm. Hibero. Things are getting more dangerous by the second. Still, the girls aren't rattled. One taunts from up high, there's no way your lowly swords can reach us. Overconfidence, thy name is teenager. More thorned vines rise to back up her bragging, walling the boys off again. The other 2 blonde brothers glare up, eyes blazing red with fury. This insult is not going unanswered. Off to the side, Vikyr mutters dryly to his escort, isn't this fun? Watching his pawns nearly get skewered, great entertainment, apparently. Cue the narrator moment. Magic versus the sword, a rivalry people have argued over forever. Which one actually wins? The breakdown: magic borrows the mana around the caster to reproduce and amplify an element, while swordsmanship burns the wielder's own mana and stamina for a longer-lasting, explosive punch. Different tools, same ambition to be the strongest. These are the 2 clans, mages and swordsmen, whose kids are supposedly the future of their houses. Right now, that future is trying to murder each other over pride. The clash keeps escalating, blade against living wood, neither side backing down. Someone watching muses, isn't it fun to observe their potential and talent? Funny way to describe a kid getting flung through the air. Rocks and debris fly everywhere as the fight tears the battlefield apart. Vikyr actually agrees with the sentiment. If you put it like that, then I'm part of them. Modest, this one. His escort adds, young master has already surpassed their age, then mutters under his breath, how dull, I wish all of. Vikyr finishes the thought internally, them would die, this is just a waste of time, I need to get past quickly. Yikes, cold as ever. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the noise, what are you all doing in front of my territory? Somebody important just noticed the mess. Fire ignites in someone's palm, ready to escalate things even further. One of the blonde boys lunges and grabs a Morg girl midair. I've got you now, big mistake probably. Clothes tear in the struggle as the fire magic goes off far too close for comfort. It's chaos up close, nobody's landing this clean. The 2 of them get sucked into a swirling vortex of flame, both equally caught off guard. The fire keeps building, completely out of anyone's control now. And then it just detonates, one massive fireball, no survivor's manual included. From a safe distance, Vikyr and his escort watch the explosion with matching smirks. Somebody's enjoying the fireworks a little too much. TCH, Vikyr mutters as the blonde boys panic in the smoke. Wah, what? Fire magic? All of a sudden, should have seen that coming, fellas. They rage at each other next, one snapping, what are you doing? We almost burnt to death. Friendly fire, literally. As the smoke clears, someone new reacts sharply, like they've just spotted trouble they didn't expect. The Morg girls are shaking, tears and all. I almost died just now. If I'd dodged a little later, I would have died. That fireball was way too close. The youngest sounding one whimpers, why, older sisters, I'm scared, yeah. That tracks after nearly getting cooked. Then a hand simply reaches out and snuffs the fire magic dead, its owner demanding flatly, what's all this? Somebody just walked in and shut the whole fight down. Vikir perks up, intrigued, clearly recognizing the mystery arrival. A striking silhouette stands tall atop the stonework, radiating authority. The smoke clears to reveal a red-haired woman, fire magic still curling in her palm, and she does not look amused. She lays down the law immediately. I can't forgive anyone who causes a ruckus within the territory I manage. Somebody's clearly in charge around here. Even mid-lecture, she's got that unmistakable noble poise. This is not someone you want to cross. The triplets immediately backpedal. Camus, we just wanted to stop the invader, and there it is, her name Camus. One of the girls tries to plead her case that they picked a fight first, classic sibling defense. Camus isn't moved one bit, arms crossed, expression ice cold. She gestures toward the wreckage of thorned vines still standing behind her. You should be careful if you don't want to end up like that. Subtle, terrifying. That's all it takes. Someone yelps kayak, I'm sorry, and folds instantly. When one of them slips and calls her just Camus, she snaps back, did you just speak to me informally, elder sisters? They scramble to correct themselves, of course not, vice head of the fortress, so that's her actual title now. Mid-scold, something catches Camus's attention, and her focus shifts entirely. Hoofbeats slow to a stop behind her, someone else has just arrived. It's been 7 years and Camus lights up, long time no see. Vikir van Baskerville, old rivals all grown up. Vikir, cool as ever, returns the greeting. It's been a while. Camus morgue. Privately though, he's sizing her up, wondering if she's just finally grown out of that baby face of hers. Smooth, Vikir, real smooth. Because word has it, this is the Camus morgue, the beauty who's apparently captured the hearts of half of high society. And honestly, seeing her now, it's not hard to see why. Rumor mill's been busy too, married men falling for her, scandal after scandal trailing in her wake. Though weirdly, none of that drama seems to be happening this time around. Well, whatever, Vikir shrugs it off, already back to business, ordering someone to open the door since words clearly aren't working on these triplets. He calls out to the bickering triplets directly, and down below, Camus reacts with a startled jolt, not expecting him to just take charge like that. Whatever he just said, it clearly got under her skin. Camus's face goes red, flustered and worked up. Vikir grabs her by the wrist without warning. She yelps, what? Subtlety was never his strong suit. The narrator can't resist teasing it either. After the triplets brawl, is the next fight going to be between the two clans' actual prodigies? Vikir and his escort just watch, clearly entertained by the idea. Flustered, Camus demands, what should I say then? Apparently she's just been graded on something and failed. Vikir, meanwhile, is busy pointing judgmentally at his own horse like he's scoring a performance review. The audacity. Camus finally explodes, what's with that attitude you have toward your future wife? And there it is, the reveal nobody saw coming. Vikir doesn't even flinch. His verdict, 0 points, ice cold, straight to her face. Both sets of triplets just stand around watching the two of them bicker, completely unbothered by the whole future wife bombshell. Vikir doubles down for good measure, 0 points out of 100. His escort can only watch in second-hand embarrassment. And Camus is left standing there completely floored, repeating the one word that matters, wife. Yeah, hey, that's where we're leaving it this chapter. Out on the edge of civilization, this is what survival looks like, dirt, sweat, and fields that barely feed anyone. Welcome to the barbarian frontier. Riding the mountain pass, the red-haired firecracker beside him needles the hound right out of the gate. The Baskervilles, she says, clearly do not know squat about these barbarians. Not so fast. He fires back that House Baskerville fights these barbarians constantly and knows them better than the morgues ever will. So she needles harder. If he knows so much, why did the clan send out a bunch of useless recruits in the first place? Aren't they all just young, dumb hounds anyway? She snipes. He shrugs it off. The real plan was already locked in with the Morgue clan. The main force waits on the far side of the mountain range. Why ask when she already knows the answer? He mutters, unreadable as ever. Oh, she knew all right. She's the one running this whole delegation. Thank you very much. She keeps needling him. Maybe the clan wanted to toss him aside once, but somebody sure trusts him plenty now. He internally groans. She never stops quizzing him, then rattles off the basics. The warrior tribe called the Balak and the sorcerer tribe called the Rococo. The Balak's archery, he explains, operates on a level the Empire has never come close to matching. That fact isn't exactly common knowledge either, he adds. Impressed despite herself, she grades his answer 8 points, out of 100 obviously. What's with the scorecard? He asks. That answer deserved a lot better than that. He just stares her down, bracing for whatever ridiculous explanation is coming. What good is a clever man anyway? She muses. She can't stand one who's too smart for his own good. A man's more fun, she grins, if he's just a little dumb. Horseback riding, 6 points. And is it just her, or is he riding a horse way too big for someone so short? Fashion, 4 measly points, because apparently his whole wardrobe is dull as dishwater. He won't even dignify that with a response, so she tacks on a point for mannerism and moves straight on to grading his face. His unimpressed expression apparently costs him yet another point, and he finally snaps enough with the pointless evaluation. Why stop? She shoots back. A girl has to be strict with her future husband. Future husband? His jaw practically hits the floor, but she just shrugs. He already passed her uncle's test, didn't he? It clicks for him. She means that duel from 7 years back, when her uncle Adolf dared him to knock a single drop off a water pot balanced on his own head. 1 drop, 1 victory, Adolf told him then, though he warned that staying single-minded only works if you actually know your opponent. Big mistake saying that, because a shard from that shattered pot found its mark, and Adolf's smug composure went right out the window. In the memory, young Camus is still fuming about it. Her uncle judged her future husband with a rigged test, and now she's stuck honoring a promise she never signed up for. Ugh, fine, she'll go through with it. Turns out she was already a genuinely terrifying fire mage, even back then. Snapping back to the present, she insists she completely forgot that whole day ever happened and plans to keep it that way. You can't just unhappen something that already happened, you dummy. He points out exactly the wrong thing to say. She flings something straight at his head. She's a genius, thank you very much, and once she's witnessed something, she never forgets it. Startled, he barely manages to catch whatever she just launched at him. He turns it over in his hands, confused. Wait, is this? It rewinds him straight back to that duel's aftermath when her spell backfired. Her clothes were shredded, and a much younger him stood there half-dressed himself, not sure where to look. Back then he'd simply handed her his own jacket. Put this on for now, was all he said. Seriously, he mutters, finally realizing exactly what she just chucked at him. What nonsense, she huffs, cheeks burning, while he quietly clocks that she's kept that old jacket all these years and handed it back without so much as a wash. And with that, the banter's over. The road ahead leads straight into barbarian territory. They finally reach the Morgue fortress on the frontier, walls scarred but still standing. As expected of Morgue mages, she boasts what would take hundreds of ordinary workers a year, her people patched up in a single month. A guard snaps to attention as they pass. Yes, ma'am, loud and clear. She points at scorch marks scarring the wall. Are those the scars left by Balak arrows? Confirmed, those arrows came packed with raw or infused force. Overnight, she says, they lost guards who never saw it coming. These barbarians can punch an arrow clean through walls 2 to 3 meters thick. That's not a skill you shrug off. One of those arrows even cracked her uncle's shield spell and hit him square in the chest. He survived. His pride definitely didn't. Funny enough, she notes, the Baskerville patriarch took a matching hit once, an arrow clean across the bridge of his nose. So somebody out there is seriously talented, Victor realizes, and he wants to know exactly who. Before anyone can answer that, a rider comes tearing up shouting for the head of the fortress. Come quick, the messenger blurts out. The search party just caught a barbarian scout alive. Both of them go stone-faced. Well, that changes everything. They head straight for the holding camp, tents pitched hastily under a blood-red evening sky. Chained up and covered in tribal ink, the prisoner just grins like he's already won something. Forced to his knees, he's still radiating defiance instead of fear. He's Rococo, one of the sorcerer tribe, Camus confirms. So has he given up anything useful yet? Not a word. Comes the answer. So what about just pulling the truth out of his head with psychic magic instead? Camus steps up herself. A few days ago, you hit the Morgue fortress. Do you even remember how many people you dragged off? He says nothing, so she spells it out. One of the victims was a Morgue girl named Rose. her sixth cousin. What did you do to her? She demands, and he just answers in his own tongue, smirking like it's a joke only he's in on. Translate that, she orders, and somebody find the barbarian defector who can actually do it. Bad news on that front, everyone who could have translated died in that same raid, Vice head. So there's genuinely no one left who speaks his language. As of right now, apparently not. A hooded aide quietly speaks up. She knows a little Rococo herself. They both stare. Is there anything this girl can't do? Don't get too excited, she warns. It's rough vocabulary at best. Camus pushes forward anyway. Ask him where her cousin is. 12 years old, red eyes, red hair, pale skin. The prisoner's grin only widens, like he's savoring the question. And then he answers in that same guttural tongue, eyes glowing with something ugly. Vikir's expression goes completely flat, like he already suspects this isn't going to be good. Something violent flickers through the tent, half seen and half implied. Whatever just happened, the tension in that tent is about to snap completely. Camus's eyes go wide with dawning horror. She's dead, Vikir says flatly, and something in Camus visibly breaks. Grief curdles instantly into fury, her whole face twisting with barely contained rage. With the proper judges unavailable, she declares she'll render the verdict herself as vice head of this fortress, and that verdict is coming down hard. This does not go well for him. Flames roar to life around the tent, and this is not a rescue. Whatever mercy existed a minute ago is completely gone now. The fire just keeps climbing. He's screaming plenty now, in a language nobody needs translated anymore. Talk all he wants, she tells him, ice cold, it won't matter anymore. Once this war is over, she promises, her voice shaking with fury. Whatever language he's speaking, she says, he can keep using it in hell. The other prisoners just watch, absolutely horrified at what they're witnessing. She walks away afterward, eyes still burning red, Vikir and the hooded translator trailing quietly behind. Nobody says a word for a long stretch. Vikir keeps glancing at her sideways, clearly unsure what to say. The hooded aide peers out nervously from behind a tent flap, catching a glimpse of the aftermath. Behind that composed mask, the cracks are already starting to show. She keeps walking, shoulders tight, refusing to look back. It hits Vikir all at once. For all her sharp talk, she's still only 15 years old under all that armor. You two were close, weren't you? He asks gently. Yeah, she admits. Rose used to follow her around everywhere. She was too soft-hearted for a clan as cold as the Morgs, Camus says, trying and failing to smile. Then her tone shifts. Does he really think she's stupid? She's a genius. Even without fluent Rococo, she caught more than she let on. He turns to the translator, sweating. Tell him straight, did he hear what he thinks he heard? Did she already catch what that monster actually confessed to? Because what he'd said, grinning the whole time, was about the worst possible answer. They ate her, 3 words, and the whole tent goes ice cold. Camus's composure completely shatters. She can barely breathe through it. Somehow she forces her face back into something like stillness. The sky burns red over the fortress, same as it has this whole ugly day. She sinks down alone with it, finally letting the weight land. Vikir kneels beside her, and through her own grief she whispers an apology to the cousin she couldn't protect, while he gently pats her head. The first real crack in her voice finally slips out. He doesn't move his hand away. For once she lets someone else hold the moment. And then the dam finally breaks completely, and she just sobs, loud and unguarded, while he stands watch, not quite sure what to do with his hands. For one raw moment, the fearsome vice head of the fortress is just a 15-year-old girl, grieving in the dirt. Under a sky bled red, Vikir stands over Camus as she kneels in the dirt, her whole world just having caved in. A heavy cape stirs in the wind, the moment hanging there a beat too long before anyone speaks. Vikir doesn't sugarcoat it. It's not a bad thing, he says. If he'd gone easy on her out of pity, I would have killed him myself. Camus wipes her face and forces herself hard. Now is not the time to mourn. I need to pull myself together and get my revenge, she vows. Vikir just watches, quietly impressed. Yeah, heroines really do hit different. He simply says yeah and offers her a hand up. Small gesture, big moment. She takes it, eyes still glassy, fingers trembling as he pulls her back to her feet. For one quiet second, that's all there is, 2 hands closing the distance. Then a bell cuts through the silence, tolling again and again. What is that? Vikir asks. Camus's face goes hard. That's the alarm. It means the barbarians are attacking. Well, that was fast. Vikir can't help but note her shot at revenge just showed up ahead of schedule. The Baskerville stronghold falls away behind them as the two set off toward the fighting. Their road cuts through quiet woodland, the calm before whatever's waiting past the tree line. Wildflowers sway like nothing's wrong. It won't stay peaceful for long. Up ahead, the fighting has already started, a lone defender loosing arrows as wolves close in from every side. One of the beasts locks eyes on its next target, fangs bared. A defender grips a blade, humming with raw mana, bracing for the next charge. They launch into the air on a surge of power, meeting the attack head-on. A column of light rips skyward as the clash detonates. From atop the old stone ruins, two hooded figures watch the chaos unfold below. The light flares blinding white for one heartbeat. One of the watchers narrows their eyes. Something about this fight doesn't add up. The clash detonates in a swirl of raw energy. Whatever that power was, it hit hard. Steel meets flesh. This fight already has a body count. A barbarian rider bellows a war cry in a tongue no one here speaks, spear crackling with stolen power. Another defender swings back hard enough to draw a scream, while a wide-eyed onlooker just tries not to get trampled. Somewhere in the smoke, a shriek rings out as another rider bolts. And somewhere else, a defender doesn't get back up. The wall is a mess of scorched stone and bodies by the time help arrives. Vikir surveys the wreckage with a raised eyebrow. Did I get here too fast? Sure looks like the party already started without him. He steps over the wreckage, sword still sheathed, taking it all in. Before he can get far, something yanks him clean off his feet. A rope snaps taut around his arm. Okay, that's new. Somewhere off to the side, a delighted voice declares they've caught a good one. Vikir does not love being called bait. Turns out it's a hunting party and they're not after game. The hunt for husbands is going well, one crows. Vikir blinks, husbands, as in plural as in him. He puts it together fast. They're rounding up suitors to breed a superior line for the tribe. Great, just great. I'm sorry, he says, already working an arm free, but I won't be your husband. He shrugs the rope off like it's nothing. Besides, he adds, backing off as the huntresses charge in, I might already be engaged. Diplomacies over the arrows start flying for real. Vikir bats the shafts aside without breaking stride, his father's orders nagging at the back of his mind. Hugo's orders were clear: no fighting until he links up with the main force. So does he just stand here and take it? His eyes narrow. That plan isn't going to last much longer. Sparks fly as another volley gets swatted out of the air. He's holding the line without throwing a single punch back, technically still following orders. The archers can't believe it. Not one shot has landed. They knock again, rattled but not backing down. Then a hand ignites with fire behind them, and someone starts to ask exactly what that is. The answer arrives as a wall of flame. Screams erupt in a language nobody needs subtitles for. The ground itself is on fire now. This escalated fast. Camus strides through the inferno like she owns it, power blazing at her chest. Grief still written all over her face. It's just been rerouted into something a lot more flammable. Die, you barbaric bastards, she snarls and means every word. There's nothing measured about this. This is rage with a spellbook. The blaze swallows everything in its path. Vikir walks up afterward, mildly singed and thoroughly impressed. You just used liquid aura, right? Turning this whole field into a sea of fire is a bit much. He reminds her again he's under orders to stay out of the fight until he links with the main force. That's an order from the Baskerville Patriarch, right? She says, circles of fire already spinning around her hands. Then a Baskerville shouldn't get involved, she says, because I'm getting rid of all of them myself. Her aura roars louder with every word. The spell keeps building, layer stacking on layer. It goes off like a small sun. Standing this close has a cost. Vikir quietly notes he's just been lightly cooked. 4 spells layered at once. She's not just angry, she's precise about it. I will avenge my younger cousin, she vows, fire gathering in her palms again. Which is exactly when Vikir decides enough is enough and pokes her with something small and sharp. Ah, that stings, she mutters, confused, a needle. While she's distracted, the barbarian leader tries to bolt on Wolfback. It seems like I've been poisoned with a numbing agent, Camus realizes, horrified, as her whole body locks up. Vikyr doesn't even try to hide it. She's a handful, he mutters, stepping right over her. He's already got bigger fish to reel in the fleeing chief, snared by a rope out of nowhere. She glares up at him from the ground, fully paralyzed and fully furious. Nice catch, Vikyr tells himself, hauling the barbarian chief in like a prize fish. With Camus grounded and the chief caught, he weighs the bigger picture. What about the farmlands and the people already taken? Camus, still frozen, forces the words out anyway. Her cousin wasn't just killed, he was taken. Make a rational decision here, Vikyr tells her flatly. Then he turns that same restraint on the enemy instead, and finally lets loose himself. A single strike splits the air in two. Barbarians drop where they stand, so much for holding back. The captured chief's jaw drops watching him work. Power crackles off him like static. That destructive power the chief thinks, stunned, is that the one Camus warned us about. Even flat on her back, Camus can't take her eyes off him. The fight grinds on, rider after rider throwing themselves at him. Vikyr's mind flickers back years ago. A much younger Camus was once taken captive by raiders just like these. It didn't stay that way for long. She fought her way free and wiped out her captors before anyone could send help. Ever since, they've called her the Queen of Le Rouge et Le Noir. Pinned down now, all she can manage is a quiet "even so, I still have to do what I need to do." Vikyr's not waiting around either. He's airborne, driving a kick straight into the next attacker. Blade and fist trade places, fight to fight, whatever gets the job done. One of them switches it up mid-fight, loosing an arrow that actually catches him off guard. He answers with a fist to the jaw, discussion over. One by one, the raiders start hitting the ground. But one fighter isn't going down so easy. Vikyr catches it immediately. Her movements are nothing like the rest of this ragtag horde. He weighs it fast. Is this the one fight tonight that actually needs everything he's got? Then she speaks, and something about it stops him cold. "You, me," she says, halting, deliberate, like the words don't come easy. "We meet again," and just like that, this isn't a stranger anymore. Vikyr's expression goes flat. Somewhere in his memory, a warning bell just went off. She bares her teeth at him, fury boiling over. "This bastard," she snarls, and the chapter cuts out right there. 3 words hang in the air like a threat. "I told you." A boy with a sword squares up against a tattooed woman on a blood-red horizon. All she says is "you, me. We meet again," she purrs, and from the way she says it, this is not a happy reunion. Take a good look at those glowing eyes and that grin. Whoever she is, she's been waiting a long time for this. And there's our guy, red eyes wide, completely floored. He did not see her coming. Cue the flashback sting. A flash of red hair yanks us straight out of this stare down and back in time. He remembers her from somewhere much darker, a slave auction years back. "So you're repaying my kindness with revenge," he says flatly. Buckle up, this recap is about to rewind and show us exactly what he means. Way back when, a hunting party on huge white wolves crashes out of the trees, weapons raised. "I repay what I got," one snarls, hauling a captive up onto the saddle. "We take girl next leader." "Yeah, that's Camus, and she is having a very bad day." "If you want your girl, follow us," comes the taunt, dripping with confidence. Rookie mistake. Back at the estate, young Vikyr clocks the commotion and quietly wonders if it's time to stop hiding what he can really do. Word's already spread. Camus's uncle, Adolf Morg, is here and he is furious. "These bastards," Adolf snarls, lightning crackling to life in his palm. "Give me back my niece." He unloads everything he's got on the raiding party. Lightning tears the night apart. This ambush just turned into a massacre in reverse. Riders and wolves alike go flying as the storm rips clean through their ranks. Bodies tumble through the wreckage. Nobody down there is walking away from this unscathed. A 6-circle mage does not do things halfway. One raider gets launched clean off a shattered wall. That's what happens when you kidnap the wrong girl. "Damn you," Adolf snarls, watching the survivors scatter with his niece still nowhere in sight. He storms forward through the rubble, in absolutely no mood to stop. Back home, young Vikyr is already working the angles. They finished setting this ambush up 3 minutes after the warning bell rang. That's way too fast to be luck. He pins the blame partly on Camus's own inexperience and guesses the raiders bolted for the one place nobody sane goes, the restricted area of Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. That name alone is enough to make grown men flinch. Even Adolphe hesitates. Going in at night could get everyone killed, but leaving Camus out there isn't exactly an option either. He steadies himself. They can still catch up. Then young Vikier steps forward. "I've been inside that forest before," he says, and everyone within earshot does a double take. What he doesn't say out loud, he mapped most of that forest in his past life, back when he actually had the scars to prove it. "Are you serious?" Adolphe grabs him by the shoulders. This is an 8-year-old volunteering for a suicide mission. The rest of the party balks outright and calls it a suicide run. Adolphe's already made his choice. Anyone who wants to sit this one out can, no hard feelings. His voice cracks on the way out. This is his niece they're talking about. Deep down, Adolphe already suspects exactly how extraordinary this kid is. He just never expected to be betting his niece's life on him quite this soon. Welcome to the dense forest of Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, the kind of place that comes with its own skull and crossbones warning sign. It sits right on Baskerville land, and locals still tell horror stories about what lives inside. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, poison thorn vines. This forest really does not want visitors. Throw in silent spiders the size of dinner plates and you get the idea. A normal person doesn't last an hour in here. They don't call it the life-engulfing forest for nothing. But nobody survives has never really applied to this particular kid. The search party pushes deeper, moving fast and quiet, chasing whatever trail they can find. Even Adolphe can't help himself. Are all the boys from the Baskerville clan built like this? Of course not, comes the reply. Vikier's just built different. Then the forest answers back with a swarm of venomous, wasp-winged nightmares. One guard just shakes his head at the carnage. The young master is special, he mutters, understatement of the century. Vikier doesn't even break stride. His blade carves through the swarm like it owes him money. Red eyes blazing, he's already moved on to the next target before the first one hits the ground. One clean stroke and the swarm's problem solves itself. Even the resident bully duo can't help themselves. Cool, they mouth, completely starstruck. Yes, even the quiet one's a fan now. The party freezes behind the brush. Something's close. Every hand drifts to a sword hilt. Through the trees, a flicker of firelight. They're getting close. There's a rumor the Balak hunters scattered dry leaves around their camp, just to hear anyone sneaking up on them. Adolphe and Vikier agree from here on. One wrong step gives them away. Silence, Vikier says simply, mana pooling in his palm. A spell to muffle every footstep, not bad for an 8-year-old. Adolphe just watches, quietly relieved he brought this kid along. "Let me take it from here," Vikier offers. Adolphe just nods. "I will never forget this, nephew-in-law." They creep in closer, that firelight growing brighter through the trees. A campfire crackling away in a clearing up ahead. And there she is, Camus, tied up right by the fire, surrounded. Not that captivity's slowing her down any. "You barbarian bitches, I'm gonna burn you all to death when I get out of here." Tied up, outnumbered, and still going off like a lit fuse, gotta respect it. "I'll show you the horror of my special fireball, prepare yourselves." Bold talk for someone in ropes. Meanwhile, her captors are having a completely different conversation, something about husband hunting, and nobody's even listening to her threats. Camus clocks it too. Apparently these two have been talking marriage prospects this entire time. Wait, is that actually why they've been raiding travelers, husband hunting? One of the men has other plans for his new catch, and they are not friendly. He gets right up in her face with a blade. Camus's bravado suddenly looks a lot shakier. Then a voice cuts through the tension. "Ahun, get away from my slave." Turns out the man's answering to a commander, and he is not thrilled about being overruled. She doesn't care. "Keep your voice down" is the last polite thing she says to him. He tries to claim credit anyway. He's the one who set the trap that caught her. Ayan shuts him down cold. "And who made that possible? If I hadn't stopped that boy with the sword, you'd be dead." Word spreads fast through the camp. Looks like there's trouble brewing in the ranks. "You're a girl, Commander." Ahun spits like that's supposed to mean something. "So what?" She doesn't even blink. Camus is watching all this closely, sizing the commander up. Apparently this woman could go toe-to-toe with Victor himself. She files the name away, Ayan. If she wants out of here, this commander is the real obstacle, and Camus knows it. Ahun isn't backing down either. I won't let your stubbornness slide just because you're a commander. Bad move. Magic starts crackling in Ayan's clenched fist. If you're pissed, come at me anytime, Ahun. I'll make you into a bloody mess. He suddenly discovers he's not pissed after all. You're not. Yes, I give up. Do as you please, Commander. And just like that, the chain of command is settled. With the ranks in line, Ayan turns her full attention back to her prisoner. Your eyes are as good as your physique, as expected of a good bloodline. Morg's next leader. Camus tenses up as Ayan leans in. I was captured by you Morg bastards and sold into slavery, she says. A memory flashes, a shackled foot sparking with restraint magic. This is personal for her. However, I was lucky enough to receive some kindness. She remembers a boy's silhouette, one word, go. So I managed to escape from the fate of a slave. But you won't be as lucky as me. The glow in her eyes turns downright predatory. She circles closer, silent, letting the threat sit. I'll take my time to tame you so much you'll feel it in your bones and soul, charming lady. And that's exactly when the whole camp goes up in a blast of fire. Ayan whips around, hair blown back, caught completely off guard. Explosion, both women freeze, equally alarmed. It's an ambush, the hunters scramble, wolves snarling into the smoke. Someone's tearing straight through the barbarian camp, wreathed in flame and fury. Fire spreads fast across the dry grass, the whole clearing's about to become an inferno. You beast-like barbarians, rings out through the smoke and flame. A burning fist connects, and another raider goes down hard. I came to repay you for what you've done, the rescuer bellows. Ayan freezes, that voice. Uncle, Camus screams because of course it's Adolf and he did not come to negotiate. Flame ignites around his bandaged fist as he prepares to burn this entire camp to the ground. Return my niece to me this instant, and that's where this one leaves us hanging. Whatever it is fast, and it is already among them. A hooded fighter cuts through the chaos, blade moving on pure instinct. The clash is brutal and one-sided. These hunters never stood a chance. One swing, one scream, and the ambush is over almost before it begins. Later, alone in the dark canopy, our favorite red-eyed menace watches the smoke rise below. Yes, that is Victor, and yes, he is exactly where he wants to be. Something about tonight's massacre is nagging at him. This was not just a random raid. He cannot shake one question: why would the very hunters who ambushed people earlier end up slaughtered themselves? Someone else is playing this game too. Nearby, another voice is fuming. These crazy bastards, she growls, how could they cause an uproar like this? Turns out a whole raiding party is tearing through the forest at night, and our red-headed firecracker Camus is right in the middle of it. Their leader's orders are ice cold: run them down, leave nobody standing. The purge presses forward, blade first. Camus is not just watching, she is grinning like this is the best night of her life. Serves you right, you barbarians, she sneers, savoring every second of the payback. Then just like that the tables flip, and she is the one tied up. All that bravado drains right out of her face once she realizes she is the bait now. And crouched in the shadows, watching it all unfold, is Victor, finger to his lips, telling the whole forest to keep it down. A hand reaches through the dark, straight for her. It is Victor, of course, clamping a hand over her mouth and asking if she has ever heard of the universal signal for shut up. He walks her out of the ambush zone under cover of night, playing the rescuer role to the hilt. Turns out someone has been keeping tabs on him this whole time. The boy who uses knives well, I knew you would come. His stamina alone was apparently enough to close the distance in record time. The tribe reads it as devotion, praising his cool head and his supposedly pure love for his girl and promising not to pry into his mysterious past. If only they knew. The tattooed woman running this whole test locks eyes on him, sizing him up. You passed, she declares. Past what exactly is the question on everyone's mind. Victor's inner monologue sums it up perfectly. What did I just pass? Privately, he admits it is getting harder to keep his real strength under wraps in a spot like this. He cannot place her in any memory from his previous life either, and that bugs him more than he lets on. Could she somehow be tied to the archer who scarred his father Hugo out on that old mountain campaign? The Balak markswoman known only as Night Fox. He shakes it off fast though. She seems too green, too unskilled to be that legend. Bloodline maybe, a relative carrying on the family talent. Whatever the answer, he keeps circling it in his head, magic humming quietly around them both. Because somehow, impossibly, he says something that lands dead on target and the tribe scrambles. How did he know that? The archer's composure cracks for the first time all night. Tension snaps like a live wire, and the whole clearing lights up. Playing her part, Camus tells him to just bear with it a little longer. She will get him to her uncle. He plays along with a simple yes. Privately, she wonders if the sudden politeness is just the poison talking. The tribeswoman watches the whole exchange in silence, unreadable as ever. Gosh, she mutters, somewhere between impressed and exasperated. She had hoped he would come back to the fold quietly. Instead, she is stuck asking if he is actually poisoned or just faking it well. I think so, Victor deadpans, giving absolutely nothing away. Somewhere close, something charges a very unfriendly burst of energy. It detonates without warning, ripping through the clearing. Victor throws himself in front of her on instinct, shielding her from the blast. Somewhere in the trees, a bow is already drawn. The tribe's archer takes aim, eyes glowing cold. The arrowhead crackles with raw magic, primed to kill. Shall I get rid of that morgue girl, she asks, and there it is, the reveal. This whole time the target was Camus. The shot lets loose and someone goes down hard. A pillar of raw magic tears straight up through the canopy. The whole forest lights up like daylight for one blinding second. And there is Victor again, wrapped around Camus, taking the hit meant for her. The magic keeps carving through everything in its path. Camus's eyes go wide as the full force of it finally registers. Then, out of nowhere, a wall of ice slams into the fight and freezes the chaos in its tracks. Someone new has just entered the field, and they mean business. Camus is hurt but held safe behind a wall of jagged ice. Adolphe Morgue comes storming through his own ice storm like a man on a mission. Victor has already got her in his arms, hauling her clear of the danger zone. "My niece, are you all right?" Adolphe all but screams, uncle mode fully engaged. Camus reaches for him, relief written all over her face. "Uncle." The reunion is a mess of relief and panic in equal measure. Adolphe gets straight to work, healing magic glowing over her injured shoulder. He pauses, something about the wound catching his attention. "It is a nasty numbing poison," he says, "one he cannot fully clear out here. She will need real healers back home." Camus, ever gracious, just wants him to let go of her for a second. And then the bickering starts. "Why did you take so long, uncle? I am telling mom everything, family drama, alive and well even in a war zone." Camus turns to Victor and throws her arms around him. "You saved me again, Victor." Adolphe nearly chokes on the spot, sputtering that he did his best too, "Thank you very much." Cut back to reality. Victor is still technically the tribe's prisoner, rope and all, playing his part to the end. Time, it turns out, is the one thing nobody here has. The bindings tighten, but his mind is already somewhere else entirely. Camus pops back into the picture right on cue. "You again." No time for reunions apparently, something is wrong. Why exactly is the entire tribe suddenly in such a screaming hurry? Because something with glowing, hungry eyes is stirring in the dark, and it is not friendly. Every bird in the forest bolts for the sky at once. That is never a good sign. Even the demon coiled inside Victor's own veins is screaming at him to pay attention. Something big is closing in fast. "She's coming," someone shrieks, and the whole camp scrambles. Victor catches the pronoun she. That is a name, not just a monster. "Madam Eight Legs," the tribeswoman gasps, terror written across every tattoo on her face. The whole camp scatters, nobody sticking around to find out what that means up close. Victor stays sharp, eyes locked on the tree line with the rest of them. "It's the madam, she's here," so much for a quiet exit. Even Camus, magic heiress and general badass, goes pale. No way. A colossal spike of purple energy erupts straight out of the earth. The whole group stares up at it in stunned silence. Impossible. Adolphe can barely get the words out. There's a monster like that hiding in this forest. Victor just grits his teeth. Of all the places to run into this thing again. A pair of monstrous eyes ignite in the dark, locking onto every one of them. This is not some backwater forest pest. Madam 8 Legs carries an official S-risk rating, top of the food chain, bad news for absolutely everyone standing here. And there she is in full, a monstrosity of legs and fangs unfolding out of the shadows. Vikir, Camus, and Adolf square up, backs to each other, staring down something way above their pay grade. And that is exactly where we leave it, folks. See you next chapter. Deep in a pitch-black forest, Vikir and Camus freeze in their tracks. Something in here is not supposed to exist, and both of their faces just went pale. Adolf Morg's jaw drops. Whatever they just laid eyes on, he cannot believe something like it is hiding out here at all. Vikir's mind is racing. Of all the places to run into this thing again, it had to be here. Sweat beads down his face as the memory clicks into place. He knows exactly what this monster is, and that is not a good thing. More than two glowing eyes blink open in the darkness. Something huge is about to introduce itself. A monstrous, many-legged shape rears up out of the shadows. This is the one the record books rank S-class. They call her Madam 8 Legs. The group scrambles back, hearts pounding, as the thing they hoped was just a scary story turns out to be very, very real. They press on deeper into the woods anyway. There is no version of this mission where they get to just turn around. Camus almost shrieks in surprise, and Vikir claps a hand over her mouth before the sound gets them both killed. One rule out here: keep it quiet. This creature does not forgive noise. Turns out the monster can barely see, but her hearing and sense of touch are razor sharp, which is exactly why those spindly legs are already twitching toward them. Vikir's thoughts drift back to something an old villager once told him, in a life he is not supposed to remember living. It started as a legend, the kind of story that sounds too ridiculous to be true. A horror story about a creature the locals just called the Madam with 8 legs, lurking somewhere deep in this very forest. The Empire's own monster records had to be rewritten more than once just to keep up with her. And even those updated records, it turns out, still undersold her. Row after row of dripping fangs, built for a lot more than scaring off travelers. One scream from her alone is enough to flatten the tree line around it. Officially classified risk rank S, a disaster class monster capable of wiping out a whole nation in a single day. The legend has survivors too, a native hunter who once ran afoul of her, screaming his lungs out in terror. Turns out her poison does not even need to touch skin to ruin your day. Just grazing his hair was enough to set it burning. The toxin crawls up his arm like living lightning, and it is not letting go quietly. His own companion rounds on him furious, screaming anywhere near the Madam is basically begging to die. He is left wheezing, lucky to still have all his limbs attached. One of their own, the shaman's granddaughter, is not thrilled about the near miss either. She makes it crystal clear, bloodline is the only reason he is not already dead. And with that warning hanging in the air, she disappears back into the fog, leaving the legend to grow even darker. Generations later, an entire hunting party learns the same lesson the hard way, scattering for their lives the second she shows herself. Even the Morgs and Baskervilles caught up in it cannot hide the terror on their faces. And the Madam is closing in, jaws clicking, sizing up exactly who is slowest. Two great houses running side by side for once, not exactly the alliance either family pictured. But how you retreat matters just as much as how fast, and that difference is about to decide who she goes after. In the end, it is the group she picks that decides who lives to tell this story. And of course, she picks them. A young Adolf sprints flat out with a child in his arms, praying he is fast enough. Someone in the group has a plan at least. If this thing is built like a bug underneath all those legs, fire should do the trick. A fireball spins to life, aimed straight at her. It slams home in a wall of flame. For one triumphant second, it actually looks like it worked. The young mage can barely believe it himself, grinning through the smoke. He is already looking to Adolf for approval, practically bursting with pride. One of their own charges straight into the flames to press the advantage. That celebration does not last. His face goes bloody and blank in an instant. The fire barely slowed her down. Turns out fire alone was never going to cut it. Whatever they threw at her barely even registered. And now she is furious and very much still coming. Even Adolf, staring down a monster he has read about his whole life, cannot process what he is actually looking at. Terror like that has a way of spreading fast through a group. Back in the present, Vikir goes dead silent, the old memory finally clicking into place completely. This is her, the exact same monster from that story, and now she is real and right in front of him. He drops low, mind already racing through what it is going to take to survive this. Someone has to physically pin her legs down if they want any shot at this. Vikir does not hesitate to volunteer. Adolf is not convinced a teenager has the skill for it, but with no way to drag this monster back to Baskerville territory, somebody has to decide fast. All eyes land on him. Vikir answers for them, it is going to be him. There is no time left to argue about it. The call is Adolf's to make and everyone already knows what it has to be. Adolf gives the order, voice cracking, practically begging him to go. He calls Vikir his nephew-in-law now and begs whatever happens next not to be for nothing, as Vikir walks off alone into the dark. Behind him, Adolf reaches out like he could still call it back. It is too late for that. But here is the thing nobody behind him can see. Vikir is not walking to his death, he has a plan. He is not doing this out of loyalty to the family estate, that is for sure. Realistically, none of the forces they have got can actually put this monster down while she keeps getting stronger by the day. But for Vikir personally, this disaster is a golden opportunity. If everyone thinks he died here, his father Hugo stops watching his every move. That buys him the time and freedom to master the secret technique locked away in his head, then walk back into the clan on his own terms. All he needs is to get strong enough that his father can never push him around again. And Vikir has resources most people would kill for, starting with the immense power the river Styx blessed him with as a baby. On top of that, an aura refined enough to power the Baskerville clan's highest-level sword techniques. He draws his blade and the whole forest lights up red around him. That blade has a name of its own, the demonic sword Beelzebub. Every piece is finally in place. No holding back this time, he is about to throw everything he has at her. His eyes flare bright red and the countdown starts. He launches straight at her blade first. And there she is in full, the madam herself, every one of those 8 banded legs the size of tree trunks. Vikir grips down harder, feeding everything he has got straight into the blade. She shrieks, finally feeling something land. He is not letting up for a second. This is it, the Baskerville clan's 5th technique, unleashed at full power. Every ounce of that river Styx power slams into her all at once. The attack rips clean through her, light tearing the forest apart around them. The madam, the same monster that once wiped out a hunting party without breaking a sweat, takes the full hit. The forest erupts in a blinding column of red light. The explosion swallows the sky, and for a moment nobody can even see him in it. Adolf breaks into a dead sprint toward the blast, dread written all over his face. Camus just stands there frozen, watching the light fade. The word barely makes it out of her mouth. Her eyes are already welling up before anyone has confirmed anything. She screams his name into the smoke, loud enough that she does not care who hears anymore. All that answers her is a single beam of red light, still burning up into the night sky. Whether that light means Vikir just won or just paid the price for his own plan, is the question this chapter leaves hanging. Hold open and it's not pretty. We're staring straight up through what looks like an execution rack, 2 armed guards standing watch on either side. A shadowy hand claws up out of the dark like something or someone is trying to drag itself back from the edge. Half a face swims into focus, lit on one side, swallowed by shadow on the other. You've seen that look before. One eye snaps open, burning red, fresh cuts and blood streaked across the brow. This is not a good sign. Pale hair drifts underwater in slow motion, like a memory refusing to sink. A lone moon breaks through the clouds, the calm before whatever's about to hit us. Rows of silhouettes stand behind a fence in the dark, one lone figure walking away from the crowd. Feels like a funeral nobody wanted to attend. And there it is, a pale, blood-lit figure reaching out of the dark right as the nightmare peaks. Same red eye, this time lit by a single beam of light cutting through the dark, like a spotlight on a memory he can't outrun. A hand strains through pale strands of hair, fighting against something we don't get the full picture of yet, and that's the point. A sharp, metallic sound rings out underwater, the kind of noise you really don't want to hear mid-flashback. Everything fades to black except a faint afterimage of that burning eye, sinking deeper into the shadows. A line of silhouettes shuffles together through the murk, one figure trudging ahead of the rest. The whole scene bleeds red, something heavy dragging across stone in the dark. Rows of shapes stand in silent formation while a lone figure walks past them without a word. Blood-red light floods around a submerged figure. Whatever's happening here, it is not going well for someone. One last haunting image, a pale-haired figure seen from behind, wrapped in chains soaked in red, then blackout. Cut to now, for real this time, an eye snaps open, he's alive barely. The world swims into focus, rough wooden beams overhead, definitely not his own bed. He raises a shaky hand to his face, croaking out, "This place is, yeah, buddy, good question." His wrists are bound tight, bandaged and bruised. However he got here, it wasn't gentle. Piecing it together, he wonders how many days have passed, and whether he actually survived his fight against something called Madam Eight Legs. He replays the moment that saved him. Madam froze for just a second, stunned by the flash of an explosion. That explosion rips across the frame in blinding pink light. "I might have lost my life," he admits, no kidding. Every muscle, vein, and bone aches. He can't find a single spot on his body that isn't wrecked. He hauls himself up and starts wrapping his own wounds, grumbling that he seriously underestimated how hard Madam could hit. Bandaging himself up, he realizes something. That underestimated hit is exactly what saved him. Flash to a trio of familiar faces watching from a distance. Adolf Morg, an adult Camus at his side, and another ally standing witness. Turns out this whole disaster was the plan. Step 1, slip out from under Hugo's watchful eye. With Adolf, Camus, and a crowd of witnesses seeing him die, nobody's going to question it. Back in the present, he pushes himself upright, bandaged wrist trembling, taking stock of just how bad the damage really is. He looks out on a village of hide tents and dirt paths, kids running between them. Not exactly the Baskerville estate. Realization hits, this is the Balak's camp Bulak, home turf of his clan's sworn enemies. A tribeswoman with a drawn bow eyes him warily while a curious kid peers over her shoulder, sizing up the battered prisoner. He's officially a captive in enemy territory, and with a body this wrecked, running isn't exactly on the table. A guard barks, "Hurry up, walk," and shoves him forward, roped up alongside a line of other captives. Two more bound prisoners trudge along beside him, shirtless and bruised, clearly no strangers to a beating. One of the Balaks mutters to himself outside a tent, squinting at the line of captives, soldiers from the Baskerville and Morg clans, and he swears he recognizes their faces. The camera lingers on a captive's bound back, the tension of that recognition hanging thick in the air. He can't shake one nagging question. If they're rounding up prisoners for execution, why hasn't he been marched off with the rest? A Balak steps up to him. "You're up," he says, then asks flatly, "You can speak Balak, right?" Standing beside a hulking, bandaged tribal warrior, he sizes up the situation with a wary red eye. Somebody in the crowd suddenly recognizes him from way back, sending a ripple of shock through the onlookers. What? How did he know? One of them sneers that he should be grateful, that he's not about to end up like the others being marched off right now. Then comes the real gut punch of a question, dripping with cruelty. How does it feel watching your own comrades walk toward their deaths? She keeps twisting the knife, taunting him about the despair of being stuck in a crippled body, adding that if he weren't the commander's pet, she'd have boiled him alive already. Her grin stretches wide and unhinged, clearly enjoying every second of tormenting a prisoner who can't fight back. Let's call her hothead, subtlety is not her strong suit. "Pet dog," he repeats in his head, and you can practically hear the offense in it. A beat of tense silence passes over his battered frame. Then his hand clenches and chains seem to materialize out of nowhere, wrapping tight around his fist. His face is swallowed by those spectral chains, one eye burning furious red through the links. More chains coil through the frame, an aura of barely contained fury rolling off him. His expression flickers, doubling for a split second like something ancient just stirred behind his eyes. All he can manage is a stunned what. The Balaks around him freeze, murmuring in alarm, "What is with this guy's eyes?" "This arrogant bastard," someone snarls right before his fist connects hard. The impact lands with a crack you can practically feel through the screen. A massive, bandaged tribal warrior looms over him afterward, saying nothing at all. The silence is somehow worse. Lying there, he vows quietly to himself. He's memorized that face, and the second his body heals, there's a bill coming due. His red eye burns with cold, patient determination. This is a promise, not a threat. The scene breathes for a second, just sunlight filtering through the trees overhead. A length of rope tied off around the teepee poles hints at what's coming next. He's marched off through the forest, rope in hand, muttering, "How is this rope even this long?" He keeps walking, dragging what feels like an endless leash behind him. "I've walked a fair bit," he grumbles, "and I still don't see the end." The rope snaps taut through the air with a sharp whip crack. He pauses mid-step, bandaged and wary, letting out a curious hum. The path opens up onto a waterfall pouring into a quiet river below. The rope trails right off the bank and disappears beneath the water's surface. Someone surfaces silently from the water, watching him without a word. He stands frozen at the water's edge, matching her silence with his own. The rope stretches taut between them, him on the bank, her waist deep in the current. She flashes him a sly, knowing smirk, clearly enjoying having the upper hand. "Lie down," she orders, cool as ever. A close-up on the rope wrapped around his wrist tells you exactly how much say he has in this. Without warning, she yanks the rope and drags him straight into the water with a splash. Water sprays everywhere as the struggle plays out in the current. An arrow suddenly thuds into a tree trunk nearby, way too close for comfort. She rounds on a group of kids with bows, yelling, "You brats, go practice somewhere else." Turns out she's not just messing with him, she's actually protecting him. The kids lower their bows sheepishly while she stands guard over him like she actually means it. Dripping wet, she looks over at him with an oddly warm little smile. "Thank you for setting me free at the slave auction," she says. Then, softer, "We return kindness twofold, tenfold when we're taking revenge. Since you saved me once, I saved you twice." He blinks, caught completely off guard. Twice. Turns out their history goes back further than anyone let on. "Did you set up this rope?" he asks, piecing together just how deliberate all of this has been. She tilts her head, teasing him with a question of her own. "What's the reason for keeping me alive?" He studies her carefully. "You seem to be of a high position within your party," he offers, working the angles even now. The rope shifts against his bandaged torso with a faint creak, a reminder of exactly who's holding the leash. Wading in the river, she muses aloud, "I wonder how much your party would pay for you." His stomach drops. I'm in trouble, he thinks, and for once he means it literally. If she actually opens hostage negotiations with the Baskerville clan, his whole faking my death plan goes up in smoke. He scrambles for an angle, thinking fast, what should I do in this situation? She grins wide, clearly enjoying watching him sweat. "What do you think? Did you feel a sense of hope?" A blade glints ominously close to the rope around his neck. He sits there bandaged and tense while she laughs, dagger in hand, savoring the moment. "Shall we decide on our titles first?" she asks, way too pleased with herself. She strikes a confident pose, sword in hand, clearly relishing her new leverage. "Call me master," she declares. He just stares back in stony silence, bold move considering who he actually is. His red eye narrows, rope and blade both hovering right at his throat. "Haha, I like those rebellious eyes," she purrs. "I'll have fun taming you." "Yeah, good luck with that, payback." He cuts through the moment with business instead. "Before that, there's somewhere we have to stop by. Let's get moving." As they head off together, he asks where they're going. Her only answer, tossed back with a grin, "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious?" They arrive at a hut ringed with skull totems, exactly as inviting as it sounds. A massive, arrow-riddled jaw looms nearby as she announces the real destination. "We're visiting the village head, the matriarch." Draped in fur and framed by trophies of bear and wolf, a new face sizes them up with a knowing smirk. Looks like the real interrogation is just getting started. Bruised, bound, and dragged through some tribal village. Yeah, this is not the glow-up arc our boy was hoping for. Meet Vikir, freshly captured and hauling supplies like the world's saddest pack mule. "Welcome to Balak territory." a hidden village tucked deep in the trees, days from anything resembling civilization. House rules here are simple. No bed, crash on a buddy's hammock, no food, mooch off whoever's got more. It's basically socialism with better abs. Nobody in the Balak tribe locks anything up. Sharing is just how they survive out here. You'll get used to it, his guide tells him, all cheerful. Vikir's face says otherwise. Property rights? Never heard of her. Vikir clocks it fast. These people share everything right down to the roof over their heads. Next stop, the matriarch's hut. We're here, mother, she announces. Vikir barely gets out a stunned mother before. The woman turns around, and something about her instantly puts Vikir on alert. So this is the boy you won't shut up about, mom says, not even trying to be subtle. Mother, when did I ever say that? Ah, there it is. The classic my mom is embarrassing me in front of my crush meltdown. But Vikir isn't laughing. His brain is doing the math. The matriarch's daughter, the Balak tribe. Wait a second. It clicks, this woman is the Night Fox herself. Same commanding presence, same don't test me energy radiating off of her. The face behind the legend, the very warrior who carved a scar across Hugo Baskerville's nose years ago. Small world. Cut back to how Vikir actually ended up here, a flashback duel he very clearly did not win. His odds going in, head-on combat 0%. Assassination attempt, also 0%, she saw it coming from a mile away. One clean strike later, and that's the fight. Battered and bandaged, he can't help but crack wise to himself. Running away would have bumped his survival odds up to a whopping 20%. Of course, by survival rate he means the odds he'd have lived. Grim math delivered with a completely straight face. The damage is real, even if the attitude isn't. The Balak girl studies him, squinting. I've seen your face before. Vikir tenses up inside. Can she somehow tell he shares blood with Hugo just by instinct? Back in the present, mother interrogates daughter. What exactly are you planning to do with him? He's basically useless like this. He's the one who went after Madame Eightlegs, the daughter reminds her, still tending his wounds. Mom's response is somehow worse. Doesn't matter if his body's ruined as long as his seed is intact. Yeah, let's not unpack that further. Mother, that is not what I meant. Excellent parenting, truly. Panicking, she blurts out the save. I'm making him my slave. Wait, that's a total 180 from everything you just said. I needed a slave to help with hunting, okay. Mom shrugs it off. Whatever you do with your own slave is your business. Vikir has officially been claimed. Cue the world's most awkward silence. She will not be making eye contact with anyone right now, thanks. Sometime later, out in the quiet of the forest, Vikir, still hobbling around bandaged head to toe, finally speaks up. I have a question. Straight to the point, what's your name? I'm not calling you master, she shoots back, so I need something to actually call you. Then she immediately flusters herself. How dare a slave just ask questions like that? Nobody's buying it. She caves anyway. It's Ayan. I'm Vikir, so what do you want me to actually do? Ayan, straight for the first name basis. How dare you use my name so casually? No, wait, use my name, girl, pick a lane. Ayan recovers with a triumphant thumbs up. Build yourself a house to live in. Internally, she's fuming. How dare an imperial reject act all high and mighty? Little does she know who she's talking to. Vikir, meanwhile, is quietly plotting. Ordering people around is a skill, and he's about to remind her exactly who's better at it. Build a house, not exactly a challenge for a guy who used to run an entire district. That little smirk should really worry her. This'll be fun, he decides. Not long after, Ayan wanders back and just goes at whatever she's staring at. I've carried out your order, Vikir says, cool as ever, presenting the finished job. Her brain short-circuits. Why is he this good at building tents? She figured the guy with the busted-up body would at least struggle a little. Nope. If he's just gonna do that, all the supplies I brought are pointless. Somebody's ego just took a hit. Vikir just keeps working, unbothered by the reaction. Something about the moment drags his mind somewhere else entirely. He remembers a hard truth from his old life. Back in the Age of Chaos, swordsmen who only knew how to swing a blade didn't last long. It's been a while, he mutters to himself by the fire, somewhere else in his head entirely. Surviving the worst of it meant picking up every skill you could. Out here, Ayan's marveling that even the drainage is perfect. Then she remembers something. Now that I think about it, Mom's tent looked pretty unstable too. So she launches into a whole engineering pitch, mixing dirt, gravel, oil and fire, half rambling through it. Vikir just listens, giving nothing away. She catches herself getting into it and backpedals fast. Do it, I was already thinking that anyway. So it's back to work, shirtless and bandaged, brick mold in hand. Bricks baking by the fire, teamwork actually starting to look like teamwork. A cart full of bricks rolls in just as the matriarch happens to show up. Oh is all she manages. That is not a face that impresses easily, and yet here we are. She walks right up to inspect the reinforced pillar herself. Good job, she tells Vikir, high praise apparently from the woman who beat him half to death. Then to her daughter, you picked up a pretty useful one, somewhere a compliment happened. She hands down a new assignment on the spot. Vikir just stares back, silent. Later by the water, Ayin calls out to him. He looks up midwash, Isn't slaving away exhausting, she asks, don't you want to actually join the tribe for real? Not really, he shrugs, slaving away isn't so bad. What he doesn't say out loud, this is genuinely more peaceful than being a Baskerville or running a whole city full of corrupt nobles. You were clearly raised with discipline, Ayin notes. Well, a slave's not really in a position to complain, he says, Mom's listening in, unreadable as ever. Don't be like that, just follow me, I'll help you out, Ayin says, already jogging ahead. I'll help you survive and settle in here, do good and I'll untie that rope for good. Vikir deadpan, how appealing, read that in whatever tone you want, it wasn't sincere. So what exactly do I need to do, he asks. Ayin lights up delighted, now you're being honest. The answer's staring right at them, a totem stacked with skulls, go hunt down something huge. Go on a hunt, Vikir repeats less than thrilled. Turns out the tribe's hunters haven't landed anything big in a while, and the kids are going without meat because of it. So basically, Ayin explains as they head out together, if you bring back something big enough, you go from slave to actual tribe member, a real shot at freedom dangled right in front of him. So really, you just need to keep up with me, she adds. Vikir sweats a little as she brags, be grateful you're the slave of the Balak's own hunting commander. He just sighs, she glances back smirking. All right, let's go, she says, and for once there's no bite in it. Just a genuine, easy smile. Careful, Ayin, that almost looked like you like the guy. We're heading out tomorrow, got it, she confirms. Sure, why are you smiling like that though? I wasn't smiling, sure you weren't. Back at camp, the matriarch just watches it all with a knowing little smile. She sees exactly where this is headed. And Vikir gets a playful smack for his trouble. Slave, hostage, whatever, somehow this arc's turning out kind of wholesome. We open deep in tribal territory, where someone grinds out some kind of ritual paste in a stone bowl. Dark, tar-like liquid drips into a waiting jar. Whatever this blessing is, it does not look pleasant. A tusked old tribal elder calls the young hunters in. Gather around, he booms, it's time for the hazing ceremony. Enter Ahuman, the tribe's shaman, tan skin, silver hair and a grin that says he enjoys this a little too much. Take my blessing, he tells the gathered hunters, or you're in for a rough time. Not exactly subtle for a holy man. Turns out this tribe's hunters actually feel guilty about killing their prey. So before the kill, they smear charcoal across their faces, a disguise to hide from the god of death himself. Grim but weirdly poetic. Off to the side, our hero watches it all. Yes, that's Vikir, bandaged up and blending into the tribe. Even a warrior tribe needs a shaman, he muses, quietly amused by all the nagging going on. The shaman, it seems, doesn't get much respect around here. People only bother with his blessings when it's convenient. One sharp-eyed hunter wonders aloud if that makes his whole position meaningless. Vikir just quietly takes notes. This place isn't so different from anywhere else, Vikir thinks, sizing up the tribe's politics like he's done it 100 times before. A new face crashes onto the scene with a heavy thud of an entrance tattooed, sharp-eyed, and clearly ready to make trouble. Everyone goes quiet watching two figures square off in the clearing. What a sight, someone mutters, they are not wrong. The hit-headed newcomer jabs a finger at Vikir. The silver-haired huntress beside him just tells him to shut up. She doesn't get along with the shaman apparently, and this guy is not helping. She shoves something spiked into Vikir's hands. This, she says, all business, wear it. Vikir blinks at the thing, a dog collar. Turns out it's standard gear worn so hunters' prey can't rip out their throats. Practical if a little on the nose given his slave status. Vikir shrugs it off internally. Since he's already here, he figures, might as well adapt. The tribe's giant wolf mounts stir in the grass, ready to move. One of them snarls right into frame. These are not house pets. The huntress hops on with Vikir behind her. I told you to hold my waist, she warns. Are you sure you'll be okay? I'll be fine, he says, famous last words. Then we're leaving, she calls out, and the wolf takes off. Vikir's spiked collar catches the wind as the wolf bolts. He is already regretting his confidence. The huntress glances back mid-ride, checking on her passenger. You should have grabbed my waist, she says, unimpressed. You'll fall if you keep that up. Sure enough, Vikir eats dirt flat on his back, wondering if his body can even get up in this state. Spoiler, it definitely can. Enter the rival, a tattooed, yellow-eyed hunter riding in hard on his own wolf, clearly here to make an entrance. The huntress Ayin clocks him immediately. She raises a hand in greeting, though her expression says she'd rather not. Ayin, the rival hunter, calls out, sizing her up with a smirk. You seem awfully free, he sneers, playing around with your slave. He brags that he's going after bigger prey next hunt, and plans to be named captain of the hunting group himself. Ayin fires back that she's putting her own grandfather's honor on the line to prove him wrong. He just mocks her. The guy only knows shamanism. Vikir's expression sharpens, watching the tension build between them. Heemp, the rival, scoffs right before something happens that wipes the smirk clean off his face. You bastard, what are you doing? He snarls, sprawled out and completely caught off guard. He rounds on Ayin instead, needling her for handing hunter's gear to an injured slave. Get a hold of yourself, Commander, he'll only be a burden. Ayin's eyes narrow at the word burden. Wrong thing to say. I wonder, she says coolly, already 3 steps ahead of him. He pats himself down, panicking. His weapons are just gone. What? TCH, she mutters, already unimpressed by how easy that was. His gear lies scattered in the dirt, lifted right off him without him noticing. Vikir watches quietly from the sidelines while Ayin twists the knife. You should hold onto your weapons the way you'd hold your lover. They were taken away, she says with a satisfied smirk, rubbing it in. Humiliated, the rival hunter lunges straight at Vikir, this arrogant slave bastard. Ayin's arm shoots out and stops him cold. That's enough. He tenses, furious at being checked by her. Whose slave do you think you're punishing on your own accord? She demands. He's a slave, the hunter shouts back. How dare he insult a Balak warrior? You were being pathetic in front of him, Ayin shoots back, unbothered. He turns it on her instead. Why are you defending him so much? Don't tell me you've come to like the slave. Ayin just stares him down, silent. Fine, he snaps. A slave's a slave. If he did something wrong, he should be punished, and lunges again. Vikir tenses, unsure what's about to happen. What happens next is Ayin, whip in hand, closing the gap in a blur. She's already landed the first hit before he can even react. Blood sprays through the grass. This fight is over before it started. Ayin's focus is ice cold. She's not even breaking a sweat. Another strike lands clean across his tattooed arm. He hits the ground, thoroughly beaten. Happy now? Ayin asks, glancing back at Vikir like this was absolutely nothing. She stands over him, bow in hand, making it very clear who's actually in charge here. But if you pull that shit on my slave again, she warns the beaten hunter, I'll beat you up myself. Her bloodied knuckles say she means every word. Got it, she presses, and he does not argue. He's still sprawled there, thoroughly humbled. Face down on the grass, message received. The forest goes quiet around them. Yay, he finally mutters, all the fight gone out of him. The trees sway overhead, the storm having passed. Ayin and Vikir walk off together, both a little quieter than before. It had to be done, she says eventually. Ahun's a petty, stubborn guy. That was the only way to shut down his little retaliations, she adds. Vikir stays quiet. Why aren't you answering me, she presses. Because it hurts, he finally admits. The wolf's eye flicks sideways, like even it knows what's coming. Then the wolf bucks and Vikir goes flying. Feet overhead straight into the dirt, rough landing. Ayin panics instantly. Does it hurt a lot? Is it bad? Is your life in danger? She practically shrieks, way overreacting. Vikir, holding his face, deadpans. It hurts to talk, smooth. Ayan's face goes a little red, clearly flustered by the whole situation. Because apparently this tribe's fix for an injury is licking it, and she leans right in to do exactly that. Her tattooed arm grips the wolf's fur tight, steadying herself through the moment. The two of them sit close on the wolf's back, both a little pink in the face now. "I knew I was right," she says, half teasing. "For an imperial bastard you show promise." Vikir, ever the analyst, just asks if barbarians usually lick each other's wounds and points out it could actually spread infection. Not exactly the response she was hoping for. She offers him something in return. Anything he wants, she says she'll do it. "Can I ask for anything?" Vikir presses, testing exactly how far that promise goes. "Oh, of course," she stammers. A Balak warrior doesn't go back on their word. Vikir goes quiet, thinking it over just a little too long. Ayan starts to panic internally. Why is he thinking so hard? Her mind runs wild. "Don't tell me." "No way." "If it's really anything," Vikir finally says, drawing it out, "then this works out perfectly." Her heart is pounding out of her chest at this point, bracing for whatever's coming next. "Teach me how to shoot arrows," he says, not the confession she braced for. "Ah, arrows, okay, fine," she manages. "Then starting tomorrow," Vikir grins, "we're doing some special training." "Sure," she agrees, and the two ride off together into the trees. An arrow rockets into a tree trunk dead center, splitting the bark wide open. His teacher isn't impressed. "Gosh, my slave has zero talent with a bow," she groans. "Didn't I tell you to aim at the arrow already stuck in there?" He just grunts back a flat "hey," not exactly Robin Hood energy yet. She draws the bowstring back herself to demonstrate, half wondering out loud if teaching him from this position is even proper form. His bandaged feet drag through the dirt while she needles him. "Weren't you the one who begged me to teach you how to use the bow?" A grizzled Balak tribesman finishes with a grin. This is exactly how young Balak warriors are taught. She gets real for a second. His broken body can't hold a sword for a long while, so the bow's his only shot and he needs to bag some big game to save his reputation. She keeps correcting his stance anyway. He groans that his bones are basically filing a formal complaint at this point. Something cracks in the woods. A small figure hits the dirt in the distance while a voice calls out, "Bakira, did you find it?" A white wolf comes bounding back with a bark, reporting in the only way it knows how. Tight on his face, one sharp command cuts through: "Get up, slave." She brightens up, announcing they're picking up the pace from here on out. The wolf trots along at her side as she strides on ahead, all business well mostly. They tear off through the trees at a dead sprint, closing the distance fast. A massive waterfall crashes into view below them. She points it out. This is exactly where the river meets the ocean, right where they need to be. Legend says a salmon that fights its way up this waterfall gets to evolve into something huge. Sure enough, one desperate fish goes flying up through the spray. However, not every jump ends in glory. It tumbles back down, gravity winning this round. Most salmon that fail get punished hard, slamming straight onto the sharp rocks below. Close on one unlucky fish's final, wide-eyed moment. And just like that, it becomes a snack for something much, much bigger, an ox bear. The beast scoops the fish straight out of the current like it's nothing. Bakira can't believe his eyes. This ox bear looks like a completely different species from the ones he's seen. It's playing in a whole different league. This one's from a seriously superior bloodline, apparently. And it survived more chaos-tier pandemonium events than most fighters ever will. "No way," Bakira mutters from the bushes. Turns out he scouted up a monstrously strong female instead of what his master actually asked for. Oops. She lays out the real target, not her, him. The male ox bear that's come sniffing around to court the female. Its eyes flare red, sizing up the competition. It snorts unimpressed, ready to make a point. It charges, slamming into its rival with bone-cracking force. The roar shakes the whole forest, and back on the ridge, Bakira flinches at just how loud it is. Dust and splinters fly from the impact. She muses out loud. This female keeps turning down every suitor, so just how strong a mate is she even holding out for? "Wrong question," she says. "It's actually the opposite of what you'd think. That female isn't hunting for a strong male at all. She's already got one pinned down in the shallows, and he's clearly not the alpha type." The poor guy looks utterly bewildered by the whole situation. "Wait, she picked the weakest one?" Bakira asks, baffled. Exactly, she wants a partner she can push around, not a rival for the throne. Because when a big strong male gets riled up, sometimes he accidentally kills his own mate, which, understandably, makes tough guys a hard sell among ox bears. Sound familiar? She says it's basically how the Balak warriors pick their own partners too. The ideal spouse, apparently, is young with great genes bonus points if they're already banged up and easy to manage. Bakira goes quiet, quietly translating that logic into something a lot blunter. As long as she gets what she wants out of him, the rest doesn't matter. Fine, she shrugs, now they just wait it out. The female, she explains, will completely dominate the male once things get going. Clouds drift by as time quietly ticks past. Somewhere in the trees, a low growl rumbles to life. Then a full-throated roar rips through the forest. Bakira nearly chokes, collar and all, at how close that sounded. Silence falls as someone watches quietly from a distance. Bakira mutters that he genuinely has no idea what he's doing anymore, laying out fish and fruit as an offering. She strolls up and asks if he actually left food out for the ox bears. Turns out she's been quietly listening in on the bears for 4 days straight now. She's been feeding the hungry pair this whole time, just to keep their little romance going. Yes, she confirms, this particular fruit gives a temporary boost of raw strength. The catch, it eats away at your lifespan every time you use it. The smarter female will clock exactly what they're up to. The male will get it too, but to handle her, he's got no choice but to eat the thing anyway. It finally clicks for Bakira. She picked a big, strong female on purpose, specifically to burn the male's strength down to nothing. She feeds him by hand, telling him to eat up and heal. Anyway, she muses, those two are really mating like crazy out there. Bakira nearly spits out his food. Isn't that just normal? She asks, all innocence. She teases that every Balak male she knows is built like that. Guess imperial guys just can't keep up. He goes dead silent as she leans in with a smug, drawn-out "can you tilde?" She strikes a very deliberate pose, needling him further, guessing he's from too civilized a country to pull it off. Subtlety was never her strong suit. The moment lingers, charged, right up until she pulls back with a wicked grin. He yelps and swats the moment away, completely flustered. Looks like the female's pregnant now, mission accomplished oxbear style. Her claws flex sharp and ready. She roars, a streak of raw fury lighting up the scene. The whole forest seems to shake with it. She charges straight at him. Bakira's confused why she's driving the male off now. Turns out a freshly mated oxbear treats her old partner just like any other rival on her turf. Message received, don't come back. She finally slumps down to rest. 4 sleepless days of non-stop effort finally catch up to her. Once she's out cold, she'll tuck herself away somewhere safe and hidden, which means it's time to start tracking her quietly. We start the hunt, she declares. Clouds roll over a darkening sky. Snow-capped peaks stretch out ahead of them. Fresh paw prints cut a trail through the snow. They push deeper into a narrow ice canyon. She's thrown off. The bear should be exhausted, but it's still moving fast, far ahead of them. She explains it picked the safest possible spot. Up here in the cold, nothing that feeds on blood or bone can even survive. Bakira's stunned. An oxbear's learned knowledge apparently beats its raw instinct, smarter than it looks. He shivers hard as the cold finally sinks in. She yanks him in close, no explanation given yet. Stiffen up out here and you'll just get in my way during the hunt, she says, all business. She flatly asks if he wants to be a liability. He insists he's fine, but cold body means stiff limbs and she's not budging on that. He can't help but wonder, privately, since when she started making this much sense. All right, she relents, pulling him closer anyway. She holds him against her for warmth out there in the snow. Neither of them says much for a moment. She immediately backpedals, red-faced, insisting she's just concerned for her slave's health. A master's duty, obviously, nothing more. Sure it is. The wolf just tilts its head at the two of them like it's seen this movie before. Something's wrong. The tracks just stop dead in the ice. The oxbear's trail has completely vanished. Just where, she starts to ask, and that's when a pair of glowing red eyes open in the darkness behind them. Her face goes tight with alarm. She spins around fast, pulling Bakira in behind her. His eye goes wide, every muscle locking up. Something slashes out of the dark in a burst of red and purple energy. It roars, claws crackling with menace. Bakira plants his feet, bow drawn, aura flaring, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Meet a trio of young hunters riding high after a big catch, grinning ear to ear like they just won the lottery. The whole camp gawks at the boar they bagged, that is dinner sorted for a while. They haul the massive boar back on a wagon while the rest of the tribe swarms in to gawk. One hunter waves off the praise, admitting she only bagged 3 measly rabbits next to that boar. Someone jokingly asks if that makes Ahun the real MVP hunter now, maybe even the next commander. Ahun, a resident blonde brag machine, cracks up at the idea. Technically, by the rules, yeah, it would make him hunting commander. The crowd eats it up. Ahun struts, bragging that even the current commander Ayin has her limits hunting solo. Modesty is clearly not his strong suit. Turns out Ahun has more to say. He sneers that the slave tagging along with Ayin will just be dead weight. He doubles down, betting she will come back empty-handed thanks to her new babysitting job. Cut to the actual hunt. A massive horned oxbear roars, already bleeding and furious. It slashes out with claws the size of dinner plates. Ayin is already mid-fight, bow drawn, all business no matter what the doubters back home think. Her eyes go wide, something is closing in fast. Another sharp gasp as the danger ramps up around her. A tight shot on bandaged hands, gripping hard through the chaos. The oxbear lunges again, claws raking the air just shy of its target. Ayin's eyes snap wide, catching real danger closing in on her. She is knocked clean off her feet onto the ice, and her white wolf partner leaps in to shield her. A hulking oxbear rears up, eyes blazing red, ready to finish the job. The wolf is not backing down, snarling right back at it. It barks a warning that says, loud and clear, not today. The oxbear just snarls back, completely unbothered. The slave checks on Ayin, the two of them huddled close. You okay? He asks. She catches her breath and actually gives him credit. I survived thanks to you. But the relief does not last. Was that whole thing bait for something bigger? Ayin admits, a little bitterly, that she only made it through because of the slave's help. At this rate, she gripes, her dignity as his so-called master is basically toast. Determined to save face, she orders him to just sit back and watch a real masterwork. Bow raised and full of pride, she marches off to prove she does not need saving. He watches her go, thoroughly unimpressed at being benched. Under his breath, he grumbles about being told to rest while she does all the work. An arrow suddenly whips past him as the fight flares back up. He ducks fast in the narrow ice canyon, more startled than actually hurt. The white wolf streaks back into action, tearing across the ice. Arrows rain down, peppering the oxbear's hide one after another. Its claws screech and scrape against solid rock, desperate to fight back. Ayin's fury boils over. How dare this thing come after her slave? She snarls a warning straight at the beast. It is about to pay for that. The slave joins in too, drawing his own bow from atop the wolf. Ayin taunts the monster. Does it really think a boulder is going to save it? A good arrow, she says, can punch clean through steel. But if it is not meant to pierce something, she adds, it will not even scratch a leaf. Precision over brute force. An arrow sinks clean into a solid boulder. A pulse of magic energy ripples out from the impact. The shockwave keeps rolling straight through the ice. On the other side of that rock, a second oxbear, one that thought it was hiding, takes the hit dead center. It coughs up blood, completely blindsided. The white wolf watches the beast go down. The slave puts it together. She just nailed a target hidden behind solid rock without ever seeing it. That arrow's magic sliced clean through the boulder to find its mark. He cannot help but admire it. This is not just archery, it is an art form. Ayin, blissfully unaware of the awe she is inspiring, just catches her breath. He cannot help but think, on raw skill alone, she might even outclass Camus Morgue. Blood spatters across the snow where the oxbear went down. It lies dying, blood still dripping from its jaws. But the danger is not over. 2 more oxbears crash into view. One glares pure murder, muscles coiled to charge. It roars ready to strike. The slave leaps back into the fight on Wolfback, fast and glowing with power. Ayin smirks, cute. Does it really think it can go up against her arrows? She knocks an arrow she calls filled with sincerity. One good enough, she claims, to break clean through a castle wall. Her fist and bowstring crackle with raw blue-white energy. She and the wolf launch a full power assault, engulfed in blinding light. A beam of pure force tears straight across the canyon. It slams the ox bear point blank. The impact sends blood and force rippling outward. The beast's eye goes dark as the light swallows it whole. Ice and rock shatter under the sheer force of the blow. Then out of nowhere, Ayin freezes. What? Something is very wrong. A blur of motion cuts through the scene too fast to even track. Claws rake across her before she can so much as react. The wolf yelps too, caught off guard by the same sudden counterattack. They are both sent tumbling hard down the icy slope. They skid to a brutal stop at the bottom, battered and bruised. The slave lies sprawled out, having taken the worst of the hit shielding her. Ayin stares down at him, stunned into silence, eyes welling up. A tribal elder cuts in with a grim warning. A dying beast's senses sharpen right before the end. This fight is not over. The slave coughs up blood, still reaching out despite the pain. The ox bear looms over them, drooling, sensing exactly how weak they are right now. Ayin forces herself back up, planting herself between him and the beast. The ox bear roars, lunging in for the kill. Shit, she grits out, bracing for the hit. Its jaws snap shut, dangerously close. Somehow still conscious, the slave cracks a tired joke. Are you done showing me what a master's dignity looks like? Ayin's composure finally cracks, tears mixing with grit as she readies for one more stand. Snow falls over her as she steadies herself for whatever is coming next. The slave hauls himself back up behind her. He is done watching from the sidelines. Now it's my turn, he says, quiet and dead serious. His bandaged fist clenches, one eye burning with sudden, unnerving intensity. Energy crackles and surges violently around him. A blast of raw power tears straight into the beast's jaws. The force rips through everything in its path. His bandaged arm glows, barely containing whatever this power actually is. A haze of red mist rolls off him like heat off a furnace. Whatever this is, it clearly is not meant to be used casually. The blast sends the ox bear flying. Flames erupt around him as he moves like something completely unleashed. A pillar of fire roars up, swallowing the battlefield whole. Ayin just stares stunned. Fire, she had no idea he could do this. The beast, cornered and burning, can only growl through the pain. Fire licks across the ice in long, hungry streaks. Embers and smoke swirl through the freezing air. The flames tear through whatever is left of the fight. His face glows in the blaze, one eye burning fierce and red. The fire finally dies down. Ayin just stands there, stunned by what she watched. Her eyes stay wide, sweat on her brow. She has never once seen him fight like that. I knew it, she murmurs. Some suspicion of hers just got confirmed. But the cost catches up fast. He goes pale, vision swimming. He grits through it, realizing that power was way more than his body could actually handle. Both of them collapse onto the ice, completely spent. Ayin jolts upright in shock. Something is very wrong. The ox bear finally lies still, defeated for good, but he is not moving either. She screams out his real name, Vikir. Deep in the mountains, a tribe gathers around a bonfire for the biggest night of their year, the pillaging ceremony. The forest presses in thick and half-wild around them, exactly the kind of place monsters call home. Torches roar to life as hunters haul in the night's kill. Tonight's all about who bagged the biggest monster. The whole camp dances around the flames, whooping it up. Free meat and bragging rights will do that to people. The stew bubbles away while a grinning tribesman, let's just call him Mohawk, stokes the fire like it personally owes him money. One of the huntresses ladles up the good stuff, ready to reward tonight's real hero. The prize is a fearsome fanged headdress, the mark of whoever bagged the biggest beast on this hunt. A huntress plants that headdress right on his head and asks how it feels being the hunting hero. His answer, a flat nothing much. Turns out the beast they're celebrating is a monstrous ox bear, the reason these two are the guests of honor tonight. She digs into the meat, laughing that this one's nothing like the cowardly boars that soil themselves and bolt. Another huntress leans in, grinning, backing her up and dragging him straight into the joke. He grimaces through a mouthful, clearly a lot less thrilled about the celebratory drink than everyone else. Someone shoves a bowl into his hands with zero warmth. Here, this is yours, slave. Old habits die hard around here. He eyes the bowl warily and gets snapped at for even questioning it. One of the guys grumbles about getting shorted on meat and gets told flat out that his honor just isn't worth that much. It's an old Balak rule: whoever contributes most to the hunt actually gets the least meat. and earns the most honor instead. Now one of the guys is groaning that he wants to shower their star hunter with meat too. Honors a hell of a motivator. She can't help but cackle at his sour expression, clearly something's bugging him. But what's actually eating at him has nothing to do with dinner. He got something far more valuable out of this hunt. He's got a power called Beelzebub, and it just banked 2 new trophies, a flame Cerberus and a 600-kilo oxbear. A third slot locks in 2, some kind of undying life force, and he's already scheming how much extra weight he can carry while holding his breath. Truly, a normal kid's train of thought. Better yet, absorbing the oxbear patched him right up. His body's healing faster than it has any right to. Someone calls him over with the usual charm. Hey, slave, that nickname just won't die. A huntress hovers nearby with a bowl of her own, looking oddly hesitant. He hands over the intestines he swiped right out from under the shaman's nose. A hunter's right, apparently. She counts off everything she's gotten from him so far: meat, blood, intestines, and not so subtly hints it's still not enough. The tribe's old wisdom kicks in: eat the eyes if yours are weak, eat the heart if that's weak, eat the legs if those are weak. He's sweating just listening to it. She holds up the intestines and jokes that maybe her own insides need fixing too, while the other girls start booing their so-called commander. The other huntresses aren't buying the act for a second. They call her out for playing favorites in broad daylight. Caught red-handed, all she's got is a flustered "shoo, shut up." Meanwhile, he's just trying to get through the meal without getting dragged into the drama. She keeps right on feeding him anyway, grinning like she's got nothing at all to hide. The night winds down, the fire dying to embers as the celebration finally settles. An old woman gives him a knowing smile, telling him he'll finally be able to fulfill his duty. He's already pretty sure he pulled his weight during the hunt, so what more could anyone possibly want from him now? Morning breaks quiet over the mountains after the wild night before. The camp sleeps it off, tents lined up in the pale morning light. He slips away on his own, bandaged feet padding quietly through the dirt. He treks out alone into the wilderness, putting real distance between himself and the tribe. He comes to a massive, ancient stump deep in the trees, clearly not just any old piece of wood. Something about it crackles with an eerie energy, like it's still very much alive. He rests a hand on it, quietly admitting to himself that what she told him yesterday turned out to be true. Smoke curls up from a nearby cliff edge, adding to the strange, hushed atmosphere. He pushes on, steam rising off his skin as he works through whatever's eating at him. He's caught leaving food out for a sleeping creature, and somebody is not happy about it. He gets reminded pretty bluntly that the whole village is dealing with a food shortage, and he's out here handing out extra meals. The tribe turns to face the deep woods and formally greets someone called Madam Eight Legs, clearly not someone you casually drop in on. They're literally asking a monster's permission just to keep living in this forest. That's how much dread the thing commands. Watching the villagers grovel like this, he quietly admits just how reckless his own stunt yesterday really was. Under his breath, he just calls it what it is: an annoying monster, nothing more. Deep in the trees sit a couple of massive mounds. Whatever's living out here, it's building on a serious scale. Next thing you know, he's tied up at the stakes. Punishment for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. A crowd gathers to gawk, and even he's left wondering if this is just another one of the tribe's endless ceremonies. Word spreads fast that his hunt might actually earn him commoner status, and suddenly plenty of village girls are interested in becoming his wife. The huntresses whisper among themselves, sizing him up. Anyone who can take down an oxbear has to be seriously strong. One of them starts putting on quite a show to get his attention, and he can only sigh. These girls, seriously. A fight nearly breaks out over who fed him first. Apparently that makes him property now. Ayan storms in, hauling a fresh kill over her shoulders, ready to stake her own claim. The other girls immediately gang up on her, accusing their so-called commander of hoarding him all to herself. She fires back that if they want a guy like him, they can go catch their own monster. They whine that they've already tried repeatedly. One huntress insists they've searched all the way to the Empire's border, and there's genuinely nobody else like him out there. Ayan just shrugs it off with a smirk, Maybe try looking in hell, the girls all shriek in outrage. Ayan's already scheming. Since she fed him a certain part of the ox bear, she figures she's earned the right to put him to manly use. He spots her waving him over from behind the fence and wisely does not love where this is going. She fumbles when he asks if he caught her scheming, stammering out a very unconvincing no. Well, he quietly puts two and two together about exactly what he ate the night before. She catches up to him for real this time, telling him she heard the matriarch called a meeting with the elders last night. As the pillage's honored hunter, she says, he'll get to ask the matriarch for pretty much anything he wants. Her face goes a little red as she works up the nerve to say what's really on her mind. She's already decided exactly what he should ask for, and she's not shy about telling him. The camp's totem stands tall in the morning light as the meeting with the matriarch draws near. 3 stone-faced elders wait inside, clearly not thrilled about whatever's about to happen. Ayan trades a loaded look with one of the tribe's sharp-eyed elders. He's brought before the whole assembly, tribe members lining the walls just to watch him walk in. He drops to a formal kneel and greets the matriarch properly, a great hunting bird watching from its perch beside her. She looks him over from her seat, clearly amused by the young hunter who's caused this much fuss. She credits him directly. Thanks to his catch, she finally got to eat some genuinely good meat. He keeps it modest, just saying he did what needed doing. She waves off the modesty. He did well and she's not about to pretend otherwise. She notices how fast he's healing too, clearly fascinated by just how quick his recovery really is. This is Aquila, the night fox, a matriarch feared across the empire despite leading a tribe of barely 300, and she's just realized he saved Ayan too. As commanding as any noble lord but with none of the coldness, she decides right there that he's earned a reward. In front of the full council, she announces she's changing his status for what he's done. He stays kneeling, waiting to hear exactly what that means. And there it is, he's no longer a slave as of right now, he's officially part of the family. Not everyone's thrilled about it though. He already knows the elders aren't exactly on board with this promotion. That's the old shaman glaring daggers over there. Ashface, the one who smears ash on every hunter's face before the hunt. He's pretty sure that grumpy old shaman is actually his own grandfather, who snaps at him for even looking his way. With the ceremony done, the matriarch turns to him directly and tells him to name his reward. She's already offering to bless a match with any beautiful village maiden he likes. Ayan loses it in the background, frantically signaling that a slave works just fine too, in case he forgot what she told him. He clocks exactly what's happening behind the matriarch's back and doesn't say a word about it. He closes his eyes and tells the matriarch he does actually have a request. She leans in, telling him to just say it plainly. Somewhere behind the throne, Ayan is still signaling like her life depends on it, and he can't help wondering if she really wants him that badly. He holds the silence a beat longer than anyone's comfortable with. The matriarch waits him out, hand resting at her chest. Then he finally says it, he wants to bathe in the hero's spring. That request lands like a bomb, even the elders can't hide their shock. Ayan just about loses it laughing at the reaction he's caused. The matriarch repeats it back slowly, like she's testing whether she heard him right. Her expression turns dead serious as she decides how to respond to a request that big. Deep in the forest, life carries on as usual for this tribe. We're about to crash their fireside chat. A tribal elder loses it, screaming at some poor guy for the sheer disrespect of even asking his question. Another elder chimes in, the tribe's sacred hero's spring is reserved strictly for their proven, high-ranked warriors. Nobody else gets a dip. A grizzled warrior isn't having it either, roaring that this outsider's request doesn't even deserve a hearing. Only heroes who have proven real strength get in, they insist how dare anyone that clueless even ask. But someone pipes up in his defense. Vikir's already proven himself, remember? The kid wrestled down an ox bear at their pillaging ceremony. Someone claps back, unimpressed. Does this guy even know what the hero's spring actually is? Cut to the hero's spring itself, a shimmering, glowing pool tucked deep inside the Balak shrine. Only the strongest Balak warriors are ever submerged in these waters. It's basically their VIP lounge. It's not just sacred a soak, and this spring heals injuries, inside and out, almost instantly. Vikir recalls what Ayin told him. The spring's water takes ages to build up, and only warriors who have made a special contribution ever earn a spot in it. Someone flatly refuses. They can't send some outsider who just became a commoner into their most sacred waters. But another elder softens. The kid's got a promising future. Maybe one trip could motivate him. Ayin pushes harder. Since when was the spring some water hole nobody could enter? His body's a mess and he's family now. He deserves better. Still, Ayin admits it. She wants to grant his request, but with the shaman and the guards dead set against it, her hands are tied for now. Someone's ears perk up at all this. Word travels fast when your whole tribe is basically one big family. Time skips ahead. Life rolls on as usual in the Balak village, tucked deep in the woods. Suddenly a bell rings out across the village. Is it war? Relax, it's just a guest. As if anyone's crazy enough to start a fight with the Balaks in their own forest. Vikir steps in cool as ever, tabling the whole argument and sending everyone back to their duties. The elders grumble but let it go, watching him walk off. Someone's watching him a little too closely. Vikir just clicks his tongue, completely unbothered by all the tribal politics swirling around him. Cut to the forest road. A merchant caravan is making its way toward the village. Ayin asks if this is the guest everyone's been buzzing about. Vikir just shrugs. Yeah, that's the one. The forest clearing turns into an impromptu market. Carts, crates, horses, the whole 9 yards. The merchants set up shop fast, waving in customers like it's the biggest sale of the year. Turns out this merchant brings goods. The forest just doesn't have the Balaks apparently count down the days until he shows up. Vikir clocks something familiar on the caravan. That symbol. It's the banner of the bourgeois family, one of the empire's 7 great merchant houses. Problem is, to get here from the capital they'd have had to cross Baskerville or Morgue territory. So how exactly did they pull that off? Neither family would ever grant safe passage, so did they smuggle themselves in? Cut to the merchant boss grinning like he doesn't have a single guilty bone in his body. The merchant boss switches into his best sales pitch for the crowd, inviting everyone to come barter. Balak tribesmen line up eager to trade whatever forest goods they've got. He's already hawking some suspiciously magical trinket, a glass orb that supposedly gives sweet dreams. More goods pile up on the stalls, and Vikir's watching all of it like a hawk. These merchants bring food and daily necessities that circulate all across the empire. Useful stuff, no question. But the math's off. They're trading a bag of grain for genuinely rare forest treasures. That's not exactly an even swap. There's just no way these merchants don't already know the real value of what they're getting. Are they seriously taking advantage of Balaks who have no clue what the current market prices even are? Vikir decides to let it slide for now. Can't blow his cover over some shady bartering just yet. The long game, folks. Someone finally catches on and calls foul. This deal is unfair. Turns out it's Ayin, furious over trading an actual diamond for one measly ear of corn. Vikir's relieved. Finally, someone with a functioning brain. He spoke too soon. Her big counter-demand, 2 corns instead of 1. Vikir's faith in humanity takes another hit. She's thrilled with her terrible deal, dancing off with her corn like she just won the lottery. Vikir just sighs. She's hopeless. Another tribesman tries his own, haggling. A pearl clam for a radish isn't fair, so he wants 2 radishes instead. Same energy, same math problem. The merchant's crew keeps happily fleecing them, one bad trade at a time, and calling it a cabbage, no less. The boss grits his teeth. Business is good, but not quite good enough for his liking. Elsewhere, a few Balak warriors keep grinding through training, ignoring the market chaos entirely. The merchant boss gloats to himself. These stupid Balaks have no clue what their own goods are worth. A young Balak girl steps up sweetly, asking for one of those glass sweet dream orbs. He's got plenty of orbs, sure, but what's she offering in return? Her prized offering, a sundung beetle larva, rare, yummy, and nutritious, she swears. The merchant's face says everything. Absolutely not. He tosses her prized snack aside without a second thought. Why would he eat that? She stumbles back, genuinely hurt by the rejection. And just like that, his mask slips, muttering that for a stupid barbarian she's quite pretty. charming guy. He grabs her headband as some twisted form of payment instead, and she's in tears. She reaches out desperately, but nobody's stepping in, yet. Vikir's finally had enough. He steps in cold, flatly declaring the whole trade invalid. He walks right up to the merchant, done being polite about it. From the sidelines, Ayan notices something's off about him. Wait, since when does Vikir even dress like that? The merchant boss tries to backpedal, all fake smiles. Surely there's just a little misunderstanding here. Vikir cuts straight to it. Is this about selling a Balak child into slavery? The merchant chokes on his own words. Not the point right now. Vikir says every unfair trade made today gets cancelled, all of them. The merchant plays wounded. Unfair? What exactly is unfair about his prices? He even tries hiding behind the tribe's own religion, insisting this trade was blessed by the Balak shaman herself. Then he tries intimidation, cracking his knuckles at some kid who dares interfere. Vikir doesn't flinch. He starts rattling off real numbers, starting with that infamous corn, 100 gold, easy. And the diamond they handed over for it, worth about 2 million. Suddenly the math looks a lot less fair. He keeps going, pricing out an oxbear horn billiard ball at a cool million, cocky grin and all. The merchant's sweating bullets. Now how does this kid know the exact market prices? Vikir isn't done. Next up, that adorable Sweet Dreams orb. Turns out that cute little trinket doesn't give sweet dreams, it drugs anyone who sleeps near it. He lays out exactly how it works: tiny holes on the glass leaking drugs into the air all night long. Vikir closes his fist around the so-called diamond and it crumbles to nothing. It was never real to begin with. Fake gem dust rains down through his fingers, proof positive of the con. The merchant boss loses it, watching his whole scheme crumble right along with that fake diamond. His own men start panicking too, sensing the whole operation is unraveling fast. Damn it, the boss mutters. One guy actually figured it out. Ayan repeats it back, dead serious now. Drugs, harm to the body. Was that really what he just admitted to? Vikir confirms it flatly. Yeah. It clicks for the fierce huntress of the tribe, so this is why so many of her people have been getting sick. Sensing the mob turning fast, the merchant boss decides now's a great time to make an exit. Too little too late. A blade's already in motion. Dread creeps across the old merchant's face. An arrow finds its mark, and one of the merchant's men goes down screaming. The wound's ugly, and there's nowhere left to run. The rest of the crew scrambles to their wounded boss, the whole scam collapsing around them. The Balaks realize exactly how badly they got played. Every single item, every single trade. Fury spreads through the crowd fast now. The tribe closes in on the con men who thought they could just walk away. The merchant boss finally panics for real, screaming for everyone to grab their things and run. Ayan turns on Vikir. Why is he just letting them go? Merchants never come back once they've taken a loss. Vikir smirks. There's no way he'd actually let this slide. Here's the plan: wound the animal and let it limp back to the rest of the pack. Then finish the job, nature's oldest trick. Back with the fleeing merchants, still cursing those damned Balak bastards. They regroup by firelight in the dark, nursing their wounds and their bruised egos. Naturally they spin the story. Suddenly they are the victims, whining that the Balaks stole their products. And they've got the muscle to back that story up: a whole crew of armed hired blades. Get ready for battle, the boss orders. They're marching straight back into the trap. Night falls over the forest and trouble creeps closer with it. Something cuts fast through the trees. An eagle swoops down, landing right on cue on a bandaged arm. Vikir's done playing nice. They messed with the Balaks. And the verdict's in: it's about to be a slaughter. Vikir, the tribe's fierce huntress, her eagle, and a wolf all line up on the cliff, ready to make those merchants regret ever finding this forest. Under cover of night, a mercenary caravan creeps through the deep forest, dragging cages and chains behind them, hunting the local tribe they call the Balaks. Their so-called smuggler swaggers along with 2 escorts, gloating that the Balaks who once robbed him are about to get what's coming to them. His plan is simple and ugly: hunt the barbarians down, kill what resists, and drag the rest off as slaves. He warns his men this forest doesn't forgive newcomers. The Balaks, he says, are no pushovers in a straight fight. One of his own mercenaries just scoffs back. If he's this scared of the Balaks, why even hire muscle instead of running the other way? Money changes hands anyway. The mercs sign on to split the profits for playing bodyguard on this little slaving expedition. As night falls deeper over the camp, blades get sharpened and the ambush prep begins in earnest. Someone doles out matches for the night watch, standard stuff, except for one old battlefield superstition nobody's bothered to explain yet. The grizzled smuggler just stares off into the dark, saying nothing. He's clearly done this dance before. He gives the order anyway: exploit the night, torch the place and slaughter the Balax before they even know what's coming. 3 mercenaries huddle around a single match to light their cigarettes, one of them hissing not to blow it out too soon. Turns out there's an old soldier's rule about this: never let 3 men share one match. On a battlefield, that third light is a death sentence. Vikier, playing along as just another camp hand, isn't buying the superstition for a second. The first man lights his cigarette without a hitch. The second one takes his turn just as calm. Then the third light catches and out of the dark, a glowing arrow punches clean through his skull. Superstition confirmed. Blood sprays as the camp realizes, way too late, that they were never alone out here. Hooded Balak fighters crash into the mercenary lines, and the tidy little ambush plan collapses into chaos. The smuggler screams at his men to snuff out every cigarette. The glowing embers have been marking them as targets this whole time. Somewhere in the trees, a fanged Balak archer barks a brutal order: nothing but headshots allowed. A whole line of Balak bows draws back, ready to make an example out of these slavers. Standing right there among the archers, bow in hand, is Vikier, very much not the helpless slave everyone thought he was. He quietly does the math in his head. Hitting targets this precisely off nothing but cigarette glow in pitch darkness isn't luck, that's training. A Balak fighter tosses him a prepped barrel, calling him slave out of habit. Vikier corrects him flat: he's a commoner now, not property. The others just laugh him off for fussing over the label at all. The signal goes out to counterattack, and the first arrows go screaming back the other way. More lines rocket off into the dark, ropes trailing behind them like fishing line. Whatever's tied to the other end of those ropes comes swinging in fast, and it isn't more arrows. One shaft punches clean into a wooden barrel lashed midair. The impact yanks the whole rigged barrel screaming forward on its rope. A whole cluster of barrels comes swinging through the tree line, straight at the camp. A mercenary looks up just in time to see his death arriving by cargo delivery. They launched alcohol barrels. Turns out these barbarians brought their own artillery. A barrel smashes down onto the camp's wooden platform, and the mercs realize this ambush was never improvised. The alcohol goes up in one massive fireball, lighting the whole camp like daylight. Vikier throws an arm up against the blast of heat and light without so much as flinching. Fire, the Balaks started a fire. Someone's finally catching on this was never a fair fight. Mercenaries who can't get clear in time go up in flames screaming. The old smuggler squints through the smoke, genuinely rattled. Tying ropes to arrows to launch oil barrels takes real planning. Since when are these barbarians that clever? Something rustles in the burning brush right behind him, and the dread creeps in. He spins around, pointing and shouting. Whatever he's looking at isn't what he expected. Out of the flames walks Vikier, his eyes blazing a furious red that has nothing to do with the fire around him. "You're that meddlesome Balak bastard," the smuggler snarls, while another one, sword suddenly very close, starts begging for his life instead. Vikier yanks out a folded document and holds it up, the official seal of the region's newly appointed deputy consul. The mercenary threatens right back that killing him brings the whole Baskerville family down on the culprit. Vikier just tilts his head. "Is the deputy consul you're talking about supposed to be named Vikier?" "That's right, that infamous Vikier," the merc spits, sure he's just played his trump card. Vikier's smile is not the reaction anyone was hoping for. "How strange," he says, eyes glowing red. "I don't remember permitting that," he adds right before his blade lights up and comes down. The merc doesn't even understand what just happened to him. Someone stammers that his skin looks different than before, dawning, horrified recognition setting in. No way. Sparks fly as Vikier's sword finds its mark. Forging a fake noble seal for cover just became a fatal miscalculation. The last thing out of the man's mouth is a half-finished "you're really Vi" before he goes silent for good. Vikier's verdict is simple: Anyone who forges the Baskerville seal doesn't get to live long enough to brag about it. A Balak girl rides up on a huge white wolf, calling out that it's time to bail, still calling him slave out of habit. Vikir corrects her too, "I'm not a slave." Arrows thud harmlessly into raised shields as the surviving mercenaries scramble for cover. Then oddly the arrows just stop coming. A merc lowers his sword, confused. They stopped shooting. Word spreads that the Balaks are pulling back. One merc reasons that anyone who resorts to fire instead of a straight fight can't be all that confident. Whipped into a rage, the survivors order an immediate chase into the burning woods. One of them roars that he'll personally butcher every last barbaric bastard he catches right as something purple and violent detonates deeper in the trees. Twisted, lightning-wreathed branches crackle with an energy that has nothing to do with any campfire. Whatever just went off in that dark forest hits with a force that flattens everything nearby. A mercenary who chased the retreat too far into the trees comes stumbling back, screaming that there's a monster in there. Watching from a safe distance, a fanged Balak archer grins at Vikir's handiwork, predicting the forest's monster would strike, then using fire to bait the enemy straight into its path. That's next-level thinking. "You've become a real Balak," she tells him, then admits, almost to herself, that's exactly the effect he has on her every time. "But that's a disaster," she mutters, eyeing the twisted purple wreckage the forest's monster left behind. A stray beam of light cuts through the scorched treeline as the smoke finally starts to clear. The tribe's white-haired matriarch steps in with her verdict: Vikir has earned the right to enter the sacred hero's spring. She studies his face up close, clearly still weighing whether this outsider really deserves the honor. Turns out Vikir didn't just win the tribe over with a fight, he'd already tracked down why so many Balak warriors kept falling sick. Someone had been cutting their supplies with cheap, toxic drugs. "I don't doubt you're a brave warrior," the matriarch tells him, while the tribe's shaman Ahuman glowers silently beside her. Vikir listens quietly, still nursing a bandaged shoulder from the night's fighting. "Tonight's the full moon," the matriarch announces. "Ayin, take him to the hero's spring." "Yes, mother," Ayin chirps, delighted and not at all subtle about enjoying Ahuman's fall from grace. "Serves him right, huh?" Someone gets a playful smack for pushing their luck with the teasing. Meanwhile, Ahuman just stands there in stony silence, all his talk of curses thoroughly debunked. The matriarch spells it out. Ahuman blamed the illness on a curse, and thanks to Vikir exposing the real cause, the old shaman's word no longer carries any weight in this tribe. Vikir just files it away with a small knowing smile. "A curse, huh? Sure, old man." That night, under a full moon breaking through the canopy, Vikir is led deep into the woods to a hidden spring. He sinks into the glowing water, and it's immediately clear this isn't just a bath. "Phew," he sighs, finally letting his guard down for a moment. Even the local wildlife seems perfectly at ease drifting past him in the water. He can feel it working in real time, his mana refining, his old cracked bones and bruised muscle knitting back together. No wonder the tribe's disgraced shaman kicked up such a fuss about this place. Healing water this potent is worth fighting over. It's not quite on the level of House Baskerville's River Styx, Vikir figures, but it beats it in one key way: no age restriction here. Then Ayin slips into the spring right along with him, cheerfully ignoring the part where she's the only one who's actually allowed in. "Is that really such a big deal?" she teases. "Real Balaks don't sweat the small stuff." She points out a carved figure watching over the water. "Adonai?" Vikir asks. "It's a totem to the tribe's greatest legend, a warrior said to be the only Balak who ever stood toe-to-toe with the monster haunting the deep forest. He's the only one who could ever fight the madam in those woods," Ayin explains. "The best warrior our legends have. You're a real Balak now, so show him some respect," she adds, and even the tribe's own kids chime in to back her up. Back in the water, Ayin suddenly gets flustered, covering up and grumbling that outsiders are impossible to communicate with. The two of them share a quiet, charged moment soaking in the glowing spring together. Afterward, Ayin goes uncharacteristically quiet, just watching him. She thinks it over to herself. He's a commoner now, and he's already built himself a solid reputation around the village. Once the spring finishes healing him up and he becomes the man he's meant to be, she decides, he wouldn't make such a bad husband. Later, still glowing in the spring's light, she reaches out and brushes her fingers through his hair without a second thought. Vikir just floats there in the healing water, lost in thought, no idea he's already being measured up for a wedding. Deep in the mountains, a hidden hot spring glows under the night sky, the kind of secluded spot where two people definitely aren't just talking about vegetables. Thick forest canopy swallows the moonlight whole. Whatever's about to happen down in that spring, nobody's watching. Soaking in the water is a green-haired elf with a confession. She'd had a hunch some crooked merchants were skimming extra profits, so when payback came around, she was more than happy to let it happen. The dark-haired guy next to her doesn't even blink. If you hadn't done it, he says, smirking, I would've. I see. He needles her and she instantly spirals, insisting she genuinely knew diamonds are worth more than corn in the empire. Sure she did. He presses her for the actual exchange rate. Her best guess, 20 ears of corn per diamond. 30 she revises, still wrong and not by a little. The real number lands like a slap. Her jaw hits the floor. Ah, slave, I knew that, she blurts, flustered and covering her mouth, and yeah, apparently slave is what she's actually been calling him. He waves off her, scrambling to save face. The two of them lean in close, red eyes locked, the air suddenly a lot more charged than a corn lecture. My name or slave, he asks her point blank, which do you want to call me by? She goes quiet, chewing on the question. She's never been one for leaving things ambiguous. Which do I want to call you, huh? She murmurs to herself, working up the nerve to actually answer. The tension in that spring could cut glass. Nobody's saying a word. Something shifts between them, a spark, a held breath, exactly the kind of moment a recap narrator loves to ruin. You don't like ambiguity, right? She says softly. Then I'll make things clear, and she leans in. His eyes go wide. Whatever she's about to do, he clearly did not see it coming. Just as things get interesting, their faces drift closer, noses nearly touching, the whole spring holding its breath. And then splash, a pack of kids comes cannonballing into the water like the world's worst chaperones. She jerks back, mortified and bright red, right as the spring erupts into chaos. Wow, Siwamender, Brother Vikir, the elf kids cheer, swarming both of them like this was the plan all along. How did you guys get here? She stammers while one of the kids just wants her to come play. Vikir surfaces, quietly stewing over the interrupted question. If it's not his name and it's not slave, what exactly does this brat want to call him? You rascals, she yells, splashing the kids for ruining the moment, not that she'll admit that's the real reason. If you keep dunking around in here, you're cutting the spring's healing power in half, she scolds, hauling the kids out. Elsewhere, a different elf grimaces, clearly bracing for a scolding of his own. A muscular, dark-haired elf man explains himself. Side effects from a batch of tainted merchant goods left several children sick, so their mother sent them straight into the hero's spring to heal. Mother, one small voice cries out, and the weight of just how sick these kids really were hits home. Ayan's expression sours as the pieces click. Don't tell her the whole spring misunderstanding was staged just to make a fool out of her. Vikir, still dripping in the spring, clears his throat awkwardly. There's no elegant way to sit through this conversation half naked. The muscular elf turns to him with quiet sincerity. Thanks for helping my younger sister. Ayan beams and thanks him properly this time, one of the kids cackling in the background at the whole spectacle. Ahem, and Vikir mutters, red eyes darting away, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you this whole time. Yeah, is all he says back to the brother's thanks. Vikir's never been one for long speeches. The brother isn't done venting, we're apologizing here and that's all you have to say, he snaps while the kids splash on obliviously. Ahun, Ayan cuts in flatly, you have too much anger in you. And there it is, the overprotective big brother finally has a name. Ayan goes quiet for a second, cheeks warm. Gosh, she mutters to herself, clearly still thinking about that almost moment. Well, she says, recovering, there's still a lot of time, then simply Vikir. He tenses at the sound of his own name, sweat beading apparently. Even a hardened swordsman gets nervous around this elf. Ayan raises a toast, cheers to you for becoming an official Balak member. 2 years of training and he's finally one of them. The kids pile on for a group hug, Ayan laughing along for a guy running from his own bloody past. This is about as close to family as it gets. 2 years fly by in a flash. Training only gets rougher and Ahun eats a hit that sends him flying clean off his feet. He's airborne before he even registers what happened. The rest of the group watches, stunned, as their toughest fighter gets folded like laundry. Ahun hits the dirt with a groan, thoroughly humbled. "You're more of a crybaby than I thought," Vikir taunts, not even bothering to look smug about it. He doesn't need to. Someone barks a warning Ahun, as a fist comes swinging right back at him. Vikir just raises a hand, calm as ever, ready to do this all over again. Vikir van Baskerville, 17 years old now, and Ahun's already demanding a rematch, one more time. Before round 2 can start, a firm voice steps in. "Our sparring ends here today. Guess who's playing referee?" Ayan strolls off without much explanation. A stroll is all she offers when Vikir asks what she's up to. Meanwhile, a knot of gossiping elves can't stop talking about how monstrous that bastard got once his body fully recovered his marksmanship's apparently creeping up on Commander Ayan's level. But how do you even compare him to Commander Ayan? One scoffs right before Vikir casually cuts in. "I can hit Ahun's nose and make it bleed too." Ahun blinks, checking himself over. "I didn't get hit," he says, baffled. His fist, "It didn't even touch me, it just stopped right in front of my face. And yet blood's already trickling from his nose." The gossiping elves go pale. "Then don't tell me. He made your nose bleed from the wind pressure of his fist alone?" "Yeah, that tracks with everything else about this kid." Vikir just exhales, unbothered, arms crossed. 2 years of grinding and it shows. "Sixth technique," he says, standing before a rock wall he's just punched clean through in 3 places. "I can perfectly bear the 6th fang," he tells himself, smoke still curling off the shattered stone. There's still a long climb to the legendary 10th technique, but hitting the 6th at 17 is nothing short of ridiculous growth. His blade lights up, sword aura carving the air as he settles into stance. "I also have 6 mana circles," he notes, the kind of stat that would make most graduates weep. 6 glowing cores hum to life around him. With this, he figures he can be a high-rank graduator. Add in the River Styx's blessing, the demonic sword Beelzebub, and the marksman and assassination tricks he picked up from the Balax. And Vikir's pretty sure he can go toe-to-toe with the Empire's highest-ranked graduate. He sets his jaw, wind cutting past him. 2 years hiding out with the elves and he's come out sharper than ever. A river cuts quietly through the deep forest, peaceful for now. A white wolf howls into the trees as the hunting party sets out, a butterfly drifting past like nothing's wrong. Vikir crouches over fresh tracks gouged into the stone, running his fingers along the marks. Ayan, bow in hand with her wolf at her side, names the culprit, tracks of the deep forest snake, the Mashasu. The group studies the claw marks in silence. This isn't some garden variety pest. It's a large and ancient one, Ahun notes grimly. Catch it though and the village eats well for 4 days straight. "I see," he hums, unbothered by the danger, just another day's work for a Balak hunter. Vikir goes quiet, studying Ayan out of the corner of his eye. "Ayan," he finally asks, "are you thinking about something else while we're hunting?" "Ah, right," he adds, almost too casually. "Another hunting group asked me to ask you something." He watches her shoulders tense. She's hiding something and he knows it. The other hunting party found a dagger on an imperialist who trespassed into the deep forest, and it's got an emblem etched right into the hilt. "Do you know anything about this emblem?" Ayan asks. Vikir studies it for half a second. "I do, it's a famous one. An extremely famous clan, in fact, Leviathan. One of the 7 imperial clans right alongside House Baskerville, the iron-blooded sword clan itself. Small world, and not in a good way. They'd hoped it was just a leftover blade from a mercenary group they wiped out 2 years back. Thankfully, it wasn't, though thankfully feels like the wrong word here. Ayan isn't done. Something else has been bugging her. Strange sightings out around the headwaters lately. Whoever's been lurking there poured a red liquid from a glass bottle and vanished. When the hunting group finally caught one of them, the intruder bit down on a hidden poison and died on the spot rather than talk. Vikir's expression hardens. Whoever these people are, they're not amateurs. Ayan hesitates, sweat on her brow. "I have something I want to ask." "Don't you want to return to your hometown, Vikir?" The question lands out of nowhere. He frowns at her. That's a strange thing to ask, with an even stranger look on her face. I don't like secrets or lies, she says, steadying herself, so tell me. Her hands twist together, bracing for whatever she's about to admit. To be honest, she finally says, there was another imperialist who came to the deep forest. I think you were their goal. Vikir's face goes rigid with shock. The two of them just stare at each other, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. Someone's been hunting him this whole time. Elsewhere, at the edge of the deep forest, that girl finally arrives, a woman with long crimson hair, walking in like she owns the place. Whoever she is, she's not just passing through, and something tells you Vikir's quiet exile is about to get a lot louder. Word reaches our supposedly dead hero that another outsider went sniffing around his deep forest hideout, and from the sound of it, he wasn't just passing through, he was the target. He goes quiet, running that warning over and over in his head. Someone out there knows he's still breathing. And that someone is a face from his old life, a fierce redhead striding into the deep forest like she owns the place. His tribe companion isn't thrilled about any of this. Her eyes already say she's bracing for bad news. Rewind 2 years, back to the fallout of the fight that was supposed to end him for good. Right after his brawl with the woman they call the Madam, this same girl marched in with a whole search party, hunting for any sign he'd survived. So no, she wasn't sightseeing, she came looking for proof he was still out there somewhere. Back in the present, his tribe girl is spiraling. Will he hate her for sitting on the secret? What if he decides to just go back with that other woman? She even wonders if she could invoke her tribe's own rules to keep him here, though even she's not convinced that trick would actually work on him. Turns out she needn't have worried. He plants his feet, Wolf at his side, and says it flat out, he's not going back. Relief crashes over her so hard it's almost funny to watch. Even the wolf does a double take, like it can't quite believe what it just heard either. Yeah, he repeats, plain and simple, staring out over the water like it's already decided. That's all it takes to have her grinning ear to ear, fangs and all. Word spreads fast around camp that their hunter is staying put. Even the wolves out here gossiping about it. Small forest, big mouths. Staying put doesn't mean staying blind though. He's already scheming how to slip back into Baskerville territory someday, once he can bury his power deep enough that even his own father won't sense it. His mind keeps circling back to her, the morgue firecracker he once pulled out of the fire, wondering if she's still hung up on playing hero to his rescue. Or maybe it's not personal at all. Maybe the two clans just used his death as a handy excuse to patch things up between them. He pictures the two clans' banners hanging side by side, and can't shake the thought that his own death might be the thing that cemented their alliance. Either way, he decides it's time to finally poke his head out of hiding and see what the wider world's been up to. Right on cue, the forest throws something enormous at him. A massive shape comes thrashing straight out of the water, and he's already moving to meet it. Miles apart, two very different women both go rigid at the exact same moment, like something out there just made itself known. Turns out it's just dinner. A monster of a fish comes flying out of the river and he wrestles it down without breaking a sweat. The poor thing thrashes and groans its way through its final moments, not exactly a fair fight. A lungfish, he mutters, sizing up the beast now flopping dead at his feet. His tribe girl reads the omen like a local. A lungfish jumping that big out of the water means the rainy season's about to hit hard. Then something catches his eye and the easy mood evaporates. He's staring at something off in the distance, and it's clearly not sitting right with him. There, jammed into the fish's own hide, a broken spearhead that definitely didn't come from him. His hand's already on his blade before he's even finished the thought. Cutting the thing open explains a lot. There's a half-digested body stuffed inside, dressed in gear that screams Lakoko tribe. Whoever this guy was, he fought back on the way down. Arrow wounds, real resistance. Getting swallowed alive was clearly not part of his day. Lungfish only scavenge things that are already dead, so something about this one doesn't add up. Vikir drops down for a closer look at the evidence. Why would someone that weak be out hunting at all? He was probably already half dead, weak enough that the fish mistook him for a corpse. Which raises an ugly question: what if his whole tribe is in that bad a shape? Something's clearly happened deeper in this forest. Curiosity and maybe a little guilt wins out. Time to go find out exactly what happened to this tribe. Somewhere out there, something is sprinting through the dark, and it's not exactly running toward good news. They follow the trail deeper, back toward Lakoko territory. What they find stops them cold. An entire hunting camp wiped out, tents torn open, bodies scattered everywhere. Every warrior in sight is already gone. Except one, a lone survivor, barely breathing, soaked in blood that isn't entirely his own. The symptoms on his body all point the same grim direction, and Vikir clearly doesn't like where this is going. His tribe girl spots something else and calls him over, voice already shaking. Worse, the actual village should be lit up for supper by now. Instead, it's sitting there dark and dead silent. The sky bleeds red over the tree line as they head that way. They push on toward the village past a fence of hanging skulls, which is not exactly a warm welcome mat. How strange, he says, there's no sign of life anywhere in this village. Weeds have taken over everything, this place hasn't been tended in a long while. Judging by the overgrowth, maybe the Lakoko tribe simply packed up and left for somewhere else. His tribe girl nudges a door open to check inside a hut, nerves already on edge. She immediately regrets it. Flies come pouring out over a scene she really wasn't ready for. The buzzing doesn't stop, and neither does the dread crawling up her spine. Another body slumped against the wall. This place is a graveyard nobody bothered to dig. Vikir, there's a corpse, she yells. Then, a beat later, there's another one over here too. Vikir's jaw sets, the bodies, the red spots on their skin. The pattern is way too familiar now. There's a name for what did this. The Red Death, a plague that once tore through barbarian tribes and monsters alike without any regard for the difference. Red spots all over the body, along with vomiting and diarrhea. Victims are left crippled by the pain before they finally die, slowly and miserably. It spread so unusually fast, once upon a time, that it crossed clean past the Empire's own borders. Understandably, his tribe girl loses it. We need to leave right now, this is a curse, a god's curse. Vikir tries to calm her down by explaining it's just an infectious disease, not a curse. Somehow that makes her panic harder. Nothing says relax quite like don't worry, it's just a horrifying plague. Calm down, it's not that contagious, he tells her. Go back first if you're that scared, wouldn't want you dying of a curse after all. Then I die, she says simply. And when he asks who gave her permission to just go and die on him, her answer is instant, obviously her. She plants her feet, dead serious, fists clenched, not exactly subtle about how much she's decided she's not leaving his side. Vikir reasons it out. The whole tribe wasn't wiped out, they just abandoned their own sick and dying to save themselves. And there's already ugly talk floating around that this Lakoko bunch dabbled in necromancy long before any of this plague business started. Gosh, he really isn't sensitive at all, she thinks, watching him casually theorize about corpses like it's small talk. Still, she can't help but stay close, watching him work. A rustle in the dark snaps her attention sideways. Again, whatever that sound is, it's apparently made itself known before. What is it, he asks. It's the curse, she stammers back, only half joking at this point. Something's lying half hidden in the underbrush, and it isn't moving. Someone points, hand shaking, at whatever's out there. It stirs up an old, ugly memory, a small kid getting shoved forward by her own people and branded a curse. That memory snaps shut fast as the present catches back up with them. We need to run, Vikir, she shrieks, then immediately adds she'll follow right behind him if he goes first, so much for not leaving his side. Her big dramatic exit is immediately derailed by a leg cramp. Vikir freezes, eyes locking onto something ahead. A small pile of stones with a single daisy tucked in, clearly not Lakoko custom. Whoever left it looks about 5 years old and she's mourning somebody's death. And there she is, still crouched by the grave, alive. He crouches down gently and asks who she is. She just stares back, silent. Eventually the words come out in pieces. Lakoko, slave, kitchen maid. So you were a slave of the Lakoko tribe, he says quietly. An imperial-sounding name, he thinks. Was she some noble child the Lakokos snatched up? Then she says it out loud, La Baskerville. For a split second his whole expression goes somewhere dark. That name clearly means a lot more to him than he's letting on. What did you just say?" he asks, and for once he's the one caught completely off guard. She just points at herself, small and unbothered by the weight of what she just said. The wind picks up around her as the two of them stand there, staring each other down. Neither of them moves for a long moment. Then she finally gives her own name, Pomerian. Somewhere out there, a puppy naming tradition is really working overtime, but that name might just be the thread that unravels everything he's hidden from. Every child born into the Baskerville clan carries one of 3 secret middle names, and each one tells you exactly where you stand in the family. Van goes to the extended branches of the bloodline, the ones who share the name but not the true blood. La is reserved for the men born straight down the direct line, the ones groomed for real power. And La, the rarest of all, marked only for female heirs of the direct bloodline. Almost nobody in the family has ever worn it. Just that single word, La, and Vikir's blood runs cold. He goes rigid, sweat breaking across his face, like he just heard a name that shouldn't exist. Pomerian, La Baskerville, there is no way that many people in this family carry that name, he realizes. Before he can chase the thought further, a voice cuts in, someone spotted something and they're calling him over right now. The memory pulls him back into the dead of night, deep in the forest, long before any of this. There, his past life self grips a terrified girl by the collar, forcing answers out of her with no patience left for gentle questions. His own face goes tight with shock, sweat beating, like something just clicked into place he wasn't ready for. "Excuse me," a voice interrupts from the dark, and everyone in earshot freezes. In his hand, a locket. Inside it, a photograph. "No way," he mutters because the man staring back is unmistakably Hugo Le Baskerville. The image blurs into a hazier memory, a lavish room, a woman in fine silks, a dark-haired girl at her side, the family this locket once belonged to. Why is he here? His past life self stammers, red eyes wide with alarm. The name Baskerville clearly spells trouble. He pulls the crying girl into a rough, protective hug anyway, the fear giving way to something softer. In trembling hands, 2 lockets, proof of a family this girl never got to know. Back in the memory proper, he crouches beside a nervous local woman and a frightened child, pressing gently for answers about the people in an old photograph. "She's not going to open up if you interrogate her like that," someone chides him. "Try smiling when you ask." The memory folds back into the present as young Vikir reminds himself, she never did anything wrong. "These people in the photo," he asks again, gentler this time. "Who are they?" The girl, wide-eyed and close to tears, can barely get the words out. He softens his whole face into an easy smile, trying to put her at ease. "Slave, you can smile like that," he teases, arm outstretched while the tribeswoman nearby just stares at him, speechless. For a moment, there's nothing but quiet understanding between the 3 of them. The girl watches him sideways, still cautious, still deciding whether to trust him. "Mommy," she finally whispers, pointing at the locket. Hair, eyes, same, and Vikir realizes exactly what she's telling him. Then what Butler Barrymore said might actually be true, young Vikir mutters to himself back in the present, stunned. "You might not believe it," Barrymore tells him as they walk the estate halls, but the patriarch used to be a devoted family man. That patriarch, Vikir can't help but think, nobody who knows Hugo now would ever believe that. The patriarch adored his first wife, Roxana, more than anything, Barrymore says. She eventually died of illness, but that loss alone isn't what twisted Hugo into what he became. The real wound was his daughter, the only child Roxana ever gave him. Young Miss Penelope was taken by barbarians, Barrymore says quietly, and never came home. Desperate to find her, Hugo volunteered to move his entire family into the dangerous borderlands himself. The clan relocated straight into barbarian territory on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, but no matter how many hounds he sent out, there was never any word of Penelope again. Hugo's fists clench white-knuckled on the table, the grief still raw even now. His eyes go bloodshot, feral with a rage that never really faded. From that day on, Hugo hated barbarians with a madman's fury, hardening into a cold killing machine who lived only to hunt monsters and barbarians alike. I dismissed it as impossible before, young Vikir admits to himself, sweat on his brow. Now he's not so sure. Because the proof that Penelope is alive is sitting right there in his memory, a frightened, praying child in the woods. Penelope, he realizes, the daughter of the only woman Hugo ever truly loved. And her daughter, Palmyrian. If his hunch is right, this crying child is Hugo's own direct granddaughter. Hugo, who despises barbarians and treats his own children as tools. His past life eyes narrow, already picturing that man's face if he ever saw his half-barbarian granddaughter. In his mind's eye, Hugo stands over a portrait of two women, their faces crossed out, the family he lost and the secret he never knew he still had. Looks like the Lakoko tribe hasn't exactly been kind to you, Vikir tells the child gently, reaching out a hand. Come with me, he says simply. The girl stares up at him, stunned, unsure if she's even allowed to trust this stranger. Is this how you're supposed to smile? He teases, trying again to coax her out of her shell. Mommy hair, eyes, same, she manages, touching his hand as he brushes her hair back. Yeah, all us Baskerville hounds tend to look alike, he tells her with a small smile. Guess that makes me your uncle. Uncle, she echoes back, testing the word. She studies a tiny flower growing between the rocks, something almost peaceful crossing her face for the first time. A small moment of calm before everything that's coming. Palmyrian, he says again, like he's handing her a name to hold onto, and she leans into him, quietly crying. You have to go with them, a voice tells her as she reaches back toward the ruins, calling for her mother one last time. Small bare feet follow him anyway, leaving the wreckage of her old life behind. He glances back at her, uncertain himself about what he's just taken on. She reaches for his hand without being asked. Uncle, she says, I want to come with you, and he lets her hold on. This is the moment two stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan finally found each other. Time passes in a quiet forest camp, just the two of them and a tent between the trees. Uncle, where are you going? A now older Palmyrian bolts upright, panicked at the thought of being left alone. Wait up, she yells, chasing him down the path rather than risk being left behind again. Is she just scared of being alone? He wonders, carrying her on his back through the woods. Turns out raising a kid is a lot harder than he expected, and for once he has no idea what to do about it. It's good that she's finally opening up, he thinks, while a startled tribeswoman looks on at the unlikely pair. But I can't keep raising her inside the Balax village, he admits to himself. She needs to grow up somewhere Hugo's reach can't follow, somewhere on the edge of the Empire's civilization. I should call in a favor from Chihuahua, he decides, glancing at her sleeping soundly beside him. And I should get out of this forest myself and check in on the city soon, he adds. The path winds toward a fortified gate ringed with skulls, the hidden entrance to the Balax territory. That's bad news. With the rainy season closing in, someone murmurs inside the village hall. If this sickness is still around once the rains hit, the death toll is only going to get worse, an elder warns the gathered tribe. Matriarch, this isn't a disease, it's a curse, one tribesman insists, and the white-haired matriarch's face hardens with fury. Tension grips the whole room as the argument threatens to boil over. Then we need to perform a full ritual to lift it, the matriarch declares, rising to her feet. It can't be a curse, another elder shouts back. We need to evacuate the village immediately. Lifting the curse is the only real fix, she snaps, refusing to budge. How can we abandon the sacred ground where our ancestors rest? Relocating is completely out of the question, the old man bellows. This is Balak's land, we have lived here 200 years, the matriarch reminds the room, raising a hand for silence. And what happens to our future while we're busy tending graves if our children keep dying? It's a curse, plain and simple, someone shoots back. Others blame a bad mushroom or angry ancestors or some bug spreading through camp. Nobody agrees on a single thing. Matriarch, please just decide, a worried young tribeswoman begs, caught in the middle of the chaos. For a moment, nobody says a word. The Red Death, Vikir realizes with a chill, cradling a feverish Palmyrian in his arms while the tribeswoman looks on in horror. This plague is every bit as brutal as the Black Death that once tore through the Empire itself. It's already spreading unchecked, creeping all the way to the Empire's own border. The only reason the empire stayed safe at all was Camus of the Morgue clan, who threw up a wall of flame to stop it in its tracks. That and the holy power of Dolores, the saintess sent from Quo Vadis, who purified the sickness with her own divine strength. Most of the barbarians living on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains simply died off, which, conveniently, worked out great for the Baskerville clan. With so many barbarians gone, the forest's whole ecosystem collapsed, and low-ranked monsters surged in to fill the gap. A full-blown monster wave followed, and civilian casualties spiked hard. The Baskerville clan, already guarding the border, got imperial backing to hunt the monsters down. Blades flashed through the chaos as they cut their way through wave after wave. In the end, they held the border, Hugo standing tall over it all, eyes glowing like a man who just proved a point. And just like that, the whole disaster handed Hugo the perfect excuse to tighten his political grip even further. Back in the present, a hand reaches out and the tribeswoman looks on, uncertain what's coming next. "I know a way to stop the Red Death," present-day Vikyr says quietly, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Deep in a rain-soaked jungle, a lone figure stands watch, and something's about to go very wrong for a bunch of goblins. This tribe's got a plague on its hands, and step 1 of the cure is testing it on a very unlucky, very tied-up goblin. They dunk their test subject straight into infected water and watch it start convulsing almost instantly. The whole tribe gathers to watch the experiment unfold, holding its breath for an answer. A gasp ripples through the crowd. This is not looking good for their little green volunteer. Yep, that's Red Death all right, foaming, screaming, the whole horrifying package. "Every goblin we dunked in that infected water caught Red Death," one fighter confirms. "Just like you called it, Vikyr." Vikyr doesn't even blink, he already knew. "The infected water is the real culprit," he explains, "but boil it first and the danger's gone." "So boiled water is safe?" someone asks, while more goblin test subjects get dragged in for round 2. This time they toss the goblins straight into a boiling cauldron instead, a much hotter experiment. It died instantly. Someone yelps, so they scramble to plunge the next one into cold water instead. "Ah, right," the tribesmen nod along, adjusting the experiment on the fly. Round after round, the boiled water keeps coming back clean. No infection every single time. Even weeks later, not one of the boiled water goblins shows a symptom. They've actually cracked a real cure for Red Death. Word spreads fast across the village. The water was the answer all along. "So if we all just drink boiled water, we can stop this plague completely," the tribe dares to hope. Not so fast. Red Death has more than one way of getting to you. The village healer leans in close to Vikyr, warning him they still can't afford to let their guard down. Turns out the disease doesn't even need to be swallowed. It can slip in through your eyes or your lungs, especially in that morning fog. Still, the tribe's grateful. For the first time, they can actually see a way out of this nightmare. Someone cracks a joke. "Wasn't this supposed to be an unbreakable curse?" Guess boiled water begs to differ. The tribe's elder isn't so easily impressed. If avoiding water is the plan, what happens when the rainy season hits? The old man throws his hands up. "How exactly do you dodge water in the middle of a monsoon?" Fair point. When the rains hit, the river floods and the whole air turns thick and humid, a perfect breeding ground for the plague. Boiling and scrubbing can only do so much once the storms roll in, so the elder drops the real bombshell. It might be time to relocate the entire village. But Vikyr's already 3 steps ahead, and everyone can tell he's got something up his sleeve. "There's a way we don't have to abandon Balak territory at all," he says, dead certain. That kind of confidence catches everyone completely off guard. Sure enough, the rainy season rolls in over Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, right on schedule. The river bursts its banks, and what used to be solid flatlands turns into churning swampland overnight. Even the elders admit they've never seen rain fall this hard in their lifetimes. Before long, the entire deep forest is completely submerged. Every last bit of it except somehow the Balak village itself. Which, understandably, has everyone doing a double take. The tribe scrambles across the flooded gorge, racing to shore up the last of the defenses before they give out. Thunder cracks over the tree line as the storm keeps hammering down. Because here's Vikir's trick, he had the whole village rebuilt up in the treetops high above the floodline. Even with rain like this, not one hut goes under. This is all thanks to him, one villager mutters, watching the water rage harmlessly below. The villagers swarm Vikir with thanks. Good thing they actually listened to the outsider for once. Lucky for them, Balak territory is thick with tall trees, enough to get the whole tribe through the rainy season alive. A little boy comes barreling up, begging to stick by Vikir's side. Seems the outsiders made himself a home here. But the celebration doesn't last. Something with glowing eyes is watching from the black water, and two guys are about to find out the hard way. Whatever it is, it's getting closer, and it is not friendly. Then it explodes out of the flood in a burst of crackling blue energy. Rows of jagged teeth and a mouth big enough to swallow a grown man whole. Exactly what this village needed. The two men caught in the water freeze up, completely trapped. Screams rip through the flooded camp as more villagers scramble to get clear. The beast lunges again, jaws wide, ready to end this fast. But someone's already moving, weapon crackling with blue lightning. One clean strike right to the eye, and the monster howls in pain. The village healer isn't just here to patch people up either. She draws her own blade, ready to fight. "You damned catfish," someone growls, while another asks in horror if this is really the legendary Mushasu. Vikir's told this thing has ruled these waters as an undisputed king for decades. The locals just call it Ka, and up close you can see exactly why nobody's ever taken it down. Massive, armored, and clearly furious that anyone would dare threaten its territory. It surges forward, smashing through everything in its path. One villager gets sent flying by the impact alone. Ka tears straight through the fence the tribe spent weeks building, and that's the moment Vikir stops holding back. His eyes flare bright red. "I'm going to fix that habit of yours," he growls. Something in Vikir just switches on, and it is not the friendly village helper energy from 5 minutes ago. A blade of pure red energy rips through the storm. This is a real Baskerville family technique, and Ka has no idea what it just picked a fight with. 6 lurking ambushes, and every single one is aimed straight at the River King. Vikir drops out of the sky like a guided missile. The full weight of the technique lands all at once. Ka roars in agony as lightning tears across its hide. Vikir doesn't even look winded. Ka's had enough. It dives back into the depths, tail between its legs, so to speak. And just like that, the terror of the river slinks off into the dark. The rest of the villagers finally let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. Vikir chased Ka away. The word spreads like wildfire through the camp. At this point, they've genuinely lost count of how many times this guy's bailed them out. Vikir just pockets a little trophy from the fight like it's nothing. Not everyone's thrilled about it though. "Vikir, you're basically the Balak's hero now." Someone cheers while the elder just crosses his arms. Gramps still isn't ready to admit the outsider was right about everything. Meanwhile, the village healer's gone full heart eyes, and even the local kids are giving Vikir their stamp of approval. Life settles back into something like normal. And normal, apparently, means Vikir's cooking dinner for the whole household. His little shadow is already stuffing her face before the food's even fully cooled. Honestly, can you blame her? She's savoring every single bite. The village healer can't resist squishing those chipmunk cheeks either. "Yummy, uncle," the little girl declares, sealing Vikir's fate as the unofficial family cook. The healer just invites herself to dinner too, claiming she simply can't walk past a smell this good. Vikir grumbles he didn't cook for her, and she fires right back that everything her master owns is technically hers too. Yeah, at this point even the neighbors have started calling them a couple. And she's not exactly denying it. She scoops the little girl up for a squeal-worthy hug, completely smitten. Honestly, this makeshift little family is kind of adorable. Even Vikir's caught off guard by how fast those two have bonded. Then something catches his attention, and the easy mood snaps right off. A stranger's standing in the doorway, dripping rain onto the floor. Vikir doesn't panic, he barely even looks up, calm as ever. The healer pulls the little girl in close and asks the visitor flatly what exactly they are doing here. The stranger says nothing at first, just stands there soaked and trembling. Vikir instinctively pulls the kid behind him the second the stranger says his name. "I came because I thought if it's you it might actually be possible," the man chokes out. "You've saved this village so many times already." Tears streaming down his face, he can barely get the words out. Behind him lies a badly injured girl, barely conscious, gasping for breath. She's in far worse shape than anyone realized. Please, he begs, dropping to his knees, save my little sister. Rain hammers a strange wooden watchtower buried deep in the trees, welcome to somewhere far from home. A young elf girl gasps for breath, blood on her brow, sweat pouring off her. Whatever hit her, it's bad. Her chest heaves with every ragged breath. This is not a girl who's getting better on her own. Inside a dim hut, a boy kneels over her. It's Vikir, watching close while the villagers hover, worried sick. When did it start? He asks, all business, red eyes locked on the sick girl. One of the villagers stammers out the story. Since yesterday, the girl wandered off into the swamp while they were gathering wood. Ahul is a kind girl who's always helping people, she adds, turning to Vikir. Do you know what to do? He just mutters, Somebody just grunts, heemp, not exactly a vote of confidence. An old man with wild white hair snarls that the girl brought this on herself for not listening to her grandpa. Feet pound down a rain-soaked ramp because apparently what goes around comes around. The old man snarls at a younger tribesman, blaming the whole mess on that imperial spy's influence. Grandfather, that's too much. The young man protests and gets backhanded for his trouble. Shut up. Back at her bedside, the girl sleeps on, feverish, while Vikir sits close and someone nearby can't hold back tears. The old man rounds on his grandson again. Useless bastard, you're just like your parents. Ouch. The young man just holds his stinging cheek, silent, swallowing the insult. Out in the storm, someone walks off under an umbrella, leaving the argument behind. The old man isn't done. This sickness, he insists, is a curse from God, and the only cure is an ancestral rite, not medicine. Another elf figures the tribe's matriarch will have to sign off on it now that things have gone this far. One of the women just clicks her tongue. That old man, someone mutters into the rain, clearly done with his nonsense. The young man's face crumples, tears mixing with the rain. But one girl isn't buying the curse talk. If you're talking about treatment, she says, there is one. Vikir starts rattling off orders: sanitize every piece of furniture the sick girls used with boiling water. Then burn charcoal in the bonfire to smoke out every bug and bat nesting around the house. The young man, still teary, gets it. They just need to buy her body enough time to fight the disease off. Can you do that? Vikir asks. Yes, comes the answer, resolve replacing panic. Vikir's fist clenches. Someone asks him point blank, Vikir, can you actually save her? But I'll need your help to do it, he answers, eyes on the girl still sweating through her fever. His condition: get him out of the deep forest. The reaction is instant horror, eyes wide, breath catching. Nobody leaves the deep forest, nobody. Then I can actually get real medicine for the infection, he explains like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Don't say such things, someone begs, terrified of what leaving the forest could cost him. Undeterred, the young man hauls a basket of supplies out into the downpour, jaw set. Someone spells out the problem. Even as an accepted member of the Balax, there's a strict rule against ever leaving for foreign land. There's no way the tribe's principled matriarch signs off on that, which, bluntly, means she'd sooner let the girl die than break tradition. One girl's face hardens into something like resolve. Vikir looks her dead in the eye. Will you let me go, Ayan? His red eyes blaze, daring her to say no. She stammers, completely thrown, aye. She wraps her bandaged arms tight around herself, steadying her nerve, and says nothing. The story rewinds into the storm-soaked forest itself, rain hissing over the canopy. Deeper into the trees, deeper into the dark. This is the path nobody's supposed to take. And the rain doesn't let up for a second. Then something detonates through the swamp. Vikir's carving his own road straight through it. He leaps through the downpour, unstoppable. Soaked and focused, his face says he's not turning back for anything. A bandaged foot slams into the mud. He's moving fast. Without even turning around, he calls out, "Why are you following me?" A bandaged leg plants itself on a rock behind him. He's got company whether he likes it or not. It's Ayan, gasping for air after chasing him down through the storm. "Let's go together," he finally says. "You'll just get in my way," she fires back, refusing to budge. "Didn't you already say you'd let me go? Then tell me where you're headed." "No." "Then why are you dragging Pomerian along?" The bickering fades into a quiet moment, the two of them just standing together in the rain, saying nothing at all. A worn, fur-wrapped bundle gets a long look. Whatever this Pomerian is, it clearly means something. Ayan's eyes well up. That's, she starts and can't finish. The story rewinds further still. I knew from the moment we met, the memory murmurs, showing Vikir standing before a cage. Go, he tells whoever's locked inside. That I'd always give in to you, the memory continues, as a hand grips a sword hilt in the past. In that memory, a girl huddles alone, hurt and confused by the stranger who just set her free. Unfortunately, Vikir tells her flatly, you're not going back to your old party, you're going to be my slave now. Battered and bandaged, he lets out a tired breath, phew. She teases him anyway, half laughing through the tension. Guess you don't mind hauling heavy stuff around, so just help me out. Does it hurt? Is it bad? Is your life in danger? She blurts, genuinely scared for him. I've had worse, he shrugs like it's nothing. Another memory flickers in. Once it falls asleep, someone plots mid-hunt. We start the hunt, the memory continues, chaos and steel colliding in a blur. But something goes wrong. This trade is invalid, blood sprays, and a small girl watches on, frozen. Fragments of memory pile up around Vikir's face like scattered photographs. A voice cuts through it all, you'll disappear once you give me the answer, just answer one thing. The voice finishes, you'll come back, Ayan pleads somewhere back in the rain of memory. Right? She asks again, needing to hear it. She stands there crying silently, the rain hiding most of it. I will, Vikir tells her a promise, plain and simple. Close on the tribal choker at her throat, rain still falling around her. She stays quiet, holding that promise close. Alone now on a cliff's edge, she lets the storm wash over her. A crack splits through the rock beneath her feet, fitting, given everything else that's cracking too. Promise, the word just hangs there in the dark. The scene pulls back to reveal city lights glittering somewhere far from that forest. We land squarely in the present, outside a grand estate at night. Inside, an exhausted man rubs his temples with a heavy sigh. It's getting dark already, he mutters, buried in paperwork that never seems to end. It was nice back then, he says, glancing toward the window like he's looking for someone. When the deputy consul was here, the work was exhausting, but it was fun. He almost smiles at the memory. I still don't believe it, he says, staring out over the sleeping city. To think the deputy consul is actually dead, the words still don't sit right with him. It's Secretary Chihuahua, grown and gray now, grief written all over his face. I miss him, he admits. Then, out of nowhere, did you call me? A voice answers from somewhere it absolutely should not be coming from. Chihuahua freezes, spinning around in shock. Hanging upside down right behind him, bandaged and grinning, is the man he just called dead. His scream comes out completely garbled. Honestly, fair reaction. A hand grips the ledge as the figure drops down, landing clean. How have you been, Secretary General Chihuahua? Vikir asks, casual as ever, like he didn't just fake everyone out. There he is, very much alive, crouched on the windowsill with the woman from the forest riding on his back, the city sprawled out behind them both. Back at the Baskerville estate, old Chihuahua just about swallows his own mustache when he sees who's walked through the door. So let him get this straight. He fought a monster from the deep forest, nearly died from it, and then went and lived with actual barbarians. Vikir just shrugs it off over a lazy sip of tea, like surviving all that was a slow Tuesday. So you're saying you're not a ghost? Chihuahua asks, only half joking. No wonder the old man's been staring at him wide-eyed this whole time. You're still exactly the same, Secretary General Chihuahua, Vikir teases, and the old man's face just freezes up. That's it, the tears are flowing now, full-on ugly crying. He reaches out and ruffles Vikir's hair, voice cracking, I'm so glad you're alive. Then Chihuahua clocks the sleeping girl tucked against him and nearly has a heart attack. Is she yours with a barbarian? Vikir shuts that down fast. Same bloodline, similar look, but not at all what the old man is picturing. Same bloodline, huh? Now I'm even more curious, Chihuahua mutters, not buying it for a second. The real ask comes next. Watch this kid while he's gone. Her name is Pomerian. Might as well get her a proper education while he's away, Vikir adds. The young secretary practically salutes. It's been ages since he got a direct order. Buried under paperwork for the whole neglected underdog district, the aide gets pointed towards someone who can lighten the load. a woman named Cindy Sen Mesamajunaro. Wait, isn't that the criminal he cut a plea deal for 2 years back? And how exactly am I supposed to find her, he asks. Victor jogs his memory. Remember that 10 billion he handed out on a whim? That went to Judy, the flower girl. Cindy owes him plenty more than that. She should have gone with the kid, Victor mutters, already thinking 2 steps ahead. If Cindy won't play ball, just tell her he's alive. She's indebted to him, she'll fall in line. Understood, the aide says, then hesitates. But Deputy Consul, when are you coming back? He doesn't even open his eyes. He'll be back once he's finished what he set out to do. Because he's got a promise of his own to keep, and a rain-soaked girl on his mind is the whole reason why. Whatever that promise is, it's got him standing in a downpour, arm bandaged, not moving an inch. Here's the good news. The plague eating away at Ahul, the one they call the Red Death, actually has a fast cure. Just 1 drop of holy water from a certain clan does it. Simple, in theory, assuming that clan lets anyone anywhere near it. Someone begs him for help, and just like that, Victor's decided exactly what happens next. Doves scatter across the sky because where he's headed, everything runs on faith, rules, and a whole lot of holier than thou. Destination locked in, the religious stronghold of the Quo Vadis clan. Guards patrol the halls above, spears in hand. Security here isn't for show. One of them clocks something in the distance and snaps to attention. Spears cross at the gate. Nobody gets into this holy city without getting checked first. We'll be carrying out a quick inspection, the guards announce, blocking the road in. A humble little supply cart rolls up, stacked with barrels. Looks like nothing more than an oil delivery. It's oil, it's right there on the import permit, the driver insists, waving his paperwork. That's Chihuahua behind the reins. The guard isn't fully convinced. Mind if I check what's inside? His partner sighs. This cart comes through all the time. Is this even necessary? Rules are rules, apparently. The higher-ups love their formalities. Sweat is absolutely pouring down the driver's face. Chihuahua was not built for undercover work. The guard runs a hand along the barrels, deciding which one to crack open. This one looks good, he says, reaching for exactly the wrong barrel. Of course it's that one. Chihuahua's whole life flashes before his eyes. The guard leans in for a closer look, completely unaware he's seconds from finding a grown man in there. The lid creaks loose. It's fine, the guard says, staring at nothing but a barrel of thick, dark oil. Whoever's hiding under there stayed hidden. You can pass, the guard waves them through. Chihuahua nearly collapses with relief. Few doesn't even begin to cover it. The gates swing open on the skyline of St. Mecca. Welcome to the holy city. And it is every bit as grand as advertised: spires, domes, and a whole lot of gold catching the sunrise. Once they're clear, Chihuahua finally taps the barrel. Yo, you can come out now. Something bursts up out of that oil like it's been holding its breath the whole time. Chihuahua screams bloody murder. He was not ready for that. The lid goes flying, clattering off across the cart. Soaked head to toe in oil, standing bolt upright in the barrel like nothing happened there he is. Then he shifts into something else entirely, a hooded figure wrapped in scorched, tattered cloth, one eye glowing out of the dark. A disguise built to disappear. He slips off the cart and melts straight into the streets. See, since I got you in here like I promised, I can go now, right? Chihuahua stammers, already backing away. Wait, Victor says, and the poor man freezes on the spot. Turns out it's not a threat, just a quiet thank you, small mercies. Chihuahua just stands there stunned. 2 hours. He sat submerged in oil for 2 straight hours and just walked it off. He's not even human, is he? Chihuahua mutters, watching the city swallow him up. Up on a rooftop, Victor finally lets out a breath. First time he's been submerged that long since the river Styx itself, and that dip only lasted 7 minutes. The old upgrade still holds up. Step 1 done, now for the actual plan. St. Mecca spreads out beneath him, the beating heart of the Quo Vadis clan's territory. Turns out this place runs on seriously strict rules. The church keeps a tight lid on anything resembling greed or temptation. Gold could be sitting right there on the sidewalk and these people would just walk past it. Order and peace beat free money around here. Funny thing he remembers about this place, every time that clock tower bell rings, everyone just stops dead in their tracks to pray, like clockwork, literally. Sure enough, the bell tolls and the whole street drops into prayer, hoods bowed in perfect unison. And right through the middle of all that devotion strolls Vikir, the one guy in town not bowing to anybody. How do you even breathe under all these rules, he thinks, thoroughly unimpressed by the piety on display. Night falls and he's crouched over the town well, moving fast and quiet. A small vial pops open in his hand. Purple liquid catches the light. This plan is about to get very dark. That's the Red Death itself, carried straight from Ahul's own blood, sweat, and tears. One drop in the water supply and this whole town gets infected fast. His logic: it's a holy city. If anyone actually gets sick, they'll be treated before it goes anywhere. Cold comfort, but he's betting on it. Before he can pour it, a few kids wander up. Hey, who are you? They clock the hooded stranger by the well and immediately want out. Let's just go. Too late, he's already looming over them and there's no slipping away now. He looks dangerous, one of them whispers, terrified. Children, he says, voice dropping into something genuinely chilling, listen carefully. This well is cursed, drink from it and death won't even be a mercy. Heed my words well. That does it, the kids scatter screaming, dead certain a ghost just cursed the water. I am never drinking from that thing again, one of them wails, sprinting off. Vikir just watches them go, exactly the reaction he needed. With the local kids scared straight, nobody innocent is touching that water now. Then he plants the real trap, a dagger from the Leviathan clan, notorious for their poisons, left right at the scene. Same clan, he figures, that unleashed the Red Death out in the deep forest to begin with, and this holy clan and that poison clan have been at each other's throats for generations. One planted dagger, and he's about to watch two powerful clans go to war with each other. And that, he says, takes care of my prep work. Next stop, the top of the food chain here. Guess it's time I paid the Saintess a visit, he says, dollars. And there she is, golden hair braided down her back, an angel wing ornament catching the light. The Saintess herself, with no idea what's about to walk into her city. Night falls over a grand cathedral estate, and the whole courtyard out front is jammed with people, nobles and commoners, shoulder to shoulder, all here for the same reason. The crowd starts chanting up at the gates. We heard the Saintess rests here. Word travels fast when you're a walking miracle. Everybody's got a request. Open the gate, bless my family, take a look at my illness, as if she's running a walk-in clinic at midnight. Please, I want to see your face, Saintess. Someone begs at the towering doors, so far no answer. Then a voice finally cuts through the noise from behind the gate. You all came to see me at such a late hour. The crowd goes quiet fast. One man pushes to the front, thrilled to have an opening. He announces himself as the Lord of Dortsmile, eldest son of the Jonathan clan, and son-in-law to the Alphonse clan, resume dropping at its finest. He keeps going, claims he even served as a night squire to a Baskerville count for 2 years. Anything to sound worth her time. Then out come the bribes, cure his illness, and he'll hand over an entire granary, a beachfront villa, private carriages, the works. Subtle. Her answer is 2 words, please stop, not exactly the miracle he was hoping for. Whatever this guy's got, money, title, name dropping, it's apparently not enough to get these gates open tonight. Please return, flat, final, no negotiation. The granary guy just got shown the door politely but firmly. The crowd shuffles off into the night, disappointed. Show's over, or so they think. Because tucked into the shadows, one pair of eyes has been watching this whole circus, and they're glowing a very familiar shade of red. He remembers the real Saintess, drenched in blood, elbow-deep, treating the wounded on some forgotten battlefield, her white robes stained red while her divine light never once flickered out. So yeah, the Saintess he remembers doesn't care about money or power. That bribe never had a chance. A heavy door creaks open somewhere deep inside. Someone else is about to try their luck tonight. Who may you be to come and look for me? A voice demands out of the dark. Straight-faced, he answers, I'm just a young lamb who has lost its way. Sure, a lamb with a bird mask and a plan. The great doors flood with golden light and swing open. Please come in, the voice says. He's through the front door. Alone now, he walks through a vast gilded hall lined with weeping angel statues, the kind of room built to make anyone feel small. A stone angel stands watch over the shrine, water trickling from its urn. He isn't here to pray. Is she not going to personally meet me, he wonders. Turns out not for someone dressed this suspiciously. So he plays his card. An epidemic is supposedly tearing through the slums and he's brought water from the well as proof. If she's truly divine, she should sense the wicked energy in it herself. Dead silence answers him. That's not a good sign for his little test. You've lied to me, bluff called. Whoever's behind that gold saw right through him. Armored footsteps thunder in a winged guardian bursts forward, sword already drawn. So much for a quiet night. He tries to bluff his way out, insisting there's a very good reason he can't take this gas mask off, already backing toward the exit. Who are you? The knight demands, blade leveled. Nobody's leaving without an answer tonight. But something about his exposed eye stops the knight cold. That's a face I haven't seen in a while, he mutters. This is Pietro Quo Vadis in his past life, a battlefield brother he trusted to guard his back. A man who never bends for injustice and who once taught him every interrogation trick he later used back in Underdog City. It's quite refreshing to see you here, Pietro says, almost warmly. He just blinks back, not the reunion he was hoping to avoid. Old friend or not, Pietro isn't letting him walk. I cannot let a suspicious person return. A floating holy tome flares to life in his hands, channeling raw sorcery. He fires right back, claims the wicked energy is coming from Pietro's own pouch, and maybe he's the actual culprit here. If I'm the culprit, why would I come report it myself? I don't know, maybe it's your tactic to lure the saintess out. Nobody's backing down. I'll hear your confession later once you're in prison. Pietro isn't interested in a debate anymore. A wall of ice and light comes crashing down the hall. He weaves through the assault on pure footwork, refusing to answer with power of his own. He can't risk it. If I use aura, they might find out I'm a Baskerville, and that secret matters more than winning clean. Blade and dodge, the fight rages on through the shattering hall. Pietro lands a heavy blow, but he plants his feet and eats it clean using a trick he calls 600 kg stability, a skill he earned 2 years back taking down an oxbear. Pietro freezes up, stunned, such weight from a build that small. He doesn't waste the opening, closing the distance in an instant. His fist ignites. Cerberus flame, the reward for slaying that three-headed nightmare a while back, and it's about to get its first real workout. Pietro takes it head-on, and it burns, a strangled cry tearing out of him. Pietro reels back, calling him irreligious, spitting sorcery like it's a dirty word. Holy light and demon fire collide head-on, and the whole hall lights up white and red. I cannot let you go. Pietro throws everything he's got left into one final strike. His counter lands clean, and it's over. Up on the balcony, the other knights can't process it. Impossible, Sir Pietro, lost. Am I dreaming right now? How could this happen? Neither can the guy standing right next to them, apparently. Protect Sir Pietro. The remaining guards scramble to close ranks, a little late for that, honestly. He just stands there, silent, surrounded by the wreckage of the Saintess's own guard. And then she actually shows up, the real Saintess this time, golden hair loose, small white wings catching the light as she comes down the stairs herself. She looks him over and asks plainly, "Are you the lost young lamb?" "Yes," he answers quietly. No more masks needed for this part, apparently. She reconsiders, almost amused. "You're more of a puppy than a lamb, a small puppy covered in injuries." One of the guards nearly loses it. "Saintess, that is not a puppy, he's a blood-crazed wolf." Somebody's still shaken from the fight. She waves it off without a second thought. "Please bring us tea." Guard's warning overruled. "I must talk with that person," he says to himself. Whatever actually brought him here tonight, it was never really about a fake epidemic. The Saintess watches him go, thoughtful, and this unlikely meeting is only just getting started. We open on a fancy afternoon tea, spread cakes, tea, the whole aristocratic works. Somebody is about to get grilled over crumpets. At the head of the table sits a shadowy host, flanked by a young blonde noblewoman and a stiff-backed attendant. This is not just tea, it is an interrogation dressed up as hospitality. Down the hall, a sharp-eyed knight just stands there, silent, clearly bracing for whatever is about to go down. Someone lifts a cup with unnervingly steady hands, not exactly the nerves you would expect from an ordinary guest. Then, out of nowhere, the masked stranger in the room casually asks if the girl across from him just turned 16. Yeah, that is not creepy at all. Turns out she has got a title to match the Tension Saintess Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, blessed healer, holy royalty. She lets out a slow breath and sips her tea like she is used to strangers sizing her up. Word is she has saved more lives than anyone can count, the real deal when it comes to talking benevolence. Even hardened fighters who crossed her path came away respecting her, and that includes our masked mystery man. She studies him right back in silence, clearly trying to figure out exactly what she is dealing with. He breaks the ice with, of all things, a complaint about how stressed he has been lately. Smooth. She just blinks at him, utterly confused by the sudden small talk. She explains she is actually a student on break from the Imperial Academy Colosseo, juggling schoolwork with running her family's affairs. He cuts through the small talk and asks flat out why she is suddenly making chit-chat instead of getting to the point. She admits nobles and merchants hound her day and night looking for favors. Being a living saint does not come with off hours. Most of what she treats, she says dryly, is just rich people paying for their bad decisions, drugs, and infections. But what just happened here was something else entirely. She launches into her creed: justice, righteousness, benevolence, equality, straight from her faith. But she wonders aloud why people are so short-sighted, quoting scripture that theology is really just the study of human nature. The masked man actually recognizes the verse, an obscure line most people would not know. She is floored. A random stranger knows scripture that deep. He just goes quiet, letting her wonder about him. He drops the real reason he is here: an epidemic is tearing through the slums of St. Mecca. The knight beside her demands proof. The stranger produces a small pouch and starts to explain. Inside is water he scooped straight from a contaminated well himself, and naturally they immediately ask if he is the one who poisoned it. He just shrugs it off. If he were the culprit, why would he waltz in and hand them the evidence himself? She admits she cannot just take his word for it, which means he is about to prove himself the hard way. The knight's face goes rigid with alarm. Something is about to happen. He lunges in front of the saintess, shouting for her to get behind him. But the threat is not an attack, it is a glow, building right at the stranger's fingertips. Golden light rains down around the table like something out of a hymn. The masked man lets the power wash over him openly, no longer hiding what he really is. He states plainly that hurting innocent people just is not his style. Especially not here. This happens to be his hometown. The knight can only gape. That is genuine divine power. Wait a second, is this masked oddball actually a devout follower of their god Lun? Now that he has got their full attention, he lays it out. He personally watched shady figures dumping liquids straight into the slum's water supply. So who would want to poison an entire slum? Simple, he says. Whoever wants the saintess's own holy family, the Quo Vadis line, to fall. He unrolls a scroll, ready to lay out exactly who stands to gain. The knight and saintess brace themselves as he gets down to business. A map spreads across the table, marked with the names of rival powers. Two names jump out: the Leviathan clan and the wealthy bourgeois family. The Leviathans, he explains, would love nothing more than an epidemic-free test subjects for their twisted research. Take down the Quo Vadis name entirely, and their bitter rivals, the Leviathans, win by default. Then there is the bourgeois family vultures who know full well a plague does not destroy money, just the people guarding it. Once the laborers start dropping dead and landowners go under, the bourgeois clan swoops in to buy everything up for pennies. Something about all this scheming stirs an old, ugly memory behind that mask. And conveniently, the deep forest's native people get set up to take the blame for everyone else's crime. He admits it is still just a theory, but it lines up with everything they have seen so far. The knight cannot help an impressed reaction. It actually all checks out. Even the saintess has to admit the theory is disturbingly plausible. She is stunned. A total stranger could read a conspiracy this precisely before it even fully unfolds. So naturally, she finally just asks him outright who exactly is he. For a second his mind drifts somewhere darker, somewhere soaked in old blood. He settles on an alias: Knight Bloodhound. She is not wrong to think that name sounds a little ominous. She shakes it off and moves things along. She decides his theory holds enough water to act on and turns to her knight Sir Pietro with new orders. They are heading straight into the slums to investigate and report back to the church's leadership. Pietro does not hesitate. Behind the mask, Knight Hound is quietly pleased meeting her was exactly the lucky break his plan needed. He settles back with his tea, already several steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Meanwhile, she cannot stop turning him over in her head, wondering exactly what she has just invited into her life. Her holy pendant catches the light as she gathers herself for what is coming. With Pietro and the holy knights assembling, the group starts to move. She cannot shake one nagging thought: why does the man who reportedly beat the once unrivaled Sir Pietro look so unassuming? Her holy sight flickers awake, a mark like a cross blooming in her eye. She reads him on some deeper level now, and what she senses is not pretty. Underneath it all, she senses something feral: blood, steel, violence, and a hatred that has been simmering for a very long time. It is a whole storm of buried feelings churning under that calm mask. And somewhere deep inside that storm, she catches something else entirely. The darkness keeps swirling, refusing to give up its secret easily. What she finally finds underneath all that rage is just immense, quiet sadness. She is left staring at him from across the room, more curious about him than ever. Night falls as the group makes their way into the slums. They arrive at a modest church lit up against the dark. Inside, sick villagers in makeshift masks perk up the instant they realize who has just walked in. Word spreads fast the saintess herself has come to help. More desperate villagers crowd in, shocked she is really here. One woman drops to her knees, begging for salvation from the plague ravaging her home. The scale of the suffering becomes painfully clear as more sick faces press in. The saintess realizes with a jolt that everything the masked stranger predicted was dead on accurate. Behind his mask, he takes it all in without a flicker of surprise. One of the sick villagers barely clings to consciousness on his cot. Small mercy, no children caught. This one small comfort when a whole row of adults is still coughing their lungs out. Turns out he had already scared local kids away from the contaminated well earlier, and it worked. Now the rest is up to her healing hands. With no time to spare, he had roped ordinary townsfolk into the rescue effort himself. She looks over the suffering crowd with quiet, heavy compassion. She squares her shoulders and steps forward, ready to do what she does best. She takes a dying man's hand and tells him gently not to worry. She begins her prayer, calling on her God's most sublime love to pour through her. She offers her own sins and soul in exchange, begging her God to witness these suffering people. A single tear falls from her, and it is no ordinary tear. It hits the ground glowing like captured starlight. Golden ripples spread outward, charged with something way beyond normal medicine. Light erupts through the room, washing over everyone gathered there. From outside, the whole church looks like it has been struck by lightning made of gold. Inside, the miracle floods every corner, patients and all. One man breaks down sobbing with relief as the sickness lifts off him. An old man who looked seconds from death is suddenly breathing easy again. The whole room dissolves into tears, disbelief turning into pure gratitude. Word spreads through the crowd instantly: he is healed, and so are dozens more all at once. Villagers clasp their hands together, calling her their savior sent straight from their God. Watching from the shadows, Night Hound recognizes exactly what he just witnessed, and it is a power he clearly has not forgotten. Spent but glowing, the saintess wipes away her own tears, humbled by what just happened through her. Deep in the night, the city's saintess sits alone at her desk, poring over a map of the slums by candlelight. She marks the map with grim focus. Healing them with her own hands is only ever a temporary fix, and she knows it. Tears prick her eyes. No matter how many she saves, she can't stop new patients from showing up. More and more cases keep appearing every single day, and she's starting to understand why. Somewhere down in the slums, an infected well is quietly poisoning the whole district. She traces the map by candlelight, hunting for the well before it claims anyone else. The sickness is malignity itself, a corruption that leaves every infected person in agony. It's been eating through the slums for a long time now. She steels herself. If she can focus hard enough, she can purify the deepest well herself. One single drop of concentrated divine power might be enough to do it. She lets out an exhausted breath, drained from the effort. No time to space out, she tells herself. There's still one more patient waiting on her. Just one more person to treat before she can even think about resting. She collapses to her knees, utterly spent, her whole body trembling from how much power she's poured out tonight. Jaw clenched, she forces herself back onto her feet. She's running on fumes, but she can still do this, she tells herself, pushing through the dark corridor. If it means easing even one more patient's pain sooner, it's worth it, and word spreads fast. The saintess has arrived. The crowd's excitement catches her off guard for a second before she composes herself. A trio of nobles swoop in, insisting they'll tag along too, cooing that she's got nothing left to worry about. Flanked suddenly by an armored knight and the noblemen, she can't help but ask flatly what exactly brought them here. We're here to help you, saintess, they insist, falling in step right behind her. How could they possibly leave a noble lady alone in such a low, dirty place, they gasp, as if that's really their concern. They boast about the 3 wagons of donations they hauled along, practically congratulating the slum folk for hitting the jackpot today. Truthfully, they'd rather not hand it over directly, worried it might rob the poor of their will to fend for themselves, or so they claim. A gentleman's duty, they insist, is simply to protect the lady. We'll follow wherever you go, saintess, they chorus, sticking close as she heads deeper into the slums. They congratulate themselves quietly, pretty pleased they got their good intentions across, at least. Then I'll leave it to you, she says flatly and keeps walking. Her calm smile doesn't waver, even as she quietly writes them off. It takes the nobles a beat too long to realize that wasn't a compliment. Their smug smiles curdle into stunned, offended silence. Elsewhere in the slums, the scene turns grim fast, a patient doubled over in pain in the dark. The moment they actually reach the slums, the nobles recoil, groaning about the disgusting smell. One of them yelps about stepping on trash and ruining his oh-so-expensive limited edition shoes. Another panics that he's going to catch the infection himself, snapping at the sick to just get out of his way. Dolores isn't even surprised anymore, she knew exactly how this would go. Coming to a relief effort with ulterior motives is nothing short of blasphemous, she thinks bitterly. All these people ever needed was a little empathy. Nearby, a real cleric pours himself into healing a dying patient, pure, selfless altruism with nothing expected in return. Devotion like that, the willingness to sacrifice and give without being asked, is the closest thing to real grace. She holds onto that thought like an anchor, more certain than ever what actually matters here. But she's warned it only gets worse from here. This is where all the critical patients have been gathered. She rushes in, murmuring an apology for not getting here sooner. Her footsteps kick up light as she hurries toward the worst of it. I'm here now, so she starts, pulling back the curtain, ready to get to work. She pushes further into the ward, bracing herself for what's waiting inside. A voice barks for more saline and Dolores freezes mid-step, completely thrown. A stranger's steady hand is already at work, calmly cutting into an infected wound with practiced skill. The staff can barely process it. Wasn't divine power supposed to be the only thing that actually worked on this? Someone else gapes, wondering just how many hours this one man has been in here treating patients completely alone. Under his touch, the wound actually starts to close, glowing faintly gold. Dolores catches it first. He isn't even blessing the skin the way a cleric normally would. Is he channeling the blessing straight into the infection itself? If that's the trick, she realizes she could try it too. She can hardly believe something so unconventional could actually work. Then it hits her, that coat, that silhouette, the night hound. The masked stranger the slums have been whispering about is right there in front of her, working over a patient. Amazing, she breathes, unable to look away. She never imagined anyone could be this skilled in both medicine and divine power at once. His hand glows a strange green as it works, nothing like any blessing she's ever seen. Sweat beads under his hood as he works. It's Vicur, hiding in plain sight as the man the whole city's talking about. Here's the truth of it, he thinks to himself. Divine power is just a cleric's prayer reaching God. And God in turn answers that prayer, accepting it and handing the cleric back power of their own. It's a straightforward exchange, devotion given, power received. 1 unit of divine power buys exactly 1 miracle, no more, no less. 10 divine power gets you 10 miracles, that's the rule, but Vikir knows a way around it. 100 miracles out of just 10 divine power, if you know the trick. He flashes back to the fall when portals tore open and monsters flooded out faster than anyone could fight them off. The clerics of that era were desperate, their faith stretched to breaking. Prayers blazed out into the dark, one after another, in sheer desperation. So they rewrote the rules of the exchange entirely, just to keep the miracles coming. Act first, worry about the cost later became their only option. Row after row of clerics knelt and poured out every scrap of power they had left. Even knowing full well that power borrowed like that comes back around with interest. They called that reckless overdraw advanced divine power, burning through everything they had and then some. Back then, killing monsters itself counted as an act of faith, which meant even someone who wasn't a cleric at all could tap into advanced divine power, as long as they'd killed monsters of their own. Cut back to the present, a little girl sobs over her mother, sick and starving on a threadbare cot. The night hound crouches beside them and quietly promises he'll fix her mother. She's not just sick, he tells the girl gently, she's starving too. He presses coin into her hand for food and firewood. His masked assistant hisses that handing out money like that isn't allowed. An old man in the crowd grumbles that demands for money never, ever stop once you start. Keep it up, he warns, and Vikir will end up handing every last coin he owns to strangers. Vikir just tilts his head. Why exactly is there supposed to be no end to something that's already endless? The old man has no good answer for that. There's only so much money in his pocket anyway, Vikir shrugs. Worst case, he just gives it all away. Beside another suffering patient, he goes quiet. I'm sorry, he murmurs, the words landing heavier than they should. Dolores, watching from nearby, catches the strange weight behind those 2 words. She can't quite place what she just witnessed. Her eyes widen, there's something about this person she can't shake. Before she can say a word, he's already gone, vanishing back into the dark. Just now she's sure of it, he said he was sorry. But sorry for what exactly, and to who? Elsewhere, mask off but face still hidden from us, Vikir sits alone with a cooling cup of tea, turning something over in his head. Theology of all things. Could it be, Dolores wonders, that his guilt comes from the same place as hers? The image of his cloak vanishing into the light won't leave her alone. Maybe he's haunted by the same thing she is, not being able to save everyone. She replays every detail she can remember of him. And without meaning to, her heart gives a hard, sudden thud. She steps forward into the light, lost in thought. Somewhere out there, his masked eyes flicker once more before the night swallows him whole. She's still just 16, this saintess, young and inexperienced for all the weight she carries. She folds her hands and prays, the mystery of him tangled up in every word. Her heart won't slow down. Her face warms, and she has no idea what to do with the feeling. It just keeps pounding over and over. Under a beaked black hood, a masked vigilante grips his sword hilt, still catching his breath from whatever just went down. He lets out a long exhale under the trees. Nothing says heroic vigilante like collapsing for air the second the cameras are off. He slumps onto a wooden fence in the slums, soaked in sweat and running on fumes. His red eye flicks up, still wary, still scanning for trouble even now. He's already back at work, wrapping a bloody wound, while someone nearby asks what's wrong. A fair-haired woman in flowing white and gold robes steps out of the trees toward him. He goes quiet, watching her close the distance. She looks him over with worried teal eyes, wanting to know if he's really all right. She thanks him properly. Because of him, every single casualty got treated. He brushes it off, just doing what needed doing. She smiles. She already knew he'd say exactly that. A quiet, understanding moment passes between them. She clutches at her chest, telling him someone as strong as him should have been born with divine power, not her. She admits it quietly, she was just lucky to be born with divine power. Her body, mind, and faith were never the strong part. Walking away, she wonders out loud why God ever picked someone as weak as her to be saintess. So many people out there have stronger faith than her, she says, without ever getting a divine gift for it. She asks why God burdened her with the title at all. He tells her plainly it's the guilt and anguish she carries that makes her worthy of it. They walk on together in silence, something quietly settled between them. For just a second under the hood, a knowing smile slips through. She lingers on his words, still turning them over in her head. A tear catches in the corner of her glowing, cross-marked eye. The sky opens up above them, calm and clear. She wonders if she'll ever become someone who can say things like that. He just tells her she will. Elsewhere, the Quo Vadis clergy have gathered in one place to pray together, and the ritual to brew holy water has gone off without a hitch. This isn't ordinary water either. A single drop of it can purify every infected soul in the slums. By the end of it, 3 drops of concentrated holy water exist in the whole world, reserves included. Inside the cathedral, every eye turns toward the marble stairs. A veiled, golden-haired figure descends the grand staircase. She presses her hands together in prayer as raw power starts to crackle around her. She kneels, her robes pooling around her on the cold floor. She lifts her head and calls out to the gathered clergy, "Everyone, behold." Wrapped in golden light, she invokes an old prayer about a woman who once bore and raised God's own child and grieved for it every night since. The golden power keeps building, swirling around her in ribbons of light. She murmurs that today is the most agonizing, sorrowful day, and closes her eyes as the ritual takes hold. Hands clasped, bathed in light, she pours everything she has into the miracle. The glow settles, and all that's left is an ordinary wooden box. Inside sit 3 small vials of the water she just conjured from nothing. A cluster of armored guards thank her for her hard work and promise the vials will be locked away in the basement safe. She simply tells them to take it from here, watching the knights carry the box off. Alone again, she turns something over in her mind. She looks up at the cathedral's towering pillars against the open sky. Even God's real estate has to flex a little. A serene angel statue watches over the courtyard. Beside it, an open box holds a string of prayer beads waiting for her. She clasps her hands around her rosary and cross pendant, praying quietly. She approaches a robed figure to report on the Red Death outbreak. He beckons her closer. Her father greets her warmly, "My fairy, my daughter," and she answers dutifully. He reaches for her hair, remarking she's made an unusually large offering this time. He smiles, satisfied, exactly what he'd expect of his daughter. Proud parenting, holy water division. We finally get his name, Humbert Lun Quo Vadis, Cardinal of the Loon Church. She stays quiet under his praise, murmuring only that he's too gracious. He gets down to business, telling her to explain exactly what happened. She reports the contamination is flowing in from beneath the St. Mecca monument. He asks if they found the source. It traces back to an unregistered well in the slums, where the children swear a cursed spirit poisoned the water. Investigators searching the well turned up something suspicious instead of a curse. The cardinal's face drops. This is. He demands to know where they found it. A jeweled, ornate dagger, clearly not something a slum well produces on its own. The answer comes back simple, right at the well itself. His expression curdles. The emblems on it belong to 2 rival crime factions, somehow working together to engineer an artificial plague. His fury boils over. How dare a bunch of poison peddlers and misers spit on divinity like this? His rage starts manifesting physically, the ground practically trembling under him. The tremor keeps building, everyone around him bracing for whatever comes next. He roars it out loud, declare a holy war, and the whole room floods with golden light. The saintess sits with all of that in silence. She hesitates, clearly turning something over before she speaks. Nearby, an aide mutters that the masked man treating the sick looks suspicious. She brings up the vigilante who calls himself the Night Hound, the one who's actually been treating the sick. Her father doesn't hesitate for a second, catch him immediately and force a full confession. She cuts in flat out, he is innocent. The aide beside her nearly falls over. Her father freezes, caught completely off guard. "My daughter, what did you just say?" he asks, incredulous. She holds her ground. That man did everything he could to treat the infected. She insists there's just no way he's evil. Her hands twist anxiously at her robes, waiting on his reaction. Somewhere dark and rain-soaked, her father's voice answers, ice cold, "I see." He can't get over it. His daughter, who has never once gone against him in her life, just did exactly that. Magic starts gathering in his open palm. It builds into a golden surge while his aide watches, alarmed. He declares he'll interrogate the knight Hound personally. The spell detonates, launching his aide skyward with a shriek while the saintess looks on in shock. A column of golden light rockets straight up over the cathedral into the night sky. The burst of power rips clean across the city skyline. Its glow washes over rooftops in the distance. Wherever she is, she can still hear him. It's meaningless even if you go against me. He's already a step ahead. Paladins are gathered in the courtyard, sent out well before this conversation even started. The hooded knights grip their weapons, grim and ready to move. Under cover of night, boots creep across old wooden floorboards. They close in, the floor creaking with every careful step. A blade smashes clean through the door. Red slash marks streak through the dark. The paladins are already inside. They burst in shouting for the night hound. They corner what should be their man, accusing him of causing the Red Death outbreak. Except the room's empty, just curtains flapping through an open window. He's already long gone. Back at the cathedral, an aide comes sprinting in, panics something's gone badly wrong. The cardinal and the saintess both turn on him at once. What's wrong? He's sweating bullets under the chandelier, barely getting the words out. It's one of the saintess tears. The camera drifts across the empty pews of the hall where the vials were kept. The safe sits there with a hole cut clean through it. Only 2 vials remain where there should be 3. Her hand grips at her robes, dread creeping in. It clicks for her all at once, a tear welling up. Don't tell me she already knows exactly who did this. Sure enough, a lone figure stands perched on a tower rooftop, waiting for her. The real reason he came here becomes clear, a glowing vial held in his hand. Golden light wraps around his arm as he pockets the stolen tear. The mask comes off, it's Vikir grinning, that same knowing grin from the start of all this. He tucks the stolen vial into a pouch, sparks trailing off into the night, casually robbing a cathedral as one does. He vanishes from the tower rooftop in a streak of light, leaving the whole manhunt far behind him. We open in a storm-lashed forest at night, and that scared little face peeking out of the leaves is not having a good time. Grip tight on the bow, somewhere out in these cliffs something huge is waiting. And there it is, a 3-headed hound built like a freight train, already bristling with arrows that barely slowed it down. Our hunter scrambles for higher ground, using the rocks and a bent-over tree for cover. Bowstring pulled back to the breaking point, arms shaking. One shot is all she's got time for. Up close the thing is even worse, 3 snapping mouths, fangs like kitchen knives, eyes glowing like something is very wrong with it. She lets the arrow fly, and the ground practically detonates around her. Cracked earth, driving rain, and one very freaked-out hunter left standing in the wreckage. Round 1 goes to nobody. Somewhere close by, something else is moving through the dark and the rain, and it is not friendly. A hidden pit yawns open in the black. Looks like our hunter just found the forest's nastiest surprise. A hand reaches down into the dark, and whoever it belongs to has clearly found exactly what they were hoping for. The look on his face says it all, jackpot. Turns out our hunter just got scooped up by a couple of slavers already counting their profit. Cut to a whole column of chained captives being marched off under guard. Business is business. And there she is again, headband on, nerves showing, about to find out exactly what her new job is. Welcome to the fighting pits. She's handed a blade, shoved into the ring, and told to earn her keep. The crowd's already screaming for blood before the first hit even lands. Here comes her opponent, built like a wall and clearly not planning to go easy on the new girl. The mob eats it up while he just grins. This is entertainment to everybody but her. Those wrapped fists have clearly ended fights before tonight. He charges in fast, and things are about to get ugly. She barely has time to register how much trouble she's in. He's having the time of his life, she is very much not. That spiked gauntlet is doing some serious damage, and it's only getting started. One clean hit sends her flying clear across the ring. She manages to get a blade up at least, small win in a very bad night. And she actually draws blood, so he's not completely invincible after all. But that flash of hope doesn't last long, judging by the look on her face. He winds up again, and this time there's no getting out of the way. The world flips upside down as the hit lands, This fight was never really a fair one. She spits out a tooth along with the blood. That's how one-sided this beatdown really is. And the crowd just laughs harder because apparently that's the whole show for them. He stands over her, not even bothering to finish it properly. Why rush a good time? She's left in a heap, humiliated in front of a crowd that couldn't care less. One tear says more than any line of dialogue could. Off to the side, a lineup of far more dangerous-looking people is watching all of this very closely. The arena empties out, but for her, the night's punishment is just getting started. Restrained and paraded in front of a jeering crowd, she's got nowhere left to hide. Somebody's sizing her up like livestock at an auction. She curls up, bracing for whatever's coming next. Even bloodied and marked up, there's still some fight left in her eyes. Meanwhile, the men running this circus are already planning her next match. It's rough to watch, and it's about to get worse before it gets better. She ends up tossed in a cage like garbage, left to lick her wounds alone. Bruised, exhausted, and completely out of options, or so it looks. Days seem to pass like this, one cage blending into the next. Then out of nowhere, a vial shatters on the floor nearby. She startles awake, not sure what just happened. And then someone's just standing right there at the bars, watching her. One glowing red eye later and you already know who it is. Vikir's found her and all he says is, "Let's go." That single word drags us straight into her memories, and things get a lot more personal fast. Years earlier, back in her home village, she's the one lying sick and in pain. Her mother's right there, gently checking in on another rough night. Apparently, even in her sleep, she keeps calling out for someone named Vikir. But the pain's getting worse by the day, and both of them know it. Chest on fire, heart feeling like it's shriveling up. Whatever this sickness is, it isn't subtle. She can barely say the name of the disease out loud. It hurts so bad she says she regrets ever being born. Rough stuff for a flashback that's just getting started. Her mother, trying to distract her, tells her the story of how she came to be. Dad planted a seed, Mom watered it every day. Real romantic gardening metaphor. That seed grew into a gorgeous, glowing flower after a few months. Turns out that flower's the good stuff. They cut it, smoked the sap, got wonderfully high, and that apparently is how she was made. Not exactly a bedtime story, you forget. Then the mood drops hard. Her father did something unforgivable and was executed for it by her own grandfather. Her mother still manages a soft smile talking about him. Her advice: life throws whatever it throws, you just live through it. And just hang on, because Vikir is out there right now hunting down a cure for her sickness. The girl tries to wave off the comfort, her tears say otherwise. Deep down she's terrified he's not coming back at all. And somewhere in all that grief, someone lets out a scream that says everything words can't. Grief settles over the house like a fog. Then someone bursts in shouting that Vikir's actually back, and he's brought the medicine. Someone bolts off mid-sentence, too overwhelmed to even finish talking. It leaves everyone quietly wondering, wait, didn't she actually have the Red Death? There's a quiet, private moment of just processing it all. Alone in the grass, she just says his name like a prayer. She admits she was terrified back then, and gets pulled into a hug that says he isn't going anywhere. Turns out that fear had a face. Some kind of massive, glowing nightmare Vikir had to stare down for her. He plants himself between her and it without blinking. Since you showed me how you faced your fears, he tells her, I figured I owed you the same. That's the moment everything between them actually starts. She reaches out and for once, someone's actually there to take her hand. The hug that follows says more than any speech could. Neither of them seems in a hurry to let go. For a moment, the whole miserable world outside just disappears. It's the kind of moment that explains exactly why she never stopped believing he'd come back. Fast forward, and she's got a massive spirit wolf watching her back these days. I was able to stand back up, she says, and she means it in every sense. Her fellow warriors clock something coming before she does. And sure enough, Vikir's walking right back into the village. You came, she manages, still not quite believing it. Word had already reached him that she'd apparently caught the same disease that once nearly killed her mother. She doesn't even wait for him to finish walking over. She just launches straight into his arms. The whole village gets to watch the reunion, whether they wanted a show or not. Didn't you have the Red Death, he asks. I don't know, she shrugs. The second I heard you were back, I felt lighter. So you're fine? Yeah, seems like you were faking it. Yeah, hey, busted, and she doesn't even try to deny it. That smirk says she'd absolutely do it again. Vikir, she says softer this time, welcome back. He doesn't say much, he doesn't have to. Just 2 words, I'm back, and that's exactly where we leave them. Deep in unfamiliar territory, a hidden village glows in the dark. Vikir's found the tribe he came looking for. The whole camp's buzzing, and it's not with good news, not yet anyway. A girl named Ahul is laid out sick and fading, and Vikir kneels down next to her like he's got this handled. He's not praying, he's working, channeling something bright and gold right into his palm. Whatever that glowing shard is, he's using it like a scalpel, right over her wound. The light sinks into her skin, and the whole tent seems to hold its breath. That little glowing fang is doing some serious heavy lifting. Turns out it's the actual cure. Her face twists in pain for 1 second, then goes soft. Whatever just happened, it worked. The disease marks on her skin, the telltale spots of something the tribe calls the Red Death, just vanish. The whole village loses it. Vikir really did bring the cure, and nobody can quite believe it. Vikir gets straight to business. How many are sick? Turns out about 30, counting Ahul. And it's not just this camp. Other tribes are on the brink of wipeout. We're talking about 10,000 people infected. Vikir's answer is simple: round up every sick person from every tribe. They're stunned he'd even have that much medicine to spare. He waves it off, there's plenty. The villagers start grinning, already picturing bragging rights over every rival tribe. One villager just about tackles him with praise. Vikir's collecting fans faster than he expected. Turns out the miracle cure has a much less glamorous origin story. It's made from a monster, Ka to be exact. Vikir mentions, casually, that he already killed the thing on his way in, and tells them to go grab the corpse for dinner while they are at it. The tribesmen just shake their heads. The guy cures plagues and hunts monsters before breakfast. How do you even compete with that? But Vikir's not sticking around to enjoy the compliments. There's no time to waste, more people are dying by the hour. His plan: get every tribe to the river's catchment point. He's about to do something a lot bigger than one bedside cure. The tribes converge on the water source, deep in the mountains their people have called home for generations. Not everyone's thrilled to see an outsider, especially one wearing the wrong last name. This tribe's chief in particular looks ready to settle old scores the second Vikir steps out of line. Their chiefess isn't any friendlier. These are the mountain natives the Baskervilles have been stomping on for years. Still, word of the cure travels fast and thousands show up anyway. Desperation beats grudges. Vikir studies the water source for a beat, doing the math on exactly how much magic this is about to take. Then he just starts right out in the open, in front of everyone. A few drops of the concentrated cure, straight from that monster's fang, squeeze out into his palm. One drop hits the river. That's all it takes to get started. And then the whole river lights up like he just set off a bomb of pure gold. For a second, everything goes still, like the forest itself is waiting to see what happens next. Then the light starts crawling through the water, spreading further than anyone expected. It rips through the whole catchment area in a wall of golden light. This is not subtle magic. The purification wave tears through the entire forest system in one go. He just cured a whole ecosystem. Simple instructions: everybody just drink the water. The tribes stare at him like he's lost it. The skeptics don't stay skeptical for long. One by one, the sick start glowing gold and getting their color back. The cure's working through the whole crowd now, not just one patient at a time. A guy who looked half dead a minute ago is throwing his fists in the air like he just won a title fight. Across the whole gathering, people are realizing the disease that was killing them is just gone. Grown warriors are in tears. "I'm alive" isn't a sentence you expect to hear shouted with that much joy. Vikir keeps it clinical, the purifications spreading from the catchment area so the infections got nowhere left to survive. One tribeswoman immediately tries to make him their official shaman. He tries to politely decline. She is not accepting that answer. Vikir clocks the mood shifting around him, and not everyone here is just grateful. The chief who wanted to fight him 10 minutes ago is staring at him with a very different look now. He winds up like he's about to throw a punch, or maybe something else entirely. Instead, he roars out to the whole crowd, demanding an answer. who purified their entire forest. He wants everyone to say the name out loud. And the whole crowd answers at once, Vikir, Vikir, Vikir. It turns into a full-blown chant, stomping and all. Another villager picks it up, who saved our families, same answer, louder. Even the tribe's elders are shouting his name now. This kid just became a legend to people who wanted him dead an hour ago. The chanting rolls out across the whole mountain range. Vikir just stands there and takes it in, quieter than you'd expect from someone getting worshipped. The name keeps echoing off the rocks behind him. In his head, though, he's already 3 steps ahead. The whole poisoning disaster just turned into the best opportunity he could have asked for. See, these are the very tribes his own clan conquered and subjugated on that mountain, the Baskerville's oldest natural enemies. If Vikir can win their loyalty and pay off that old debt, he's just recruited an army his father never saw coming. This whole cure was never just charity, it's leverage against his own father. And judging by that grin, he's rather pleased with how well it's going. The tribe declares an all-out festival in his honor, effective immediately. Amid the celebration, somebody asks the obvious question nobody's answered yet: who actually poisoned the forest in the first place? Cut to a cave marked with a skull totem, deep away from the party. Something's hiding down there, and it isn't celebrating. Someone's been sitting in the dark, waiting, and getting impatient that his plan hasn't paid off yet. He's furious, blaming some imperial brat for a deal gone wrong, a deal that clearly involved smuggled poison. His actual plan was to let his own tribe suffer, then swoop in with the cure himself and be worshipped as their savior. He even poisoned his own granddaughter Ahul just to sell the act. Turns out the sick old shaman everyone trusts, Ahuman, is the same man who engineered this entire plague. And he's very proud of himself for it, right up until reality has other plans. Ahuman heads back out toward the village, expecting to find his tribe in full crisis mode. Instead, something feels off before he even gets there, and the sweat starts. All that tribal jewelry he wears to look the part of a wise old shaman isn't going to save him now. He peeks out and finds his village going about its day like nothing ever happened. No coughing, no dying, no despair to exploit, just fine. That's not in the plan. He'd been so sure everyone would be gasping for breath by now, right on schedule for his big rescue. Even his own granddaughter, the one he deliberately poisoned, is up and walking around just fine. He's spiraling now, completely unable to explain how his poison just stopped working. So he goes to check the one place that should still prove his story, the river itself. The fish are swimming around perfectly happy, even the water's betraying him. Not just fine, actually cleaner than before he poisoned it. Ahuman completely loses it, clutching his head like the universe just broke a promise to him. His grip tightens on that jewelry like it's the only thing keeping him standing. And that's when a familiar voice leans in right behind him, asking how he likes the clear water. Ahuman spins around and finally puts it together. The kid who cured everyone is the same one wrecking his whole scheme. The rest of the tribe starts noticing something's very wrong with their beloved shaman. Vikir doesn't rush it, he just keeps walking, letting the panic do the work for him. Ahuman doesn't even get a chance to compose himself before Vikir's right on top of him. The old man's confusion is about to get a lot worse. Vikir just says it outright, he already knows Ahuman's the one who spread the plague. Turns out Vikir's heard this story before in his old life, tales of a forest shaman whose misdeeds made the rounds. In that version of events, the guy couldn't even cure his own mess and wiped out most of his tribe trying. Vikir got here in time to make sure that story doesn't repeat itself, mostly just to spite the guy who caused it. Ahuman tries to play it cool, forcing a smile like this is just a friendly visit. Vikir isn't buying the performance for a second. He asks real polite whether the old man's little ceremony went smoothly. Ahuman starts stammering through an answer he hasn't actually thought through. Vikir cuts him off. Everyone already knows the infection was artificially engineered. Isn't that a little odd? He wonders aloud what connection there could possibly be between the Empire and this isolated forest tribe. Ahuman claims total ignorance, sweat absolutely pouring down his face. He tries to cover with a noble excuse, he was just out performing rituals for the tribe's health. His eyes say otherwise. Vikir asks the one question that actually matters, then why was he standing at the catchment area instead of back at the village? A witness confirms he was seen right here. The old man's whole posture stiffens, he's out of good answers. He tries to bluster through it, but even the tribe's starting to lean toward Vikir's version of events. Vikir lays out the whole scheme plainly. Ahuman wanted to be the tribe's hero badly enough to poison them for it. He says the old man's name like a verdict already handed down, and then asks to see exactly what's in his pouch, because that's where the evidence is going to be. Ahuman's face says it all, there's nowhere left to run from this one. And that's where we leave the old fraud, cornered, exposed, and about to answer for every sick day he caused. Deep in Balak territory, someone finally asks the question everybody's been dying to know: where did their shaman Ahuman really come from? Turns out their trusted shaman isn't even Balak born, he's an outsider who talked his way in. Ahuman started out as another shaman's slave, dragged into Balak land with no say in the matter. Then he murdered his master mid-coup, stole the man's sorcery for himself and just kept walking. Crushing that coup earned him a promotion from slave to shaman, and from there he did whatever it took to fit in. And by whatever it took, we mean literal poop duty. Every dirty job in the village landed on this guy. They even threw him at murderous wildlife as bait during hunts. Rough resume, honestly. Somehow, through all of it, he clawed his way into being accepted as one of their own. Now that he's grown into some real standing, the question is whether Ahuman wants everything he never got as a kid. Word is he's been overstepping the matriarch's authority, getting greedy with power that was never his to take. Rumor has it he tried to make a play for the whole forest, and someone catches him red-handed asking exactly what he thinks he's doing. The matriarch skips the pleasantries entirely and orders him to hand over his pouch right now. Ahuman's hand hovers over that pouch, and you can practically hear him sweating. His whole body goes rigid. Whatever's in there, he really does not want anyone taking a look. Oh, of course, he stammers, stalling like a man who's about to get caught red-handed. He hands it over, insisting it's just flour he'd saved for after some ceremony. Sure, buddy. Somebody screams bloody murder and the pouch goes flying, because that is definitely not flour. In the chaos, the pouch sails straight into the river before anyone gets a good look inside. Ahuman scrambles to cover, wailing about how his hand tremors just made him drop it by accident. Someone leans over to tell Vikir he called it exactly right. The old man really did just chuck the evidence into the river. Vikir doesn't even blink. This whole thing was never about catching him with a full pouch. Now that the pouch is gone, there's no way to prove what was inside using the same trick twice. Ahuman panics and blurts out that he had the antidote on him, which, congratulations, just confirms there was poison to begin with. He tries to spin it, shouting that everyone's basically accusing him of poisoning the entire forest. Then he flips the script completely, screaming for the matriarch to punish whoever's framing an honest shaman like him. Someone points out the obvious: you can't cry framed when there's no evidence either way. Ahuman digs his heels in, insisting not even the matriarch can touch him without proof. So the matriarch calls his bluff and does something much bigger. She officially orders an Iliad. The reaction ripples through camp instantly. Nobody expected her to actually go there. One of the tribe's elders looks like he's seen a ghost at just the word. For anyone who needs the refresher, an Iliad is settled with a bow. When words can't settle an argument, the Balaks put two archers back to back and let the fight decide who's right. Whoever loses gets written off as unfit, full stop, no appeals. Someone reaches for an old man standing in the water, calling out to him simply as grandfather. A young Balak warrior chimes in, reminding everyone that an Iliad is sacred tradition around here. No getting out of it. Ahuman is fuming, in way over his head and clearly knowing it. Vikir just shrugs and says fine, pointing right back at him like this is exactly what he wanted all along. Ahuman scrambles for control, setting the duel 4 days out under the next full moon and formally requesting the Iliad himself. Vikir mutters 4 days, my ass, under his breath, clearly annoyed at the stalling. Turns out tradition says whoever receives the Iliad request gets to pick the actual date, not the one calling for it. If we're talking tradition, someone notes dryly, that's exactly how it works. Vikir drops the mask completely. Evidence was never the point. Cornering Ahuman into demanding this duel was the plan from day one. Ahuman's face says it all. He just realized he's been played from the very start. Somewhere in the shadows, an eager voice purrs that they don't even need to wait 4 days. Let's just do this right now. 4 days later, the whole tribe packs into a ceremonial ring carved out of the forest for the big showdown. The matriarch raises her bow high and calls the Aliyah to order. Ahuman straps in, arrows at the ready, looking anything but calm. The rules are brutal and simple. Any warrior forming the ring is authorized to cut down a coward who tries to run. The crowd roars its approval. Nobody's walking away from this one. The matriarch reminds everyone their ancestors are watching from the warrior's mountain where they lie buried. I won't forgive indecency, she snaps, and you get the feeling this fight is personal for her too. By tribal law, whoever wins is declared right by the ancestors themselves. No debate, no appeal. Ahuman grits his teeth, forced to prove his innocence the only way the Balaks recognize, with an arrow. Up in the trees, Vikir's ally hollers for him to end it in a single shot. The crowd's chanting Vikir's name, and Ahuman can't help but notice nobody's cheering for him. He tells himself they'll all shut up the second he wins, if he wins. Turns out an Aliyah allows more than just bows, and Ahuman's about to remind everyone exactly why he's a shaman. A buried skull starts crackling with dark energy right under his hand. And just like that, 3 skeletal warriors claw their way up out of the dirt. Vikir stays ice cold, telling his ally to just watch his blind spots and call out the moment Ahuman shows himself. Ahuman sneers that someone who's only lived in this forest 2 years can't possibly out-navigate a man who's spent 7. Just show yourself, he growls, arrow knocked and ready to punch straight through Vikir the second he does. Vikir isn't planning to make it that easy. He's got a skill called Silent Heal, looted off a swamp monster he killed. It kills every sound around him and lets him line up a target's exact opening, basically built for assassins. Turns out Ahuman isn't just a shaman. Raising the dead like this takes real, dangerous power. Someone puts it together out loud. Necromancy like this points to Lakoko blood, a whole tribe of shamans. The skeletons keep closing in as Ahuman braces behind a tree, praying his monsters find their mark first. Well, that doesn't change anything, comes the flat reply. Blood ties won't save him tonight. The skeletons swarm toward anyone caught in their path, and panic ripples through the ring. One clean, blazing strike and the whole skeleton squad drops in pieces. Ahuman's hands shake as he keeps his arrow trained on the tree line, hunting a target he can't see. From the sidelines, a sharp-eyed onlooker scoffs that the old man's too scared to even think about running. And then it's already over. A blade punches clean through Ahuman from behind before he even registers a footstep. Weewen is all he manages to choke out. He never heard a single leaf crunch. That's the whole point of Silent Heal. Vikir steps out of the trees calm as ever, blade dripping, having ended it in exactly 1 attack like he was asked to. The forest floor barely registers he was ever there. Red energy crackles across Vikir's chest as the fight's adrenaline finally catches up to him. The crowd erupts and his ally comes sprinting over to celebrate the win. Ahuman is left standing there, beaten in front of the whole tribe he clawed his way into. The tribe writes off everything Ahuman ever said. The ancestors have spoken and that's that. He's left bleeding out on the ground alone. It hurts, he thinks, the pain finally sinking in for real. It feels like the wound itself is on fire, and for the first time he's terrified. He does not want to die. The scream that tears out of him is pure animal panic. His mind drags him back. Every humiliation he endured was just to survive among people who never wanted him here. It's unfair if this is how I end, he thinks, watching the old memory of kids tormenting him as a boy. Why couldn't he ever have the things everyone else just got handed to them? Something reaches down out of the dark toward him, and it isn't finished with Ahuman yet. Bitterness pours out of him for everyone who ever looked down on him, the Balaks who used him and the Lakoko tribe that threw him away in the first place. All of them, he snarls into the dark, hatred keeping him alive a little longer than he should be. Someone asks Vikir, going by the name Ahun out here, whether he wants to be the one to finish Ahuman off himself. He simply says no. The matriarch argues they can't just leave him like this. He'll suffer forever if nobody ends it properly. The old elder isn't so forgiving, muttering that he nearly lost someone he loves because of the man they call the Red Death. Family or not, he says flatly, there's no forgiving what Ahuman's done. It's only right a coward suffers, someone spits, standing over Ahuman's broken body. Not worth pitying, the elder agrees, his eyes flaring an eerie glowing blue. But down at the grave, a spiral ritual circle is already glowing under someone's hand, and this is about to go very wrong. Purple light floods the clearing out of nowhere. Something ancient shatters under the sudden surge of power. The whole grave site detonates with raw, ominous energy. Dark clouds churn overhead, glowing runes bleeding through the sky like something ancient just woke up. Vikir's head snaps toward it, even he wasn't expecting this. The matriarch feels it too, something horrible is stirring at the ancestor's grave. Everyone freezes, the same horrifying thought hitting them all at once. Ahuman's body, supposedly dead, isn't lying still anymore. Vikir mutters there's no way he messed up the kill. He's sure he put that blade clean through the man's lungs. Someone screams at him for daring to touch the sacred grave at all. Has he no fear of the ancestor's wrath? Ahuman just kneels there at the grave, whispering to the ancestors like he's cutting himself a deal. Then his eyes light up an unnatural magenta, and the grin on his face says he just got exactly what he asked for. Should I really be the one afraid of the ancestors? He thinks, mocking the very taboo he just broke. Someone realizes in horror exactly what he's just done to himself. Someone lunges in to strike him down before whatever this is finishes taking hold. We need to kill Ahuman right now, Vikir shouts, dead serious. This isn't a fight anymore, it's damage control. A slash of pure dark energy tears through the clearing. The whole grave site goes up in a blinding explosion, with Ahuman right at the center of it. Vikir leaps across the shattered rock, spotting something buried in the wreckage, an arrow. The ground keeps splitting, purple cracks spreading like veins. Ahuman, or whatever's wearing his face now, grins and reminds them all, they are the ones who said to leave this to the ancestors. Then from now on, he says, and a lone silhouette raises a bow against the glowing ruin. The whole forest holds its breath, bathed in that same sickly purple glow. It's time for the great ancestors' judgment. Ahuman roars while somewhere in the haze Ahul screams in pain, caught up in whatever this ritual is doing to her. His body keeps changing, dark power boiling up through muscle and vein like it's never going to stop. The old stories have a name for what he's becoming. A death knight, a soul so far gone it's been corrupted into something that isn't alive, isn't dead, and is very, very dangerous. Prisoner spits back at his captors, throwing their own words in their face. They said they'd leave the judgment to the ancestors, didn't they? Deep on the warrior's mountain, a ritual circle flares to life, pulling something out of legend and out of the ground. A bandaged, ashen warrior draws back a bow that hasn't been strung in generations. An ancestor ripped straight out of its grave. The dead ancestor looms over the tribe with its bow drawn, and a young Balak woman staggers back in horror. That's one of their own, risen. It's time for the great ancestors' judgment. The ritual howls. A young red-eyed man watching can't believe it. Resurrection sorcery is way beyond what their shaman Ahuman should ever manage. The risen ancestor writhes in agony with every step it takes, and striding through the purple flames behind it is Ahuman himself. Did he turn himself into one of the undead too? One of the risen ancestors sneers down at the tribe. It's too early to be surprised, you bastards. There isn't only one grave on the warrior's mountain, comes the warning. There's more where that came from. Steel meets rotted bone as the first ancestor lunges in, and the tribe's warriors are suddenly forced to fight their own dead. The skirmish erupts into full chaos across the mountainside. A tribesman freezes mid-swing. The horned ancestor commanding a wall of skeletons is his own grandfather, dragged back from the grave to kill him. A young warrior screams up at Ahuman, disgusted he'd stoop to weaponizing the dead against his own people. Just how low are you willing to go? Arrows and spears fly as the ambush turns into an all-out brawl. Something flares in the distance and every fighter freezes. This ritual is bigger than anyone realized. Faces twist with grief and rage. Fighting your own dead ancestors is a horror nobody signed up for. One of the undead lets out a guttural growl, more monster now than man. A blade of pure mana carves clean through the tree line. The strike connects, sending a fighter tumbling through the air. A lone archer steadies herself, bow raised, eyes locked on the carnage. Everyone get ready for battle, she calls out, rallying the scattered tribe. These aren't your ancestors anymore, they're just Ahuman's puppets, someone shouts, trying to steal the tribe's nerve. We can pay our respects to them after we send them off properly, comes the grim reply. Prioritize survival, the order rings out over the chaos. Bowstrings creak taut as the tribe braces for the next wave. From above, the battlefield looks like an anthill kicked wide open, fighters scattering through the trees. Someone barely dodges a killing blow, the impact cracking off the rocks behind them. A risen ancestor swings a blade wreathed in dark energy at anyone who gets too close. A scout perches high in the branches, scanning the tree line for an opening. Another arrow gets drawn taut, ready to fly. One of the ancestors has rotted down to bare bone at the jaw, and it screams anyway. Arrows sink into it by the handful, and it barely even slows down. Riddled with shafts, the thing staggers but refuses to fall. Twin blades of raw mana finally cut it down for good. A storm of mana blades rains down across the battlefield, and someone's caught right in the middle of it. Lightning-like energy crackles through the smoke and dust. Watching from the sidelines, a young red-eyed man can't believe his eyes. One arrow, one dead knight over and over from a fighter on par with a top graduate. That's the Night Fox, Aquila for you, a companion says, like that explains everything. Aquila knocks a fistful of arrows at once, aura blazing around her hands. The old rumor that she single-handedly kept the Empire out of this forest, turns out it wasn't just a rumor. If Matriarch Aquila's here, we'll be fine. Follow me, Ayan, she says, and the young man can only blink back a confused huh. The plan is simple enough, track down Ahuman himself and end this at the source. Dragged off in chains once before, Ahuman had screamed that the Balax would regret exiling him. Looks like he really meant it. Now he strolls calmly through his own carnage like he owns the mountain. He mutters to himself. Even with an army of the dead at his back, he knows better than to get careless while Aquila's still standing. She's not just any matriarch. By every account, she's the strongest village head the Balax have ever had. A genius, Ahuman mutters, thoroughly unimpressed. Genius or not, he's confident she has no idea what's about to hit her. The sky over the mountain darkens, like it already knows something's coming. The young man and Aquila push deeper into the ravine, hunting their target. They close in fast, weapons ready, eyes sharp. He's over there, Aquila says, finally spotting their prey. This is where he ran to, out here among these old pillars, the young man asks, uneasy about the place. Ahuman is chanting again in the purple mist, and nobody likes what that might mean. Aquila knocks an arrow, done waiting to find out. A blade glints in the low light, ready for whatever comes next. Whatever he's planning, we can't let him keep going, Aquila says. A massive magic circle ignites beneath Ahuman's feet. I'm going to kill Ahuman right here, Aquila decides and lets the arrow fly. The shot rockets straight for the heart of his ritual. It connects and Ahuman screams that he's finished. Convenient that, almost a little too convenient. Sure enough, the wound barely slows him down. That scream was a trick. He tears himself free in a shower of shattered stone. The young man's blood runs cold. Both of them realize at the same instant, this fight just got a whole lot worse. I did it, Ahuman cackles, I actually summoned it. Just like the old legends warned, something has slept alone in this forest for generations, and Ahuman just woke it up. A colossal, rotted figure claws its way up out of the earth. I'm the only one who's ever noticed you, Ahuman coos at it, like a proud, deranged parent. Its aura alone flattens the trees for yards around it. Chains that held it down for centuries snap like twigs. Ahuman throws his arms wide, divine archer Adonai. Its half-rotted face turns toward them, eyes burning red under a cracked mask. No way, that's Adonai, the young man breathes, recognizing the name straight out of legend. If even half the legends are true, this is not a fight either of them was ready for. The legendary archer of the Balax themselves, standing right in front of them. Even Aquila, the unshakable night fox, looks genuinely rattled. Adonai raises its bow, and every instinct screams to move. A massive arrow of dark energy gathers on the string. It looses, and the shot screams across the battlefield. The young man grits his teeth. Whatever that arrow's made of, it isn't anything natural. Aquila is thrown backward by the sheer force of the impact. I deflected it, but that kind of damage, she gasps, staring down at her own arm. The young man goes pale, watching her stagger. It feels like my leg's on fire, Aquila cries out. Poison, just brushing against Adonai's arrow was enough to poison her. So the old story about someone dueling this very monster was real, and that bow it's carrying is the proof. Adonai grips its bow tighter, in absolutely no rush to finish them off. Another blast rips through the clearing, catching Aquila square in the shockwave. Smoke and shattered debris rain down over the ruined ground. The whole hillside gets scorched black in seconds. Two small, battered figures lie in the wreckage far below. Through the haze, they crawl toward each other. Vikir, Aquila screams, dragging herself over to his side. She hauls him up, both of them bloodied head to toe. Stop protecting me, Vikir grinds out, refusing to let her keep shielding him. Just run and leave me, he begs her, and Ahuman only sneers, calling them disgusting for even considering otherwise. Adonai, kill them, Ahuman orders, done playing around. A fist the size of a boulder closes in on them. It slams down with earth-shaking force. The impact lights up the whole clearing white. A second blow follows right behind it. Vikir's face twists with pain, fury, and something colder underneath both. For a second, the whole battlefield seems to hold its breath. He seized clean off the ground, blood on his lips. Aquila is hurled aside, watching in horror, unable to reach him in time. One last desperate strike cuts through the chaos. Ahuman strains, his own eyes blazing, as he pushes Adonai even further. Sweat pours down his face, even he's struggling to hold the reins on this thing. Vikir and Aquila brace together, completely out of options. Energy crackles ominously across the scorched ground. Something grips down hard, and it isn't letting go. Smoke curls off a clenched, straining fist. The light dims, like the fight itself is holding its breath. And then, out of nowhere, a stranger steps calmly into the wreckage, like none of this phases them in the slightest. One eye catches the light, sharp and completely unreadable. For the first time all day, Ahuman looks genuinely, properly terrified. Let's have a talk, the stranger says, and somehow that's scarier than anything that came before it.